Silviu, acum la aia trebuie bețele din stânga.
E o pătur. E fotograf.
A, da. Cam așa. Mai paramează puțin în jos.
Camera putem schimba, da?
Mai strânge puțin.
Mai probabil să fie capul.
Și pe în stânga puțin. Și las-o fixă și pe asta.
Așa.
Aia 5 încă nu merge, deci mai ce să-i faci aia.
Hai că zi-mi panelul. Hai că... Ești o altă cameră.
Dăm și mie mari zișterelor să văd din camerele astea 3 și 4. Le ai pe acolo? Au rămas?
3 și 4 acum?
Nu, din ce ai avut acum 2 săptămâni. Mai fă Silviu și arful asta. Parcă așa erau și de trecută, nu? Nu am comunicație.
Le-am captat așa, erau captate. Au să-i zic să se uite în monitor și vede că a intrat bumperul să înceapă să comenteze.
Bine ați venit in Romania. We're in the charming capital city of Bucharest, where old world elegance meets modern, vibrant energy. And it's that modern energy we're here for, because we're about to dive into the enthralling world of international T20 cricket. Hello, everyone. I'm Nishchay Pat, and I'll be taking you through this exciting weekend of cricketing action here in the Continental Cup in Romania. As you get a beautiful look, the cricket ground where we'll be playing at, the Moara Vlasiei Cricket Ground up here in Ilfov County. We are north of the capital city of Bucharest, which you can just about see in the distance. Gorgeous, gorgeous scenes out there. Of course, our first match of the day is between Malta, the touring team, facing a Romania A side, which should be very exciting. A lot of potential in this team. And the umpires are out right now. Of course, we take a look at today's schedule. We have a very exciting slate of games. Malta against Romania A to start off. And then in the middle of the day, we'll have the two Romanian sides featuring each other. Should have some nice domestic rivalries in that match. And then, of course, we round out with a brilliant international T20 game between Malta and Romania. Those two teams have a history of playing some very exciting matches against each other. Of course, both of those two teams played each other in the Valletta Cup just a month ago, so it'll be good to see a rematch. Of course, just saw Romania 8 are going to be batting first. They won the toss and have decided to post a total. Now, of course, we're just moments away from getting the first ball. Of course, the good thing about this Romania A side is a lot of players who might not be eligible for the national team will be able to play for this Romania A team. So don't underestimate this side. They've got a lot of quality talent, and they could upset either one of these big boys over these next few days, as the umpire has just tossed the ball to the bowler. And we're about to get underway. And it's a wider delivery to start off. Goes a bit too wide, left arm over. Of course, left arm bowlers are so good in limited overs format. Of course, they can really cut that angle down to the right-handed batsman. This is F. Mughal starting off for Malta, Raj Shekhara and Ul Hassan at the crease for Romania A. This is well struck, going towards cover, and it's just a single. So Romania A get their second run off the board, and it's a good shot for Raj Shekhara to get off the mark. Of course, a lot of our viewers are accustomed to seeing T10 games here on the European Cricket Network, but we're bringing you some T20 action over these next 3 days. For many of our viewers, of course, the batsmen have just a little bit more time to get settled into their innings, but trust me, these games can go by like a bolt from the blue as well. So remember, just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring during the power play overs. And the Maltese skipper has opted to have a third man to the left-hander, as well as a deep backward point. He's just trying to place his fielders very precisely. Bit of pinpoint precision. And he's gonna just push this towards mid-on. And that was right on the money by Mughal. That's the line and length he needs to be bowling. He just struggled a bit finding his accuracy those first couple of balls, but now he's nailed it. As we just take a look at this replay. There we go. That's where it needs to be. Oh, that's perfect. Great length. That's a good hard length, a T20 length. And he's just managed to square up the batsman. Beautifully done. Just goes, whizzes past the outside edge of the bat. Of course, Liam Day joining us in the chat. Great to have you here, Liam. Goes for the wider one this time, a lot fuller, a lot wider. Of course, Liam, I'd like to inform you, we did have a word with the captains for the start of this game, and they'll be keen to rotate a lot of their teams, so expect to see a lot of different players for these countries. They'll all take full advantage of this tour to give as many opportunities as they can to different players. Terrific ball, that one just moving away. And so far, Mughal has really had Ul Hassan's number. This is a battle that the bowler's been winning so far. And of course, we all love to see that. I mean, so many people say that T20 is a batsman's game, but so far it's a good start for Malta. One just played away very nicely off the pads. He just went a bit too far down the leg side there, the bowler, and Hassan finally gets off the mark. Nonetheless, it's a really good over to start off for Malta. It just got better and better as the over progressed. And it's a 3-0 at the end of the first over. So Singh coming in here to start off this second over, of course, got a really nice greeting from a lot of his teammates in the dugout. Clearly a very popular player. Oh, this one's down the leg side. It might have been a bit too wide if he'd left it, but, well, he's living dangerously to start off. Hassan, he hasn't looked completely convincing. That one just went up in the air, and it was half a chance to catch. The fielder was just a bit tentative. He wasn't sure whether to dive at it. In the end, he's done a little bit of foot fielding. But encouraging signs early for Malta, and Hassan is taking a while to settle into his innings. Top stuff here to start off by Malta. They're right on the money with their bowling, and Hassan needs to settle in quick, of course. Just take a look at this one. Just pitching outside, leg stump. That's what's not going for the bowler there, but Hassan looking rather uncomfortable. This one struck away very nicely, and that's the best looking shot I've seen him play so far today. Really, really well done. Stand and deliver. Rajshekhar got underneath that one really well and clubbed it away to that vacant boundary. And the skipper now, he's just made an adjustment in the field. He's put a fielder out at deep square leg. Just doesn't quite have the pace to be troubling Rajshekhar at that length. And this one tries to correct his length. He overcompensates a little bit, and this is going to be easy pickings for Rajshekhar, who plays that away very nicely. And it's back-to-back boundaries. Romania A finally cashing in this over with some handy runs. And Rajshekhar just telling Hassan, this is how you do it. And once again now, the captain, he's just sort of chasing the ball a little bit. He's moved the fielder who was a deep backward square towards a more orthodox deep mid-wicket. And this is a much better ball, right on the money. It's going to be a tight single. It's a good throw, but also some good backing up. So nice cricket all around to end this over. 13 for no loss at the end of 2 Romania A. And of course, just going back to some of the captain's tactics, I mean, there's an old saying that you don't really want to be setting your field to bat bowling. You want to just encourage your bowlers to bowl those good lines and lengths. And I don't really know if I'm Malta. I'm not quite sure if I'd want to just be chasing the ball around as much. Of course, the skipper of this Malta side is Zishan Khan. He's been the leading run getter for Malta In the last 10 T20Is Malta have played, scoring 224 runs over those 10 games. Oh, this is a better looking shot. It's just going to be a single. And just leaves that one, Ol Hassan. That's a nice line and length there. He's been very accurate to start off, Mughal. And he's just had Ol Hassan's number. Ol Hassan struggling mightily, just the one run of the first 9 balls he's faced. And look at this one, he's bowling a good hard length here, Mughal. It's not going to be easy to get him away, and I think this is exactly what you want to do to a batsman who's under a bit of pressure. Not give him any freebies, just bowl accurate deliveries. This one's just played away towards mid-off, and it's a nice bit of fielding. And Malta looking really sharp to start off. Just take another look at this one. Oh, it's a nice one-handed grab, and it's thrown straight back to the stumps. Goes fuller this time, and it's well blocked out by Ol Hassan, but these dot balls are really climbing up. You've got a little bit more time to settle into your innings in the T20 game, but you don't have that much time where you can afford to be at 1 for 12. And he's gonna have to maybe take a risk here at some point, and I think that's exactly what Malta are waiting for. Goes for a bigger shot, and it's going to take one bounce before going towards the fielder, but it takes a nasty bounce, and it just veers away from him, and that'll go away for 4. So manages to get his first boundary, Ol Hassan, but needed a good bit of fortune for that one. Just went a touch too wide here, Mughal, and he opened the face of his bat, and as you can see, the fielder thought the ball was coming towards him, but it just took a nasty bounce and spun away. So Romania are 18 for no loss at the end of 3.
Come on this side.
Yeah, this one a wider delivery, just tries to poke and prod of that one. As you can see, he's just pushing at a wider delivery. And goes a bit straighter this time. Tries to just squeeze the batsman for space. And that's just a single. Of course, can confirm it's a new bowler. This is Mohammed Ajmal coming into bowl. There's a little bit more width there, and this time it's struck straight to the fielder. So just a 1 over for Jaswinder Singh. He went for 10 runs. We saw him just miss his length a little bit on a couple of balls to Raj Shekhara. Oh, this one's struck well. It's a good bit of fielding at cover. There's a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, and it's a good, strong throw. And this is good work there by the bowler, but has he just hurt himself a little bit trying to do a bit of fielding. Oh, there's a chance. That was a really sharp chance as the fielder had slipped. Just had to dive to his right. And we can just see, goes back of a length here, the bowler, and he climbs up on the batsman. And that wasn't an easy chance for the slip fielder, but it was a chance nonetheless. And so living dangerously to start off. You have to say Malta bowled quite well early. They've been a bit unfortunate not to get a wicket. I think these two have just managed to hang in there somehow. And this one just played away nicely off the pads. He went a bit too straight there, the bowler. It's a bit of foot fielding out at fine leg, and Romania A will pick up a couple of runs. So we need to find a way to eliminate a lot of these dot balls. There have just been a few too many dot balls early. As we can see, straying too far down the leg side, and this one's picked well, played away towards fine leg, so it's a couple of runs. And then, of course, that's the end of the over. As we take a look at the standings, of course, got Romania, Malta, and Romania A involved in this Continental Cup. Of course, Romania, the national side, are the defending champions in this Continental Cup. They won it last year when they also invited Malta over for it. Of course, the Romanian national team has had a bit of a difficult year. They've lost a lot of T20I, so getting to come back home and play a few Continental Cup matches might really help them get that confidence back. It seems there's going to be a change in the bowling. We're not going to see a third over here for Fanyan Mughal. And this one's gone up in the air, and the bowling change immediately produces a wicket. So that's a bit of a masterstroke from the captain. He's just placed this one up to the fielder at mid-wicket. Goes back of a length. It's just popped up in the air. He was a bit of a nothing shot, you could say, and it's a well-taken catch. So Malta, they get a richly deserved wicket. They've been very accurate to start off these first few overs. And so Romania A, who sort of stuttered and stumbled out of the gates, have lost their first one. And they are 24 for 1 just after 4 overs. So good start here for the tourists Malta. They're looking very good to start off in these first 4 overs. Of course, they got to the ground nice and early as a team. Of course, they were doing a lot of warm-ups, a lot of throwdowns, did a lot of sprints as well, which was very encouraging to see. So maybe, you know, one thing to watch out might be how they run between the wickets. Are they just going to be that extra bit quicker? three batsmen at the crease is, of course, the wicketkeeper, Shahriar Sohail. Sohail, of course, has been involved in 10 T10 matches this year. He's averaging just under 19 over those matches. This one, once again, another chance through that region. I don't know, Malta going to consider maybe adding a second slip or and putting some extra pressure. So they're producing those edges, the bowlers. This one just goes past the keeper. Maybe just move that slip fielder a little closer to the wicket keeper and add a second slip. Are they potentially going to contemplate that? The Maltese. This one just goes a bit too far down the leg side, and that one is called wide by the umpire. You have to say, Malta have done a pretty good job so far in terms of bowling very tight lines and lengths. And it's first wide so far this innings. Oh, this one's picked up really, really well by the batsman. Went too far down the leg side, and he's managed to club this one away just behind square leg. And it's about time Romania A really looked to take advantage of this power play and try to put some pressure back on Malta. It's been all Malta so far. This one, it's a very smart batting. He just picks out the gap. And one thing I do like, though, is that, well, as soon as I was about to say that, he's made a change in the field again, so he's moved the fielder who was originally a deep backward square a lot finer. He's now more of an orthodox deep fine leg, and you know this has been a feature of Malta's captaining so far. This one's played down the ground, and it's really, really well struck. That's going to be a 4. So this is just a little bit of pressure that Romania A needed to apply towards Malta. Very well picked up. And this is going to go down the ground for 4. And of course, so far, really, Jaswinder Singh's been about the only bowler who's even bowled any inaccurate deliveries and given them the opportunity to play a few strokes. Goes for the aggressive shot again. This is a bit of a dive by the fielder out at cover, but it's just going to be a single. So it's been a more productive over so far for Romania A, despite the fact that they lost the wicket. As we just take a look at the replay, wider delivery, played away. Oh, this one's a good bit of fielding by the fielder out of fine leg. If he leaves that alone, he probably gets a wide. But you've got to say, top work out there by Indica Pereira, who's the one standing at fine leg. Just picked this one up beautifully. Good dive to the left, looking really, really athletic. And you do have to say, though, of course, well, great to see you here, Wayne. It's lovely to have you tuning into this broadcast. And, of course, the Traveler pointing out that the ground and outfield looks really good. I have to say, this is an absolutely gorgeous place to play cricket. We're out in the rural part of Romania in Mare of Lăișei, just about 30 kilometers north of the city of Bucharest itself. Looks like Mohamed Ajmal will be inserted into the attack for Malta. And of course, he's going to have a deep mid wicket and a fielder out at third man. Slip still in place. This one just suffocating the batsman for room. And they'll get a single. They need to keep getting these singles. Romania A, they have had too many dot balls so far this power play. Just find a way to put some pressure back on Malta. And for the right-handed batsman, Sohail, they've opted to have a deep mid-wicket. And again, a fielder out at deep third man, so identical field for both these batsmen. Oh, that's a terrific ball. He smashes square him up there. This is a top stuff. That's the perfect line and length, really, for a right-hander. Look at that, just pitching around middle and off, and he's looking to draw that edge. And in the end, I think Sohail has just done quite well to withdraw his bat. A little bit fuller, draws the edge, but once again, an edge manages to fly in between the slip fielder and the wicketkeeper. So this is the third edge these Maltese bowlers have managed to draw, but they've not quite managed to receive the reward so far for some of this bowling. Just the one wicket. And yeah, that was always going to be a tough chance. It's just in that horrible spot right between the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder. Probably a bit low as well. Nonetheless, this is very impressive by Malta to start off. Goes his touch too full, and it's over pitched, and it's the first big six we're going to see as this one goes all the way. Really well struck there by Raj Shekhar, who's looked the most convincing of all the Maltese batsmen. You can't really bowl at that length right in the slot. That's the pressure Romania A need to apply back on Malta. This one going just to the left of the scorer's tent. Really, really good shot. And looks to play a more square-batted stroke, but he's played this one straight to the fielder at mid-on. This is a well-taken catch by Jaswinder Singh, who's been all over the action so far today. Got a wicket. This time he takes the catch as well. As we can see, maybe not the right shot choice, and he's just placed that one up there, and that's a wicket to just to respond to that big six. So good stuff here by Malta. They've managed to get the danger man out, Raj Shekhar, who's looked really, really good so far. For Romania A, important wicket, and that's the way you respond to a six as a bowler. Just change the pace a little bit there, and he manages to bamboozle the batsman. As of course we take a look at today's schedule. Of course, this is just the first of the 3 T20Is we're going to be bringing you today. Right after this, we've got an inter-Romanian matchup as some local hostilities will be renewed when Romania take on Romania A, and then of course we round off with a very, very nice game between Malta and Romania. Of course, we'll have almost 11 hours of cricket for you here today on the European Cricket Network. So stay tuned, because a lot of cricketing action coming up over the day. Just taking leg stump guard here on Atunga. Of course, Koshal Ranatunga, he hasn't played much T20 international cricket so far this year, but he has been involved in 7 T10 matches. He's averaging 21.5 across those games. In comes Ajmal. And that's a well blocked out. That's right where you want to be bowling to a new batsman. Don't want to give him a freebie to start off. As you can see, just pitching around leg stump. As of course the power play comes to an end. And you have to say, Malta just edging it so far. They've been the slightly better team, as Romania A going along at just about 7 1/3 over these first 6 overs. And of course, now that at the end of the power play, that means fielding restrictions have been lifted. So Malta are allowed to have 5 fielders outside the ring. And we can immediately see they've spread their field out mostly to protect against a lot straighter hits. I think the bowler who's coming in, he's going to have to bowl a quite full length. They've got a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep point. It's Bikram Aurora coming into bowl, of course. Left arm spinner. I think he's gonna be looking to go around the wicket, create that angle. Nice full delivery, right on the money to start off. And of course, as we approach these middle overs in T20 matches, I mean, spinners, they just become more and more important. You really need them just to look to control this crucial phase of the match. Just make sure that Romania A don't manage to get away and that they're sort of stuck in the mud and struggling to get that run rate up. This time he just goes a bit too short. Does manage to get away with it, the spinner. That's only going to be a single. Played away nicely towards third man, but that's just a dot ball. And that's a much better length there. That's really where he needs to be bowling as a slow bowler. Once again, looks to make room, and he just manages to play that straight to the fielder, a deep backward point. And this is a nice tight bowling. I mean, really, other than that second ball, you have to say he's been on the mark. And you can just see a sense that a big shot is coming. I mean, that's just a message going around in the field, and that's where opportunities are created. Looks to dab that one away, and again, it's a dot ball. These dot balls continue to climb up. I mean, if you calculate that dot ball percentage for Romania A in these early stages, will be extremely high. This fielder at third man has been very busy, and of course, you gotta say the captain has, of course, placed him perfectly as well. Everything going straight to him. Time just plays that one towards long on. That's just going to be a single. Didn't quite manage to middle that. And you can just see him rehearsing that stroke. Just comes off the fielder's hand and is deflected towards long on. That's, of course, the end of the over. As Romania A are 46 for 2 at the 7 over mark. Of course, a new bowler introduced into the attack. It's a Priyan Pushparajan, bowler there's been much anticipation for on the European Cricket Network. As of course you see the batsman just taking leg stump guard. As we just take a look at this field here, got a long off. Fielder out at deep cover, deep mid wicket. A cow corner, and also a long on. This one struck up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity, or is it going to clear the boundary rope? It clears the boundary rope, and that's the second big six of this innings. One this time, Push Parajan just trying to pitch it a lot fuller. Bowls are way too full, and this one's picked up extremely well by Raj Shekhar, who clubs it down the ground for six. Goes for a more unorthodox shot. But it's not only beating the batsman, it's also beating the keeper, and that's a good fielding effort out in the deep, but it's going to be leg byes and go for four. This time, again, goes a bit too wide. He's got to pitch it just outside the off stump, doesn't he? That's really your right line and length for an off spinner. It's got to be on a good length, just outside the off stump. Look to go through the gate. Looks to come down the wicket. He's picked this one up really well, but he's managed to pick out the fielder who's made a bit of a mess of that one, and he's put down a catch. That's the thing. One thing you have to be a bit critical of Malta. They've put down a few opportunities early. Romania A, they've been living rather dangerously. We've seen a few squirm past the keeper and the slip fielder early, but this one was going out to the fielder at cow corner, and there was a very good catching opportunity. That's just been placed missed. As we can see, that's the right line and length. He's finally managed to just nail it. And he goes down the ground here. And it'll go out to the fielder at long on. So that's a single to end the over. Romania A are 61 for 2 at the end of 8. This time he goes a bit too full. That's going to stray way over the fielder's head. That's a rather poor full toss there by Aurora, who had a really, really good first over. He went for just 3 runs, bowled extremely tightly. That's the first mistake he's really made today, and it's a huge mistake. It's also going to be a free hit. As the umpire signals that one for a 6, there wasn't much the fielder could do about it because there were shouts of catch it, and he's saying, well, look, I need to be about double the height of Curtly Ambrose to even have a chance to get at this one. And is the free hit going to be punished? It doesn't look like it will be, as this one's gone out in the deep. And it's just a single. It was actually a well-taken catch by the fielder out in the deep, but of course, since it is a free hit, the batsman can't be out. Really well judged, and it's a bit ironic, really, for Malta that one of the catches they have managed to take is on a free hit, of course. We've seen them just have a few issues early, taking a few catches. We saw an opportunity put down at a deep win mid-wicket from the other end, and then we also saw a few opportunities go past the slip fielder, past the wicket keeper, as we see the umpires just having a conversation. That a projected score climbing up for Romania A. You have to say they've done so well. And of course, looks like the umpires have changed their decision and given this a 6. So I wonder if the fielder has just stepped on the boundary rope when he took that catch. Is there any chance we can take another look at this one? Goes out in the deep, and let's watch this one closely. Doesn't seem to be the case, but it's a 6 nonetheless. And just a short delay over here. Of course, this Maltese cricket side, they've had a little bit of a rough record in the last 4 series they've been involved in. Of course, they played in the Valletta Cup, which was live here on the European Cricket Network last month. They had 2 wins and 2 losses in that series at home, and then had a similar result in the Medina Cup, 2 wins and 2 losses there as well. And then, of course, they took part in a Tri-Nation T20I series before that, winning just 1 of their 6 games. And during the sub-regional qualifiers for Group C for the ICC T20 World Cup, Malta had 1 win and 2 losses, although they did pick up a really, really good win against Gibraltar, winning by 7 wickets with 21 balls to spare in that 5th place playoff match. And of course, seems like the umpire's conversation has come to an end, and we finally have a chance to resume this cricketing action. This one's just played away towards that vacant boundary. You can't really be bowling with that line and length with extra cover inside the ring. That's going to be easy pickings, as that one is signaled a 4. Just took a bounce before the boundary rope. So they're getting that acceleration now, Romania A. You have to say, since that power play, they've looked really, really good. Largely led by Anand Rajshekhar, who's been the pick of the batsman so far for them. He moves on to 38 of his 23. And it looks like Malta just looking to make some fielding adjustments. They've actually just moved that fielder who was at cover a little bit straighter. But no one out in the deep on that cover boundary. He's got to bowl a little straighter and maybe pull his length back a bit too. And it goes up in an appeal, and the umpires raise the finger. This is a big moment, a good comeback here by Aurora. As you can see, Rajshekhar just going to have a word with Ranatunga. There's a quick swap of the bat, so Ranatunga, he didn't manage to hit that one boundary, but other than that, didn't look particularly comfortable. This one looks like he was going on to hit the leg stump as the umpire raises his finger just was looking to thwack it towards the leg side where there was a bit more protection. As a Romania A lose their 3rd wicket. As of course we take a look at the fantasy dashboard, a lot of really good players over there, but I think Bikram Aurora, very important player for Malta. You'll probably want to have him in your lineup. And then of course the skipper Zishan Khan, he's been in red hot form as of late, making 339 runs in his last 10 T20Is. And Jawinder Singh, he's just been all over the action early for Malta, taking a catch, getting a wicket. And of course, keep in mind, there's just 53 days to go to the biggest festival in European cricket, the ECC, the European Cricket Championships, which are the European Championships of our beloved game of cricket. There's, of course, a new batsman coming up to the crease. Raj Shekhar, the settled batsman. This is a C. Fernando. Chamalaka Fernando. He's had 4 T20 innings so far this year, and he's had a very healthy average of just under 30. And I think this is where these two will be looking to really settle in and try to build a partnership that can maybe last 5 or 6 overs and then give Romania A chance to accelerate. In the latter stage of the innings, he pretty comfortably gets off the mark. That's a nice looking shot as the over comes to an end, and Romania A 75 for 3 at the end of 9.
Go, bowlers ready. Right hand out. You go to square, he go to Pehli ball, wicket boy. Your wicket now, buddy. Come on.
Oh, that's a terrific catch. How has he managed to take that one? And when we saw that ball right at the start, we just wondered if that one was just going to go away for 4. It was down the leg side, not the best delivery. But the batsman's managed to pick out the fielder. And just for a second, he would have thought he'd managed to clear him. But this is really, really well taken. Good catch out in the deep as Fernando's stay is going to be a very short one. He has to depart on the second ball. So he played a pretty nice looking shot on that first ball. And well, Fernando, who's been averaging just under 30 in T10 cricket this calendar year, doesn't manage to really get that one right. This time he picks out the fielder. So they managed to go bang, bang here. Romania A, beg your pardon, Malta, they managed to pick up a couple of wickets in 3 balls. This one, again, we take another look at it. The off spinner, he's just probably strayed a bit too far down the leg side, and instead it goes straight to the fielder. So a good start to the over from Malta. They really need to get that wicket after Romania A had a couple of really good overs in which they managed to squeeze in over there. Last couple of overs going for 29 runs, which was just the acceleration Romania A needed after having a slightly slow power play. Dylan Fernando now, just having taken his guard, he's just getting a bit of chalk out and marking his guard out right now. And if you're Rod Shaker, you might be getting a little bit uneasy. He's been at the other end. He's seen so many of his partners get dismissed, and he's hoping Dylan can manage to hang around with him here, of course. It's been fairly even, Stevens, you have to say, so far, but I think that extra wicket now that Malta managed to get just puts them back in the driver's seat after those 2 expensive overs they gave up right before this one. So they've managed to claw their way right back into this match. This is a really, really favorable matchup for Malta. They had got that right arm off spinner going up against the left-hander. And good field placement as well, of course. A third man inside the ring, and we've seen Romania A look to dab a few in that region. And looks like what Malta are doing now is they're placing a second fielder behind square on the offside. So 2 fielders inside the ring at third man. 1 fielder extremely fine, but not fine enough for that one. As this is going to be a bit of a chase, and the ball's going to win this chase. So he gets a 4 here. Very nice dab, just touching this one away. As we take a look at this, manages to beat the keeper. The skipper right before this ball was expecting sort of a late cut towards third man. This one is just takes a bit of the edge of the bat. He probably has hit it a lot finer than he intended. And again, we see a bit of tinkering with the field. So now they're going a bit more aggressive here, Malta. They've put in a slip fielder, but probably a bit wider than the typical slip you'd have to spin bowler. And this time it goes right over the slip fielder's head. So a cat and mouse going on here between Malta and Romania A. They're making a few adjustments, but so far he's had the answer to every question, hasn't he, Dylan Fernando? This one's a much better looking shot than the previous one. Just looks to dart that in with a little bit more pace. Didn't turn as much, but he was very patient there, Fernando, and hits it right over the fielder at slip. But this time they're actually going to stick to their tactic, Malta. I think one thing that Zishan has done, it's been a staple of his captaincy early, is just the fact that he's tinkering with the field every single delivery. And the over comes to an end. So a couple of 4s in that over, despite the wicket. So Dylan Fernando getting off to a nice start. And these two, again, as we say, as we come to the halfway stage of the innings, they'll be looking to try to put together and build a good partnership. Just hasn't had enough partners to bat with him so far, Raj Shekra. It's been a rather miserly score so far, 8-7, 1-4. I mean, again, looks a bit more like a phone number than a cricket scorecard. This one just played back to the bowler. Of course, we are at 10.1 overs. Apologies for the graphics not getting updated. Samuel Stanislaus coming in to bowl the 11th over. Of course, he's played his cricket for the Edix Knights and Maturdai domestically. And once again, they look to target that region out of third man, Romania A. Very respectable bowling figure so far this calendar year for Stanislaus. And he looks to heave this one towards the leg side, and he's completely missed it there, Rod Shaker. I think he'd be better served just looking to open up the offside. There's no protection out in the deep on the offside. Of course, the fielders outside the ring are currently at long off, long on, cow corner, and then the deep square leg. And once again, he's been beaten there, Rod Shaker. This one just sailing over his stumps. I wonder how close that one was. Wouldn't have been that far, and I think Fernando is just going to have a word with him and say, look, just stick to what you've been doing quite well. Rod Shaker has played some very good-looking orthodox cricketing strokes over these first 26 deliveries. And this time, it's the first mistake Stanislaus has made. Strays a bit too wide on that delivery. And we can just see right now, Fernando, he's very aggressively rehearsing how he would have played that stroke if it was he was on strike there. This time he goes slightly too full. He might have overpitched it a bit, but it's only a single. Goes out to the fielder at deep backward square. So very tight over so far for Stanislaus. Just a couple runs of these first 4 deliveries as we, of course, cross the halfway stage of the innings. So it's the off spinner coming in here to the left-hander, and well, usually this is a matchup that favors the bowling team, but Fernando did manage to negotiate the off-spinner really well in that previous over. Did extremely well against Pushparajan. He's getting a leg stump guard right now. Of course, Samuel Stanislaus has bowled 13.2 overs so far this calendar year in T10 cricket, which is, of course, the bulk of the cricket he's played on the European Cricket Network. Gave up just 156 runs, but he also managed to get 6 wickets, which is, I think, really what this Maltese side will be looking to exploit. I mean, that's about a wicket every second over, so he does pick up a couple of wickets in this spell. I think that would really serve Malta quite well. I mean, this run rate isn't too overly concerning for Romania A. It's more the fact that they've managed to lose 4 wickets, and you just wonder how much depth this Romania A side has. This is oh, it's a bit of misfielding there. You would have expected there just to be 1 on, maybe 2 for the arm, but it's managed to go underneath the fielder. And you have to say that Malta's ground fielding has been fairly impressive these first 11 overs, but this one just going underneath the fielder. He's not managed to get down on time, and he's going to be disappointed with himself. And that's a boundary to end the over, one that Stanislaus really didn't deserve. He bowled quite well that over, and in the end it goes for 6, which is still a good over, but could have been even better, as Romania A are 89 for 4 at the end of 11. And they're just looking to get their fielding setting absolutely right here, Malta. So the bowler actually, Aurora actually requested having a gully, but I think he's been given a rather wide gully fielder. Looks more really like a third man to me, but as you can see, a couple of fielders behind point on the offside inside the ring. The fielders out in the deeper, of course, as we mentioned earlier. Oh, and this is a full toss. It's not the best delivery. It's gone straight to the fielder, and it's been taken. And we have a look at the square leg umpire. He thinks that's a legal delivery, so it's a very, very well taken catch. It's a rankful toss, an extremely poor delivery, but he does come down the wicket, and well, you're just never going to get the benefit of the doubt as the batsman there. And this one time goes straight out to the fielder, long on, really well taken catch. And Aurora will consider himself a very lucky man. That's the end of Rod Shaker's innings. He looked really good to start off, but these last 5 or 6 balls, he's just looked a bit uncomfortable at the crease. And Rod Shaker, he's having another look at the square leg umpire, just wondering if he's changed his mind while he was walking to the dugout. But look, you've got to accept the umpire's decision, and I completely agree with him there. That's a really good thing. It'd be good to have a look at it side on again, just to see if Ron Shaker does have a case. This is a much better delivery by Aurora, and it's going to be a single. Of course, it was the rank full toss that got him that wicket, and Warsi comes out and gets off the mark with a single. So Fernando now, of course, he's faced 7 deliveries. He's going to be the more settled batsman, and there's going to be more pressure on him to look to lead Romania A, who's run rate going at just under 8, something that they would have accepted at this stage. But again, they've lost half their side. And that is going to be a huge concern for Romania A. They've just kept taking wickets at regular intervals, Malta. So just turning back into Fernando, and you just wonder, though, is that run rate going to dip now? I mean, you assume Romania A, they're probably going to take a lot less risks as this innings progresses. Now, if we take another look at this, yeah, that one is really nicely played away. And this time he looks to play that. He's looking for the wide there, but I think he's being a bit too optimistic there. That certainly didn't look anything like a wide to me. Another terrific ball by Aurora. He's been right on the money. Ironically, the only bad ball he's bowled so far this over was the one that got him the wicket, but Malta's just ability to constantly break partnerships is what has them in a fairly healthy position right now. So just 1 ball left in the over and a chance to finish strong. And another good, terrific ball. So good stuff here by Aurora. His first couple of overs might have been a little expensive, but this third over has been a terrific one. His figures 2 for 18 in the 3 overs he's bowled, and Romania A are 91 for 5 at the end of 12. And of course, a lot of pressure now on Warsi and Fernando just to try to hang in there for at least another 5 or 6 overs. Look to go at about a run rate potentially of 8 to 9 as well. Give Romania A an opportunity to explode in those last 2 or 3 overs. But it's not going to be easy against the Maltese side, who are very experienced in international T20 cricket. This is the 15th series Malta has been involved in on the international T20 level. Of course, it started all the way back in 2019 for them when they toured Spain along with Estonia. And of course, most recently we saw them in Valletta when they hosted the Cup. This one's just played out towards the fielder at cover. And sharp throw there to the wicketkeeper. And I think this is just what you want to see as a captain. You want to see good habits instilled in the field, just putting pressure on the batsmen, make them second guess everything, and good hard throws like that just helps instill a terrific mentality. Oh, and that one is a really, really well taken catch. How has he managed to pluck that one? He's advanced forward Fernando. He was the settled batsman. This time he goes a bit wider, fleshy outside edge, and a really good one-handed catch there by Mohammad Ajmal. Outstanding work. And they just keep breaking partnerships here, Malta. Romania A just can't quite manage to get anything going early. Whenever it looks like someone is gonna get away from Malta, they manage to get his wicket. So no big scores so far for Romania A. Just 3 batsmen have managed to crack into those double digits, and Fernando was one of those players. and he's been dismissed as well. So Malta now in an absolutely ideal situation where they've got two new batsmen out in the middle. Just keep getting these wickets at regular interval, don't they, the Maltese? This one's just played away towards the leg side. And it's going to be a single. Of course, Rajitha Shan, the new batsman, he's, again, not a particularly experienced player coming down the order. As we, of course, take a look at the way he managed to get off the marker. Bowler probably just straying a bit too far down the leg side. He's managed to pick that one up there well, Hashan, and plays that one away for a single. Of course, his highest score is 39 in his career, so one thing about Hashan is he's a player who, when he needs to hit, can hit, of course. He's had strike rates of up to 205 in a few of his innings. He's usually come in situations lower down the order where he's only got to face about 5 to 10 balls and he can tee off. So this is a new situation for Hashan, and I think one thing about the formation of new teams like Romania A is it just gives a lot of players the opportunity to play in different roles, improve as players, and of course, the most important aspect of this series is just getting some good development for a lot of these players, allowing them to play in roles that they're not typically accustomed to. This one goes out for cover for just a single. Of course, one of the things we talked about at about the 6 or 7 over mark when we saw the Maltese introduce some spinners into the attack is how are they going to be able to control things in the middle with this plethora of spinners? And you have to say, this spin attack has just allowed them to really not only clamp down on the scoring, but also pick up wickets at regular intervals. And what I really like about them is the fact that they've looked to control the score through a ruthless aggression, which is just picking up wickets, as Romania A are 94 for 6 at the end of 13 overs, and it's certainly an unlucky 13 right now if you're Romania A. Malta on top so far. And of course, the captain, he's Zishan Ali. He's used 6 different bowlers. He's been more than happy to really play around with his attack, give everyone an opportunity. And so far, his team has certainly rewarded him for that, as we're going to see Aurora come back to bowl his 4th and final over. His 3rd over was certainly the pick of the bunch. He bowled very tight lines and lengths and managed to get that all-important wicket of Anand Rajshekhara. This one's a slightly lowish full toss, and it's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder out at deep extra cover. It's a slight juggle, but he does manage to get it in the end. And they'll get some runs here at Romania A. And they've got to say, this is some good fielding as well as good running as well. They've managed to do a fairly decent job here. Looks to make some room and just cut it away. And fielder on the deep, he's been a very busy fielder. That's Varun Prashat from Malta. One thing I do have to say about Malta is you really like the chat around the field. They've been very active, encouraging one another, good communication. I think the attitude of this team has been really, really impressive. I think I like the fact that they came into the ground here today very early in the morning, did a lot of warm-ups. Of course, they've got a long day. They'll be playing in the last match of the day. This one's a bit of a leading edge. And it just popped up for the fielder to cover, and there was a catching opportunity, but it's dropped just short of him. Of course, chance to say hello to a lot of our friends over in the chat. Great to see you here, Dave. Yep, it's me. It's Nishay Putt. I'm in the commentary box, and we'll be alongside you throughout this weekend. Good to see you here as well. Kroom 1111, and also Tim. It is interesting, though, that Aurora is opting to go around the wicket to the left-hander as well. I mean, usually you see left-armers go over the wicket to other left-armers, and this one's actually been middled. Probably one of the few balls that's actually been middled these last couple of overs. And they've just done a really, really good job here. The Maltese, I mean, boundaries have really dried up for Romania. It's just been tight bowling over after over, going for 6 or under. Makes some room, plays this one away towards cover, and once again, just a single. Just to emphasize how good their bowling has been. They've given up just 20 runs in the 4 overs preceding this one. This over so far, going for just 4 as well. 1 ball to go. This one slightly down the leg side, plays it off the pads, and that's going to be a single. So Romania A, 101 for 6 at the end of 14, and gotta say, they've just been stuttering along a little bit since losing Raj Shaker. Of course, that was an enormous wicket in the context of this match. Really swung things in favor of Malta. Gotta say, Romania A, just after that power play, they had a couple of big overs, and you felt like they had a chance to go on and potentially post a big total. But since then, the Maltese, they've just come roaring right back into this game, and they're well on top right now. Of course, we do know that Hassan is a player who is capable of playing the big shots. Of course, we highlighted some of the big innings he's played in T10 cricket, where he's managed to go at strike rates of above 200. But I think he recognizes, as does Warsi, that it's not a case of them just having to play a little 5 or 10 ball cameo. Both of them need to be out there for at least 15 or 20 balls, as that's another misfield. That's the 3rd instance we've seen so far from Malta, where they've just let one slip underneath them. I think that's something which Zishan Ali will want his side to correct before their next match against Romania, which is right at the end of this day. Not that easy to get down, of course. That ball was hit quite hard, but you'll still be a little bit disappointed. But one thing I do like about Malta is their attitude. I mean, anytime someone's made an error in the field, they've all been quick to G the lad up, to cheer him on, say, don't worry about it, forget about it, we're doing well. You put in the good effort, that's what matters the most. This one is just going to be a single. Of course, that boundary was the first boundary that a Romania A have had for 3 overs. It just highlights how good Malta have been, that the first boundary in 3 overs is courtesy of a misfield. This one just floated up, and it does manage to beat the fielder at 3rd man, and with 1 come 2, so a couple of boundaries, and this is just what Romania A need. Just make sure these multi-spinners don't just settle in. Floats that one up. I think he bowled it just a bit too slow, and I think it was well read by the batsman. He plays it away just behind square for a boundary. Stanislaus, who bowled so tightly in his first couple of overs, has managed to go for a few runs in this 3rd over. Oh, this one's popped up in the air, and the wicketkeeper really just lost it in the sun. He hasn't even made an effort, although I'm not sure he would have managed to get to it even if he had picked it up early. That one was just the top edge, went up in the air, and I think, you know, as good as Malta have been, they still need to remain on their toes. I mean, we do know how limited overs cricket works. I mean, the momentum in matches can swing in just a matter of a few balls. This one is just played away towards long on for single. Of course, Ivor Hammond just pointing out some of the issues. Of course, we do apologize if that is the case, and you are experiencing some of these technical difficulties. You can just see it there, a little bit of an edge that goes away. It's a bit of foot fielding by Indica Pereira. He's been very active in the field. As 5 overs to go here for Romania. They are 113 for 6. You have to say a very decent first showing here for Romania A. Of course, team who are making their tournament debut. They might have lost some wickets along the way, but I think this experience will be very valuable for them. Of course, this is just the first of 2 matches they'll be playing today. They'll be right back here in a bit of a local rivalry where they'll be playing the Romanian national team in a few hours' time. Of course, Dave just asking about the origins of my accent. Well, Dave, I was actually raised in Cyprus. It's just the fact that I went to an international school that is the reason why I sound the way I do. Of course, I had the great pleasure of commentating the ECS in Cyprus alongside Rico back over Easter. And as we're going to see Ujmal come in to bowl his 3rd over. Nothing now as we're going to see those quicks renewed back into the attack. A little bit of width there as Warsi is looking to slash that one behind point. So, of course, for the quicker bowler, there's now some protection out on the boundary. There's a deep 3rd man. And Ujmal's just asked the fielder at point to move a little finer. And he's also asked the fielder at cover to go a bit more square too. Top bowling here by Ujmal. I think he's just got the length right there, and Varsi just prodding at some of these right now. He's got to just look to throw the kitchen sink at it, look to attack it hard. If he can even get an edge on something like that, there's a good chance it could fly away to the boundary rope. And once again, Malta just changing their field every single ball. They've moved a player from the leg side out towards a very wide gully position. So this time he actually managed the middle one. It goes away for just a single. So good start to Ujmal's over. Just 1 run off these first 3 deliveries. Of course, Romania A were at the 83 run mark at 10 overs, and since then they've only managed to get 31 runs, and it's a real testament to the fact that Malta have just kept chipping away, kept plugging away, getting wickets, bowling tight lines and lengths. You know, as we said earlier, I mean, this is a very experienced team. They've played 15 series over their international T20 cricketing career, which is very, very good for any European side, as this one goes straight to Zishan Khan. The captain will be mighty pleased with his side. Of course, really looking forward to seeing Zishan Khan later with the bat in hand. As we mentioned, 226 runs in his last 10 T20I innings. Ooh, just manages to get one back and choke the batsman for space. He might just have hit him just underneath the torso as it got him around the belly. Ooh, it has. That'll be a bit painful. Might have a bruise there when he wakes up tomorrow morning. I think the pressure really here is on Hashan. I mean, he's a player who has played some cameos in his cricketing career, and I think he's going to be the one who's going to need to explode in this final stage of the innings. Just take some pace off that one. It's a smart bowling by Ujmal. He's kept varying his pace and made it difficult for the batsman. This one is just a single. Another very, very tight over. Just 2 runs off it, as the 16th goes for just 2 runs. Of course, we take a look at the scorecard there. Raj Shekhar, the only one who really got going for Romania A, making 35 runs. We saw Dylan Fernando play a couple of nice strokes, but then he was dismissed by Samuel Stanislavs. Right now, we've got Warsi out there in the middle alongside Rajith Hassan. course, the captain, he's used a plethora of bowlers. He has used 6 different bowlers, so he's got a lot of different players he could potentially turn to. Fayan Mughal, of course, he looked so impressive, and he was incredibly unlucky to not get a wicket. Gave up just 8 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Then, of course, he's got Jaswinder Singh. Singh was rather expensive, went for 22 runs, but he did get a wicket, and boy, he was so active in the field as well. He's a real firecracker, very energetic player, and someone who's hard to miss when he's on the field. And I think the captain's going back to Mughal here. So bringing his strike bowler on, he saved him for the end, and I think this is a good situation for Mughal to be in. Batsmen are going to be looking to attack. He's a very accurate bowler, and it's going to be tough to get him away as this one just takes an inside edge, and it's gone straight to the fielder at fine leg. This is really, I think your left arm quick bowlers are extremely handy when they go up against right-handers. Interestingly though, he does choose to go around the wicket. We saw him get plenty of joy early in the innings bowling left arm over to right-handed batsmen. You can see he was just cramping them for room, bowling so straight. You didn't know whether one was just going to move away from you and catch your outside edge, or if it was just going to seam a bit in there and potentially get you out LBW or bowled. This one's just played away. Is this going to go away for a boundary? It's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder, but the ball will win this chase, as it's 4 runs and 4 desperately needed runs. Hassan just made some room and looked to hit that one over towards extra cover. Really well played there by Rajit Hassan. About 21 balls to go. This is a very important phase for Romania A, a chance to finish strong, and it's a terrific bit of fielding here by Jaswinder Singh. Managed to get down really well. You just take a look at this. Played incredibly well, and that's a top fielding effort. Goes for that big heave. Gets a little bit of an inside edge. This is going to trickle towards fine leg. And Mughal, he's bowled very tight. Looked to slip a Yorker in there, and just going to be the 1 run. So 1 ball to go in this over. Pretty decent one for Mughal, despite the boundary. And there's shouts of catch it. It's going to take 1 bounce. And oh, this could be a mix-up. There could be a chance for a run out here, and there could even be overthrows, so some bonus runs here for Romania A, and that was an absolute calamity for Malta. Really, really casual stuff. I have to say, that was very disappointing. The fielder out in the deep was almost on his haunches, was just gave an underarm throw, expecting that Romania A were just not going to run. And then Romania A noticed the underarm throw. They sensed the opportunity. And then the fielder at mid-off goes for the throw. Nobody was backing up, and that's gone away for 4 extra runs. So a very, very disappointing end to Mughal's over, who was otherwise doing a pretty good job. And again, these are the kind of bad habits you don't want to seep into your side. I mean, really, the fielder out at a deep backward point. We can't quite see his jersey number from there, so luckily for him, I won't be highlighting his name. He's gonna have to do a better job than that. You can't be giving underarm throws at this level. It's got to be on the money, right at the stumps, and of course, full credit to both the players out in the middle for Romania A for sensing that, going for the 2nd run, and then also getting the extra runs because of the overthrows. That'll certainly help Rashid Hassan's strike rate, of course. He moves on to 26 of 16 as Warsi, who's not quite been able to get away himself. He's not quite only hit the 1 boundary, and that was a rather fortuitous boundary. He's going to look to try to get in on the action himself and try to hit a few big ones, of course. 18 balls to go. This is a very important phase here, of course. You can see that projected score right now. If they can go at about 12 here, Romania A, they'll end up at just under 170, and I think that's what they're going to be eyeing. And I think for their first match of the tournament, if they can end up with a score of just under 170, they'll be mildly pleased, of course. Just a brief pause in the game. As, of course, well, it is worth pointing out that, of course, we are in Ilfov County, not the city of Bucharest itself. This is a very interesting part of the world. It's a very strategic reason for business and real estate development in Romania. And just driving up here, you could see a lot of agricultural land, a lot of farmers. This is a very, very important region for Romania. And there's some beautiful natural attractions here as well. The Snagov Lake. Got a gorgeous monastery on the island as well, right in the middle of Snagov Lake. And of course, legend has it that Vlad the Impaler is buried there. Very important figure in Romanian history, and someone who a lot of history buffs will know plenty about. And now they're just, looks like we're ready to resume action. Of course, Malta just looking to get their field absolutely right. The captains just moved from mid-wicket towards cover. Goes for the big shot. Oh, don't worry about field placement there. That one's been absolutely clubbed. It's going to go all the way. And we were talking about whether Varsy was going to look to join in on the action. And, well, he's finally managed to middle one. And that one is a sweet connection. Don't worry about that. There's no field setting for that kind of shot. And this is, again, this is how the momentum swings in T20 games. Of course, we just saw Malta on top throughout those middle over phases, but now Varsy and Hassan, they're managing to pull their side back into the game. And of course, we were talking earlier about how a few balls can really change the momentum in T20 matches. And, well, we saw some very ordinary throwing by Malta earlier, and is that just going to deflate their side and potentially just allow a little bit of indiscipline to sneak in? As, of course, a good comeback there by Ajmal. Now, I'm just going to have a word with each other. The two batsmen, of course, that projected score currently at 154, but as we said, it's really that 165 to 170 that Romania A will be eyeing. Oh, that's a good length. Nice hard length, but the wicketkeeper's been bamboozled by that one as well. Doesn't quite manage to class that one. John Grima. Goes a little bit shorter. And again, it's just these little things, these little runs you leak here and there that can cause your morale to just slightly deflate as a side. And it's often the sign that momentum just might be swinging a little bit. Once again, they're just trying to get their fielding absolutely precise here. Malta, they've fielder at long off, deep cover, plenty of protection on the leg side. That's a top ball there. This ball's a Yorker right at the batsman's feet. So since that six, you have to say Ajmal's been on the money with his bowling. He's got his lengths absolutely spot on. Batsman just making some room to maybe look to hit it towards the offside, where of course there is a gap between fielder at deep cover and long off, but he's done an outstanding job to just follow him there, Ajmal, and make sure it's only a single. And this one played away to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just a single. And you can just see he's a little bit frustrated there, Hassan. It probably came more off the inside edge of his bat rather than the middle. Last ball to go in this over. How's it going to finish? This one's really been just one of those overs where I think the outcome of this last ball is going to deliver, whether it's a good one or a bad one. And it's a dot ball to end, so I think Malta have just managed to win that specific over. It started off rather poorly for them with that big six, but then you've got to give a lot of credit to Mohamed Ajmal, he's come back extremely strong since that, and that's exactly what you want to see from a bowler. So we're heading into the last 12 balls of the innings. Of course, we take a look at the bowling card right there. Mohamed Ajmal, pick of the bowlers, gave up just 22 runs of the 4 overs he bowled, and managed to get that big wicket as well. And Bikram Arora, extremely impressive as well. And, well, it's not going to be Mughal bowling this penultimate over. Well, of course, we often say here on the European Cricket Network, it all happens in the 9th when we cover T10 cricket, but in T20, it surely got to change, so it all happens in the 19th. Well, we're back just after a very temporary hiatus, as of course Romania A now at 146 here with 9 balls to go in the innings. This one just was squirmed away to the fielder at long off. Oh, this one's gonna be 4 wides. That's well, he's just, you can see what he's trying to do there. He's looking for that wide Yorker, but he's just got it completely wrong. And unfortunately, that can be a very risky delivery with no real protection either. Outside the ring, behind square. And once you get that wrong, it's always going to go 4 wides. I mean, one thing you have to credit Malta for is that they've managed to keep these extras quite low. But this is a terrific ball, a very good comeback after going for a few runs previously. 11 runs off the over so far from Priyan Pushparajan. Of course, Priyan is a really, really talented all-around player. As we just take a look at this delivery. This one's struck out in the deep, goes straight to the fielder at cover. They want a second run. Little bit of indecision here between the 2 batsmen, but the throw just went to the wrong end. And you can see slight miscommunication in the field. That really should have gone to the non-striker's end. And you have to say, if that was the case, batsman would have been in a lot of trouble this time. Just looking to open up the offside. Hits it straight to the fielder at deep cover. And you can see over here, miscommunication. Rajit, he really wants that second run, but just wasn't ready for it, was he, Warsi? But doesn't matter in the end, as they do get 2 runs, and it's a good productive over for Romania A. As Pushparajan going for a few runs that over. Of course, just pointing out, I mean, Pushparajan, he is a very good all-round cricketer, plays for the Royal Strikers in Malta, and in this year's ECS, he was the leading run getter, scoring 633 runs, but was also 5th in the wickets tally for the tournament. So might have gone for a few runs in this match and maybe hasn't quite been at his best, but I would back him to really come back strong, particularly in that third match. As of course we can just see right now, I think that's Rajiv Hassan, who's just getting stretched a little bit, probably has a few cramps. And you can just see he just goes down there, just needs to stretch those hamstrings. He's also getting a nice drink of water as well. As of course we're into this final over. And I'd expect Mughal to bowl this one. He's been right on the money, you've got to say. He's been really, really unlucky, in all honesty, to not have had any wickets. His third over did go for a few runs, went for 14, but other than that, I have to say his lines and lengths have been very impressive. And he's one of those players where I'd say that his stats really don't reflect how well he's bowled so far today. Six balls to go. Can they end in style? You've got to say Hassan and Warsi have led a terrific recovery for Romania A. That's a rank full toss. And it's going to take one bounce and go to the fielder at long on. We're just taking a look at the square leg umpire over here. And he indicates it was, well, he indicates that it was legal. So gets away with that one, Mughal. That was probably one of the poorest deliveries he's bowled in his quota so far today. Just the one run there. 5 balls to go, and now the once again the skipper. Just one thing I have to say though is slight indecision at times when deciding their field. They tell the fielder, you know, stay at mid wicket, then they change their mind and move him somewhere else. I think that's another thing they might want to work on in these coming matches. Take some pace off that one, Mughal, and this is going to be quite a chase for the fielder, but he's going to lose this chase as it goes away for 4. Very well struck there by Warsi, who of course was a bit slow to start off in his innings, made just 8 runs of his first 11 deliveries, but since then he's accelerated really well and he's now got about the same strike rate as Hassan. Goes for the slower ball, and it's just struck straight back to Mughal. You can see, yep, just tries to go for that dipping Yorker. Again, another terrific Yorker length delivery, and it's just gone past the keeper. There was half a chance there for sure, but I'd have to say John Grima behind the stumps has actually done pretty well just to get his gloves to that one. Yeah, that's a good athletic effort. It would have been some catch if he'd managed to take that one. Would have been one that'd be dominating the European cricket highlight reels. Two balls to go. Goes for this one, and he hasn't quite middled it, but it could just race away for 4. It's a chase between the ball and the fielder, and the ball wins this chase. It's another boundary. He's got a thickish outside edge that's managed to go right between the fielder that was inside the ring at third man and also the deep backward point. So slightly expensive over here for Mughal, and they're ending in style, Romania A. Of course, they were really struggling in that middle over period. They were 91 for 6 halfway through the 13th over, but since then, these two, Warsi and Hassan, have led a terrific recovery. Of course, we were just talking about how these two would make a comeback, try to get their team into a strong position. And in the end, Romania A, they end with a very respectable total. At one point, we were really wondering whether they would struggle to get to 140. But a strong finish, largely led by that incredible partnership right at the end by Warsi and Hassan. So a good showing between both sides. Very even and competitive first innings, and I'm really looking forward to the second one. But before that, we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course, we had Singh and Mughal who opened the bowling for Malta A. That was Anand Rajshekhar. He was looking very good early. Made 35 runs of the 28 deliveries he faced, hit 3 4s and 2 6s. And there were some nice shots he played off the pads. That was one of them. Jaswinder Singh, his second over, went for 10 runs. And Mughal, though, he was outstanding. As we said, he was very unlucky not to get a wicket. This one was rather fortuitous bounce for Samid Hassan. It looked like he was going to go straight to the fielder, but took just a little nasty off break off the surface. And of course, we saw a lot of edges early, just fly past the keeper and slip. And this time, Samid Hassan, he was on 13 of 14. He wanted to hit a big shot, and all he did was just pop one up for Samuel Stanislaus, who took that one really well. And this was a really well-struck shot here by Kaushal Ranatunga. And this was that huge phase in the match where the spinners came in, and this is really where Malta were dominating. That was, of course, the end of Shreyar Sohail. He popped one up there. That was well taken by Jaswinder Singh. And then we saw Fernando come in. Dylan Fernando, he hit some really nice shots, hit 3 boundaries to make 13 runs, but it'd be an unlucky 13 for him, as he would be dismissed by Samuel Stanislaus. Another well-taken catch by Muhammad Ajmal, and at that stage, you really felt like Malta were on top of this game. Romania A were 91 for 6, and of course, Warsi and Hashan went on. They made 32 and 37 respectively, and that huge partnership of 75 runs could be the difference between these two teams, as we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. Of course, Rajshekhar looked to give them a good start, made 35 runs, but unfortunately for him, no one really stuck around with him. Of course, Hassan, as we said, made just 13, Sohail 8, Ranatunga never really was able to get going. Chamalka Fernando hit a nice shot off his first ball to get off the mark, but was out the very next. And then, of course, the big story is Warsi and Hassan at the end with that 75-run partnership that puts Romania A at 166. Of course, we'll take a look at this Maltese bowling card as well. Of course, a pick of the bowler for them has to be Muhammad Ajmal, giving up just 22 runs of the 4 overs he bowled, and picked up a very crucial wicket as well in the middle. And then Samuel Stanislaus did incredibly well, as did Bikram Arora. You have to say Fanyan Mughal was rather unlucky. I don't think those bowling figures really reflect how good a job he did, as in the end, Romania A end up with 166. A strong showing, and of course, they'll be out very shortly for the second innings, where they'll defend a target of 167.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Bucharest. Of course, we are just 30 kilometers north of the beautiful capital city of Bucharest in Ilfov County. As, of course, you just get a beautiful drone shot of this gorgeous rural part of Romania. Of course, Romania A set a target of 167 for Malta, and Malta are now going to come out here to look to chase this down and pick up their first win of this Continental Cup. And I believe that's the skipper himself is going to be facing the first ball, Zishan Khan. And of course, we're all really eager to see him play. Of course, we've been talking plenty about how good his form in T20 cricket has been, making 339 runs in his last 10 innings. You have to go at just under 8.5 and over here, Malta, so it's certainly very doable, but this should be a very competitive second innings. I think 167 is just one of those scores where you feel both sides are in the game, and really looking forward to this. It's been a good first match to start off here. And of course, just the two fielders, of course, allowed outside the ring during the power play, which will last for 6 overs. And there'll be a fielder out at third man and fine leg. That's what Romania A have opted to go with. Of course, they're led by Aftap Kayani. We didn't see him out there with the bat in the first inning, so wouldn't be surprised to see him play a role with the ball in hand in this second one. First ball of the innings. That's a very wayward delivery to start off by Janitha Fernando. He's not hit the pitch either, so I think, well, the first thing he needs to do when he looks to bowl the first legal ball is actually hit the pitch. Just wonder, though, how much does an intimidation factor come into play here for the bowler when you're going up against such an accomplished cricketer like Zishan? Oh, he gets this one right on the money, so he just needed one ball to adjust his radar, but he's got it spot on right now. Great leg stump Yorker to start off, and that's a wake-up call. Good morning, Zishan. Take a look at this one. Look at how it just swings back in, of course. In-swinging Yorker. Just tell Fernando, he's one of those bowlers where if he can just nail that line and length, he's going to be so difficult to face. This one again, just down the leg side, so hit and miss to start off for Fernando. And of course, Fanyan Mughal is the other opening batsman, of course. Exceptionally talented cricketer, Fanyan Mughal. I mean, how many players around the world open the bowling for their team and then also open the batting? He certainly is part of a very exclusive club. We talked plenty about his bowling figures in the first innings, but as a batsman, obviously no slouch considering he's opening. This one, it's another wide, so 3 wides to start off. Of course, he's played in 24 matches in his T10 career so far this year, and he's averaged 32 across those T10 innings. He's played 15 T20 international games in his career as well, and his average, though, is just 15.5 in those games. But I think he'll very easily transfer his T10 skills into this match. And once again, he gets this one a lot better there, Fernando. He's just constantly aiming for that Yorker, and I would say just look to pull your length back a bit. Of course, it's early in the innings. You want to be looking to take wickets. I think Fernando's really got to be looking the ball at a good length. I think he's just naturally just shaping the ball back into these right-handers. I think he's got to be aiming for that off-stump line and then just get one to nip back in and get that LBW or bolt through the gate. Advances down the crease here. That is very smart by Zishan. He knows what Fernando is trying to do, so he comes forward, takes a few paces, Gets that to be a half volley and plays it beautifully down the ground. And that's the first boundary for Malta. Terrific way to start. And although we've seen some signs of brilliance from this young man, Fernando, I think he's just one of those bowlers who's going to get better with experience. And don't be surprised if on Sunday he looks a better bowler than what we've seen so far these balls. And this one's a full toss. He thinks he's got something on that one. Is that a run out? They go up here, Romania A, but the umpire is completely undeterred. And they're almost certain it's out Romania A, but you've got to credit the umpire there. He's just standing firm. And says that is not out, of course. That is umpire Matt French behind the stumps. He's just convinced he's managed to get a finger to that, but the umpire Matt French, of course, joined by Isafahan Duki at a square leg. It's completely unmoved, and Romania A, well, look, you've got to accept the umpire's decision here, I've got to say. There's let's take another look at that one, of course. Just a brief pause in the game here as, of course, we look to clear up a few happenings. Of course, LRS is not available throughout this series, so it is the on-field umpire's decision that is final. So no limited review system that you would typically see on the European Cricket Network. That won't happen this series, and still seem to just be having a word here. As of course, we just take another look at this one. Can't really tell from that angle whether he's brushed that or not. Of course, the umpire just standing right in the way, and maybe this could be a better angle. Is there something on that? I think you're just going to have to slow that one down and look at it really closely to have a better idea. I think it's just one where, unfortunately, Romania are just going to have to accept the on-field umpire's decision. And umpire Matt French, in the end, looks like his decision has been affirmed. Of course, no LRS, so it really doesn't make sense why Romania A are making a fuss about that one. They just have to accept what the umpire says. And Fanyan Mughal lives to fight another day, as, well, it's been a rather lengthy over, and because of the wides and then that little interval, just to extend the length of this over even more. And so, well, a bit of a decision made here. Of course, this is just an on-the-fly decision by the bowler. He's actually asked third man to come back in, and he sent the fielder out to long on. I think he's going for that leg stump Yorker again. Well, he's made a fielding change, but then he's bowled in the completely wrong place. This one is just a low full toss wide outside the off stump. And all Zishan has to do is get some bat to it, and it races away for 4. So an expensive over to start off here for Romania A. You can just see with that fielding change, he was aiming for that leg stump Yorker again, but he's just managed to get this one completely wrong. He has to pull his length back. Of course, you do encourage quick bowlers to bowl nice and full, but I think he's just going a bit too full here. Like to see him bowl at a good length. And another fielding change here, so he's brought long on back in, but he's sending a fielder out to deep backward square. Oh, this is a much better length, and that's exactly where Fernando needs to be. He's a quality bowler, and I think this time, yeah, that's just right on the money. Good length, just stands up on the batsman, and, well, That's never going to be easy to play, as it's an expensive first over for Romania A. They give up 13 runs as Malta get off to a very solid start here. And of course, they were helped quite a bit by all the extras. Forrest bowled 3 wides in that over, Fernando. I think we're going to see Amanola bowling this second over for Romania A. Of course, Amanola took part in 5 T20 innings with his bowling so far this year. He's a fairly new bowler to the European Cricket Network. We haven't seen him play that much, so not too much data available on him. Of course, his economy rate in the 6.5 overs he has bowled on our network in T10 cricket has been just above 9.5. He's taken just the 1 wicket. But this is a big opportunity this whole weekend with all the cricket that Romania A will be playing to get a lot of experience under his belt. And this first ball is right on the money. And it looks like the batsman has just run into him as he was walking in. But boy, we need to take another look at that one. And they've gone up again. Romania A, well, we're going to have to... Well, looks like a bit of a comedy of errors here. They're all having a bit of fun, laughs all around. It's just hard to tell from that angle whether he was LBW or not. Let's just take another look at this one. Probably not the best angle to judge it, but yeah, might be missing leg stump, because as you can see, he's bringing it back in to the right-hander. That's really cheeky. You have to say that is really, really cheeky. Just looks to whip the bails off when the batsman's falling over. I think even Alex Carey would say that's too far after some of the incidents he was involved in. This one's played away towards just behind square leg, and it's a little bit of indecision. I think Zishan Khan was eager to get that second run, but Mughal tells him, you know what, stay right there, just the 1 run. And in the end, Mughal's made the right call, of course. See that a beautiful helmet there for Shehryar Sohail, plays for Cluj FC. Gorgeous pink helmet. So they've got a long on and a deep mid wicket for Zishan Khan. This one's played away again. Hasn't quite middled it, and it's just going to be the 1 run. You can see here again, I think he's almost yorked himself there, hasn't he? Zishan Khan, he's looking to advance down the crease just as he did against Fernando, but Ola has been very smart with his lines and lengths, and he pitched it right where it needed to be. This one is struck straight to the fielder at cover. It's a really good bowling here by Ataola. He's been right on the money. Oh, it's taken an inside edge. This one looks like it's heading straight to the commentary tent, as it's a terrific fielding effort. As we got a nice clear view of that one. That was Janitha Fernando, who's gone in there, put in a great dive. And, well, we saw him earlier. He went for a few runs, but you can't fault his enthusiasm. He absolutely flew at this one. Let's take a look at this. Inside edge, he's very fortunate that he hasn't managed to chop that one back onto his stumps. Well, a little bit of a chase here for Fernando, and he's done so well, hasn't he? Struck down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder. That's gone away for 4. Don't worry about that one. That's an orthodox cricketing shot. Zishan Khan, a terrific player, manages to get yet another boundary. This is a very, very well struck. As of course at the end of the second over, Malta are 22 for no loss, so a good start for them. That Amanola over was spoilt right at the end of that one. And of course, well, we're joined by Dave Bodnazarek. Of course, Dave, did hear your comment about the microphone volume, but fortunately it's really, really windy right now here in Romania at the Mare Vlasier ground. And of course, well, we have all sorts of things flying all over, including our tablets, our laptops, and all sorts of things. So it's been a bit of a challenge, this initial phase. This one is straight to the fielder at cover. Oh, goes for that bumper. And of course, we saw Fernando. He really bowled, attempted a lot of Yorkers that first over, but this time he's, well, he's gone a bit too short, as of course the umpire signals that one wide. But again, you'd like to see Fernando just mix his lengths up, and I think as he gets better and better as a cricketer, he'll start actually hitting these lines and lengths he desires and becoming a lot more accurate. But I think that all the potential is there. There's a lot of tools. You know, he brings the ball back into the right-hander. He's got the pace as well. Well, this one's up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It's going to take some catching. It's up in the sky, and he's managed to cling onto that one. Just for a moment, I thought there might be a bit of a bump, as of course the fielder was heading straight towards it. That was Anand Rajshekhara, and then of course Rajith Hassan was just heading straight to him. And for a moment, you thought there might be a bit of a collision. And ooh, in the end, you've got to say he's done a good job to just focus on the ball. And, well, in the end, the innings comes to an end, and Mughal, he makes just 5 runs. And of course, yeah, thank you for the feedback, Dave, regarding the microphone. But that is indeed a production decision, considering the fact that it is incredibly windy here right now. As we said, of course, laptops, tablets, all sorts of things flying around right now. So, well, you certainly wouldn't want to be hearing this enormous breeze we have running across the ground right now. Of course, the new batsman is Pushpa Rajan. He was the leading run getter at the ECS in Malta earlier this year. Two very accomplished players, of course. Just going back to how good some of Pushpa Rajan's stats were. In the 19 innings he played, he scored 633 runs with a strike rate of 233.5, averaging 42. I mean, those are mind-boggling statistics. Oh, and this is a gorgeous shot, and that's exactly why he's been in form throughout this year. I mean, that is a shot of an in-form player. I mean, he's just struck a ball at a good length terrifically well. Great balance. Slightly wristy cover drive, one would say. And it's gone away for 4. So Pushpa Rajan getting off the mark in style, and despite losing that Mughal wicket, they're not slowing down whatsoever, Malta. They're really cashing in on this power play, which is something Romania A unfortunately failed to do. Goes for the shorter ball, shouts of catch it, but it's gonna beat the fielder. Oh, he's actually managed to put in a really good effort right at the end. And that is outstanding stuff for a moment. You just saw that was gonna go past him. And that's Irfan Varsibi, of course, saw the outstanding innings he played right at the end for Romania A. And he's put in a good slide. And managed to prevent what looked to be a certain boundary at one stage. Yeah, this is a really good line and length. That's exactly where Fernando needs to be. So in the end, he gives 20 runs off his first couple of overs. Did manage to get that wicket of Mughal. But Malta going along nicely at 29 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. There's calls of hurry up right now in the Romania field. You just don't want this frustration, though, to continue to settle in. Of course, they are taking a bit of time between these over, as, of course, Amanola comes back into the attack. You'd like to see them be a little quicker so that we can get through these innings. And once again, you can see Zishan here. Oh, there's a huge mix-up over here. But once again, the throw has gone on the wrong end. This is something we saw Malta do a couple of times as well. And if the throw had gone to the bowler at the non-striker's end, I think Zishan was in trouble. He would have probably been gone. As, of course, we need to take another look at this mix-up. Doesn't quite manage to connect to that one as nicely as he'd like. And again, it's an underarm throw. Straight to the keeper, though, when it really needed to be going to the non-striker's end. And he's very, very lucky there, you have to say, Zishan Khan. He was in enormous trouble. I mean, there was a lot of indecision there. I mean, Pushparajan was halfway down the wicket when Zishan Khan even decided to attempt that run. This is a good line and length here by Amanola. These last couple of deliveries, just probing the right-hander. Bowling around, middle and off stump. Yeah, just looking to angle that one away from Priyan Pushparajan. Of course, 2 fielders out in the deep are currently at long on and deep mid-wicket. This one struck away. This is a hit straight to the fielder, and oh, it's once again, it's a bit of a mix-up. The bowler hasn't quite managed to collect that cleanly, and just these little runs leaking here and there that Romania A can't really afford to do defending a target of 167. They'll need to be very tight in the field. You saw Malta give up a few bonus runs to Romania A by just allowing a few to slip underneath them in the boundary. And this one goes straight to the fielder, a third man. Very sharp work there by Samid Ul Hassan. Got to that one rapidly, and it's a clean collection. Indeed, Kroom triple one commenting on that run opportunity. I think the information was there. I could hear them shouting non-striker's end, but I think he just blocked that out and wasn't really paying attention to what his teammates were saying, as just looking to hit that one square, Pushparajan. I think we saw him play some nice-looking drives earlier, and he might have been better served looking to hit that one on the up, as we know he's capable of, as this over comes to an end. A very quiet one for Amanullo. Comes back strong after having a slightly expensive first over. But otherwise, I have to say, I've been very impressed by Amanullo. I think he's a very accurate bowler. He's probably over the 12 balls he's bowled. He's only maybe given a couple that were hittable. And I wonder if the captain's going to go with a bowling change. It doesn't look like he will. I think he's going to give Fernando another chance. We've seen Fernando pick a wicket up. Of course, I think with Fernando, he's just one of those bowlers where I think as a batsman, you're just fearful of the fact that, I mean, if he can actually get his line and length right, it'll be very tough to face a delivery from him. But I think he's just been a bit too wayward early. Oh, this one just played away off the pads. That's a single. And I think if Fernando, he can just move that line a little further to the offside, he's going to be right on the money. He's going to be right where he needs to be. I think he's a bowler who just has a naturally fuller length, sort of like a Mitchell Starc for Australia at the international level. You see this one there, played away very nicely. And then if you can just mix them up by bowling the odd short one, or be a very handy bowler. I've been quite impressed by Fernando. I think he's a player where, again, you can see a lot of potential for growth in him. Yeah, this time he just looks to push it wider, and he's beaten Pushparajan for pace. I mean, Pushparajan, those first 3 balls looked very, very good, but since then, a few have gone past him. Of course, I do believe that's a mistake. I don't think it's Pushparajan on strike right now. To me, that looks like Zishan Khan. So, apologies to all, I mean, who are watching our broadcast right now. I believe it's Zishan Khan on strike rather than Pushparajan. And again, he just sees him advancing down the crease there, Fernando. So he goes for the bumper, and he's gone a bit too short, and the umpire, rightfully so, has signaled it wide. But again, it's the right adjustment when the batsman looks to advance. But again, Fernando, with experience, with time, he's just going to have to learn to get those lengths absolutely right all the time. Looks like something's just disturbing Zishan right now, so he's just going to look to get ready and face that ball again. And this time he goes for that fuller, wider Yorker. So good little battle here between Fernando and Zishan Khan. As you can see, he just looks to push it away. It's inside the tram line, so a legal delivery. And again, it's just the growth we're going to see from Fernando. This 3rd over is already better than some of the things we saw from him the first couple of overs. And once again, though, I think I start getting a little bit frustrated as a bowler. And Fernando, you know, he looks a little bit annoyed, and rightfully so. I mean, got a big, quick bowler steaming in, and, you know, you can't keep doing that when he's halfway through his run-up again and again. And again, goes for the wider delivery. Is there an edge there? They're convinced, Romania. But the umpire is undeterred, as yeah, that's the end of the over. Or, well, it didn't seem to be. Well, apologies to some of our viewers who are experiencing a few technical difficulties. Of course, have been paying attention to the chat and have been passing some of the feedback on to our production crew. Of course, this one has been middled, a much nicer looking shot. And, well, Fernando thought he had a bit of an edge there. And, of course, that's why the umpire went over to have a word with the square leg umpire. But this time around, Zishan Khan just carves that one through the offside, slaps it away. Really, really well struck. He looks to just vary his pace there. That is much, much smarter by Fernando, of course. We saw him previously, you know, he just, when we saw Zishan just advancing down the crease, he pulled his length back a bit and went a bit too short. But this time around, well, he's absolutely nailed it.
I talked to Andrew, so he allowed me to sit here. I'll be working. Do you have a socket for charging and all?
Of course, you just had a chance to see some of the games that we'll be having today. Of course, this very first match here between Malta and Romania A is the one we're currently watching, but then Romania A are right back in action right after this, going up against the Romanian national team. And then, of course, the final match of today's triple header, that's between Romania and Malta. Of course, we saw those two teams have some exciting matchups over in the Valletta Cup. They've faced each other an awful lot over the years. As this one is a low full toss, and it's played really, really well there by Pushparajan, I believe. And once again, apologies to our viewers. I mean, this is a Pushparajan who's currently on strike, not a Zishan Khan. So anything it indicates on your scorecard right now, of course, do keep in mind it is Priyan Pushparajan who has hit this four. Zishan Khan is currently at the non-striker's end. So, and of course, the bowler just has to wait a little bit, as of course, the fielder just had cover, wasn't quite ready for that ball. No, the umpire just asking the wicketkeeper to place his helmet right, and you have to say the keeper's helmet has just caused a few too many delays to start off proceedings. This one is played away. It's going to take a good bit of fielding, and that is outstanding work. Fielder mid-off, coming across incredibly well. He gets down towards that one really well. Chamalka Fernando, we saw him get off to a good start earlier with the bat in hand, but wasn't quite able to kick on after striking 3 early boundaries. Oh, this one takes a thickish outside edge. It's going to race away towards the dugout, so a fortuitous boundary here for Zishan Khan. But he'll take any runs he can get, of course. He's been piling on runs for fun over these last 10 matches, and he'll take a few more. We've seen him be very eager to advance down the crease and look to hit these fuller balls on the half volley, and he's often been rewarded for that aggression with some good luck, and fortune favors the brave, as they say. And this is a much, much better length. I mean, forces Zishan Khan to just block that one out. Amanullah, though, he's just one of those bowlers where, you know, seems to be someone who's just a banker for the captain. You know, he's just going to bowl a nice line and length all day. And, well, false start. He's going to have to go right back up to his mark and start over. So, gotta say, they've just sort of spluttered out of the gates here, Romania. They did get 1 wicket, but otherwise, you things haven't quite been flowing as smoothly for them as they'd like in terms of fielding changes. The wicketkeeper's helmet, it's these 4 or 5 times so far we've seen that the bowler has had to go back to their mark again and start their run up. And I think it's just these little things that can, when they start seeping into a side, it can really negatively affect your cricket. This one is just played away straight towards the fielder at cover. And that's a dot ball to end the power play. So Malta 47 for 1 at the end of 6. And you have to say, they've certainly won this power play in my books, going at just under what they require to win. And they've only lost 1 wicket. And they've got the 2 danger men, Zishan and Pushparajan, who've both been in terrific form, as we highlighted, heading into this tournament. We're going to see Dylan Fernando get inserted into the attack now. Of course, we saw him do a terrific bit of fielding in that previous over, where he was stationed at mid-off and dived really, really well to prevent what looked like was going to be a boundary. With the bat in hand as well earlier, made 13 runs, struck 3 early boundaries, but was then kind of just stuck in the mud and wasn't quite able to accelerate. And of course, he was looking to have a better showing with the ball now. Of course, 5 fielders allowed outside the ring now. Oh, this is generates a good bit of turn there, and I think that's just bamboozled Zishan Khan. I don't think he was expecting it to spin as much. He was looking to slap it towards the offside. As you can see, he just was getting ready to just slap it in front of point, but it's turned back mightily. Goes Fuller. This one just struck away towards the fielder at mid-wicket. It's just a single. Of course, Dylan Fernando in his has been involved in 14 T10 matches with the ball so far this year. He's picked up 19 wickets in those 14 innings he's bowled, and his economy rate was just under 9, going at about 8.8. So that's a very respectable economy rate in T10 cricket. And again, a lot of players playing for Romania A are players who aren't yet eligible to play for the Romanian national team. Of course, the Romanian national team's requirements are that you either have to be a citizen of the country or have minimum 3 years of residency in the nation. This one just dabbed away, and it's going to be another dot ball. So a good start here for Dylan Fernando. And if he stays in Romania any longer, I think Fernando could be very important for this Romanian national team. This one's, again, just a hit straight to the fielder at cover. So he's bowling to his plan to perfection so far, Dylan Fernando. Of course, you have to say one of the big issues for the Romanian national team is that they lack spinners. So I think they'll be incredibly impressed to see Dylan Fernando progress as this tournament progresses. And oh, that one's gone just over the fielder. And it was a catching opportunity, but I think he'd taken a few too many steps inside the boundary rope. We're just awaiting the umpire's signal. Is that going to be a 6 or a 4? No, if he was all the way back on the boundary rope, that would have been come to him at a nice height. And, well, the umpire signaled at a 4, so I think it just brushed a blade of grass in front of the boundary rope before it went over it. So it's another single there. So a little bit unlucky there, Dylan Fernando. Could easily have had a wicket, but in the end that goes for 4. But nonetheless, it's still a very impressive over by him, going for just 6 runs. So a nice introduction to the attack as Romania respond well to what was a power play that favored Malta, one would say. course, the bowling team dominated the middle overs in the first innings. We saw Malta with their plethora of spinners. I mean, they used 3 different spinners. Really clamped down the scoring for Romania A, but then it was during that final stage of the match, beg your pardon, the innings, where Romania A with Irfan Varsi and Rajith Hassan were really able to accelerate and just get better and better. New bowler introduced into the attack, the left arm spinner. And just gets past the fielder at cover. He put in a good dive, but it's only going to be a single. Of course, the new bowler is Rajith Hassan. We saw him play a very good role with the bat in the end. Well, that is outstanding stuff. And I think just somebody putting in an effort like that really sends a message to the rest of the team that we're going to make them work for every single run. That's an attitude you want to have. And Zishan is going to look to get the quick single. He certainly will, but it's a good, sharp throw. Straight to the non-striker's end. That's Chamalka Fernando out at cover. Of course, Hassan made a 37 of 24 in the first innings. He really helped lead that Romania A recovery when they were 91 for 6. It was his 75-run partnership with Varsi that turned things around. A very half-hearted appeal, and I think it says a lot when the only people appealing are out at fine leg and deep point. That one was certainly going down the leg side. Yeah, this one is once again just a single, so just a few miscues here for Malta. They're not quite able to connect the way they'd want to, and I think since the spinners have been introduced back into the attack and, of course, the fielding restrictions lifted, we've seen the run rate drop, as one would expect. Oh, this has gone up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? 2 fielders converging underneath it, but it lands right between them. So it's another miscue for Malta, but they get away with this one. Goes for that fuller delivery, and he's I almost think he was trying to play that one towards cow corner. Looked to hit a nice bottom-handed stroke, but thickish outside edge as he manages to middle one there. Pushparaja, but it's only a single. So another very, very tight over, and since the power play, Malta, to their credit, have given up just 12 runs, so outstanding work in these couple of overs where we've seen both Zishan and Pushparajan just to struggle a bit with their scoring. This is exactly what Romania A would want. I think we're in for what could be a very, very thrilling match. This could come right down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we could be in a situation where it's the last 3 overs. Malta need 32 or 30 to win, and it's every ball, every shot counts, so it's a very good start to this Continental Cup. Of course, we had high expectations in terms of entertainment to start off this tournament, and I think it's delivering so far. That's a full toss, and it's going to go away for a second. It looked like it was going to go away for 4, but full credit to Samidul Hassan there. He's done an outstanding job to get to that one and just toss it straight to the fielder, Fernando. So he gets away with that full toss. Dylan Fernando. Of course, 3 Fernandos in this Romania A lineup. Advances down, Pushparajan. It's a sharp throw. to the non-strikers end, but not a good bit of backing up. And Malta just contemplated running a second run off overthrows, but there was a backer up, backing the backer up, which prevented them from entertaining any thoughts of a second run. And of course, apologies for just missing that ball. It was one that just turned back in to the right-hander, and he missed it. So the keeper just still whipped the bails off, but there was, of course, never a stumping opportunity there. Of course, this is not a replay. This is live action, despite that replay symbol above. And this one is struck hard towards long off, and it's, you can see Fernando just got down there. That's Janica Fernando. And, well, despite the fact that he puts in a pretty good effort to try to prevent that from going for a boundary, it's actually ricocheted off his legs and gone away for 4. But you've got to say, he's been committed with every bit of fielding he's done. I think very, very impressive fielder. I think we saw him earlier get down, prevent what was looked to be a certain 4, and of course in his first 3 overs managed to get the sole wicket so far this innings. This one takes an inside edge. It's just struck away. Are they going to contemplate a second run? They certainly will. This is going to require a good big arm to the wicket keeper, but the keeper doesn't collect that as cleanly as he'd like, and that means Zishan Khan will come back in time. So a couple of runs here, and of course Malta are really going to look to force the issue, and one way to do that is just try to run a lot of doubles. I think boundaries have dried up for them slightly these last 3 overs, but if they look to continue to apply pressure on these bowlers and fielders by running 2s, other opportunities will open up as well. It's a wider delivery, and I think he's just managed to deceive Zishan Khan there as the over comes to an end. A little bit more expensive for Dylan Fernando. But right now, this game is hanging finally in the balance at the end of the 9th over. Gurjeet Hassan coming back for his second over, gave up just 6 in his first. And a good bit of fielding out at cover. That's once again, Chimalka Fernando, we've mentioned his name a few times this innings. Unfortunately, he didn't quite get the score he wanted with the bat in hand, but he's saved plenty of runs with his fielding. I think he's more than made up for that paltry score with the bat earlier. And again, we're seeing a very similar pattern to the first innings where, you know, Malta managed to get off quite well in the power play, but once again, when the spinners are introduced, we just see a huge slowdown in the run rate. They haven't lost any wickets so far since the power play. Malta, and was there a stumping opportunity there? As that one was going down the leg side. It is signaled wide by the umpire, but it'd be nice to just have a look side on to see if the wicketkeeper had managed to grasp that. Could he have whipped the bails off? Maybe, just maybe. I mean, if they had managed to get Zishan, that would have been a huge moment in this match. Zishan Khan going for that big heave across the line. And I think the fact that he just took a couple of paces outside his crease has spared his blushes. course, it's not. It's hard to tell from this angle whether he was. What could have happened there? It's yep, another rather. Yeah, I think he's just outside his crease, which might have spared him, or maybe even going down the leg side. It's just not easy to tell with this angle. As of course, the two umpires are going to have a word. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, our two umpires out in the middle are Ifsahan Duki and umpire Matt French. Third umpire is Kostap Chavan, and of course, our match referee is Andrew Elliott. Yeah, it looks like the umpires want to have a word with the skipper Aftab Kayani. And just a little bit of a discussion here between the two of them. Of course, while they're having that discussion, it's worth highlighting Malta's record heading into this tournament. Of course, we are aware of the fact that they were a very experienced team. This is the 15th series they've played, but the last 4 series they've been involved in, the Valletta Cup, the Medina Cup, the Gibraltar Tri-Nation, as well as the ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifiers, seen them only win about 6 of their matches in those tournaments. During that Tri-Nation series, they won only 1 of 6, so even though they are pretty experienced and have some very, very solid players, they've not quite been able to replicate those wins they need in these last 4 series. Ishan Khan just looking to hit that one towards point, and instead he's found the fielder, Irfan Marsi. This one's struck away. It takes a bit of a top edge. Doesn't quite strike it as cleanly as he would like. And it's just been that story for them, really. I think they've not quite been able to adjust the pace. You've got to credit these spinners. They've been very accurate. They haven't bowled too many poor deliveries. And they've also been subtle with their variations, which has just deceived these two while they've been out there. This one's finally one they've middle, so the commentator's curse strikes for the first time this cup, as that is a gorgeous shot there by Pushparaj, and he's absolutely middled that one. A beautiful bottom-handed shot. It's gone away for 6, as of course Malta now are at the halfway stage of the innings. They are currently 78 for 1. Of course, apologies that the scorecard hasn't quite been updated. Of course, just tack on an extra 7 runs to what you see. So they are 78 for 1 right now. As of course, we'll have a brief drinks break during the halfway stage of this innings. And well, quick look at the scorecard. Of course, Zishan Khan and Priyan Pushparajan have been the 2 players out there. Both of them have certainly looked very strong during the power play, and we've seen a bit of a slowdown in the run rate, as one would expect, since the power play. Just if you look at the over since then, 6, 7, 9, and of course the last over going for 9 as well. So about 31 runs off these last 4 overs. Of course, now we're ready to resume action here in Romania. We're past the halfway stage of this innings. And we're going to see Dylan Fernando bowl his third over. 15 of his first couple. I think that first one was particularly impressive, giving up just 5. 10 off his second. Goes for that big heave there. Zishan has gone up in the air. It's going to take some catching. Has been really high. And he manages to grasp that one, but it slips out of his hands right at the end. And you can see he's really frustrated with himself. He's actually done really well to track the ball in this extremely sunny day. Take a look at this one. I mean, again, you're trying to spot a little white ball in that big blue sky. And you can see he just manages to get to his fingers to it. Dylan Fernando, a little bit unlucky not to get a wicket there. A couple more runs for Zishan Khan. No, once again, he's getting a fair bit of turn. That one just turning back into Zishan and cramping him for room. Good comeback here by Fernando after those first couple of runs. This one just stays a bit low, but it's also a wide, of course. It just goes past the tram line, so goes for the big shot here, Zishan Khan. This is just going to go sailing right over the commentary tent. It's an enormous shot. We've seen Zishan Khan demonstrate his power, and that's the second big blow of this innings. He's, well, looked to toss one up there, Fernando, and he's picked this out beautifully, hasn't he, Zishan Khan? Another great shot straight down the ground. The second 6 we've seen hit in this region. And we're now starting to see Malta just accelerate after 3 or 4 quiet overs before the break. And this one is beautifully hit. That might be the best shot we've seen so far this innings. He goes a bit too wide, Fernando, and it's a gorgeous looking shot hit towards point by Zishan Khan. 4 more runs. Just takes a step towards the offside and plays it away with a deft stroke. And just struck away for second. They immediately shout 2, but in the end, they have to settle for a single because the fielder, Irfan Varsi, has done a good job to get to that one. So Malta, 92 for 1 at the end of 11. That was a rather productive over for them. As, of course, we take a look at the bowling figures. Of course, Janitha Fernando and Amanullah opened the bowling for Romania A. Fernando was a little bit hit and miss early, but you could just see that, you know, when he was able to get that line and length, he was very, very difficult to play. And Ulla mostly just looked to pitch it on a good length around the off stump, keep it tight, keep it simple. And I think, of course, as both of them develop as cricketers, they're going to start to grow into a very interesting opening partnership, of course. Both their skill sets complement each other, two very different styles of bowlers from both ends. You just take a look at that Malta dugout, of course. All of them watching their team with a great eagerness as the skipper, we see him involved for the first time in this match. Of course, he didn't bat in the first innings. That's Kayani inserting himself in, and well, now the captain just looking to take initiative and control things right at the death. There's a big and usually that's an indication of a slower ball. And it's going to beat the fielder as well. You can just see him there. Often seen Zishan take a couple of paces down the crease, and this time around he's just middled it, and of course brings up his 50 as well. Very humble about it, just raises his bat. He knows the job is not done. There's still plenty to do for Malta. It's a long way to go in this game, and I think the skipper won't be celebrating until the job is done. So he's currently up in this skipper v skipper battle. This one just played away, and this is going to go high up in the air. Is it a catching opportunity? It's just managed to go past him, and well, we're just waiting for the umpire's decision. He's given that a 4, so clearly it's bounced just in front of the boundary rope. And, well, this isn't the first time we've seen a Romanian fielder just stand a few too many paces in front of the boundary rope, of course. If he stays all the way back, that's probably a nice chest-high catch, but, well, are some of these opportunities going to haunt the Romanians later in this game? This one struck away towards long on, and that's just a single. So, of course, the Maltese skipper currently up in this skipper v skipper battle. Managed to get 9 runs off the 4 balls he faced off the opposite captain. And currently, Malta going along at a run rate of 8.24. That is just a shade below the 8.5 they need to win this game. So things going along nicely for them. And again, they've got plenty of wickets in the bank as well. 9 in hand. And I think this is where, again, the Romania A are going to have to start getting wickets. I mean, that's how Malta really tightened the screws on Romania A when it was that period where they managed to get 3-4 wickets with the spinners in the middle overs. This one played away, and they're going to get a quick single here. So again, this is very smart cricket by Malta. I think one thing you have to say is that even when they've struggled to hit boundaries, they've done a really good job of rotating the strike. Their dot ball percentage has been incredibly low. I think one thing with Romania A was that I think they swung and missed it too many. They probably didn't get singles or doubles where they should have. As in the end, Malta are 103 for 1 at the end of the 12th over. Well, the umpires have just been informed that there's still 1 ball to go in this over, so don't go off just yet, Kayani. You've still got a ball to deliver. One ball still to go. Or not. Maybe looks like we're going to see a new bowler introduced into the attack. It's Jamalka Fernando coming in. Well, apologies for some of this confusion. Of course, we'll keep you updated and to clear things up. So it does look like they have realized that there was indeed 1 ball left in the over. So Jamalka Fernando, he's just going to have to wait a little bit longer, and we're going to come back to bowl the final ball of the 12th over. It's going to be Kayani. 10 runs off the first 5 balls he's bowled so far, and he's going to need to end this one in style, of course. One more matchup against the opposite skipper, as this one's just played down the ground. And are they going to push for a second? Zishan was quite keen to get it, but Pushparajan wasn't even looking at him. And I think in the end, 1 was all that was available, as it is a single to end the over. Malta 103 for 1 at the end of 12. So, of course, no surprise, it is Chamilca Fernando bowling this over. We saw him just grab the ball earlier. Sixth bowler to be used so far today by Romania A. This one's just played away straight to the fielder at point, so it's a dot ball to start off Fernando's spell. Yeah, this one is a good ball again, and I think he's been very accurate these first couple of balls, Chamilca Fernando. Of course, he's been involved in 12 T10 matches so far this year on the European Cricket Network. In those 12 T10 matches he played, he took 7 wickets. This one's again hit straight to the captain, Aftab Kayani there, leading by example, sharp fielding, and was ready to throw that one. And of course his economy rate was just above 10.5 in the shortest format of the game. One played away. Are they going to push for 2 here, Malta? We know Zishan Khan, he's usually eager to get a second run. Well, this time he's the one who said it's just a single. Pushparajan was really keen to get that second run, but in the end, good call there by Zishan. Strikes this one hard down the ground, and Pushparajan had to get out of the way. And he didn't actually even start running. Because of that, he was just waiting at the non-striker's end. Let's just take another look at this one. Hard hit, he gets down well. But as you're unable to see there, Pushparajan was just standing around. Didn't even move until right at the end. Advances down the crease. This one's just chipped up. And it's going to be D. Fernando out in the deep, who's going to ensure that one is just a single. So a very tight first over here by Chamilca Fernando. Just 4 runs off it, and just what Romania A needed to put some pressure back on Malta after they were slightly getting away these last couple of overs. Aftab Kayani in for a second over. Shouts of catch. This one's going to trickle away to the fielder at point, and they're going to push for a second. Oh, this is an enormous mix-up. There's a chance for a run out here if Kayani can strike it, and he does. Once again, there's been so much indecision between these two while running. And Pushparajan was keen to get the second. It might even have been on, but Zishan had no interest, wasn't even looking at him. And full credit to Aftab Kayani for striking the stumps. And that's the wicket Romania A desperately needed. Let's just take another look at that one. This one was heaved away towards the offside. It was just trickling. Looked like it was going to be a rather uneventful ball, but this was a strong throw. And Pushparajan, he was almost at the striker's end. And then he had to run all the way back because Zishan was not even looking at him. And this is outstanding work by the skipper of this Romania A side to strike the stumps. And they managed to get a wicket here somehow, Romania A, by hook or by crook. And they certainly deserve that for what's been a terrific effort for them so far in the field. And it's a big, big partnership that's been broken. That partnership was worth 84 runs for Malta. we say in cricket, with one come two, and boy, if they get Zishan Khan here, and they're potentially in a situation where they've got two new batsmen out at the crease, this could really swing the momentum of this game. Zishan once again advancing down the crease, and this time he will get a second run. Sharp running by him, and no indecision there, and of course some shouts of well run from the Malta dugout. I think that's been one thing that's not really been a feature of Malta's innings early. They've had a lot of indecision while running, and I think the captain himself has hardly covered himself in glory with some of his decision making between the stumps. Captain making a few adjustments in the field now, so there's no protection whatsoever right now at fine leg. And he's just moved everyone a lot straighter as well. And this one goes straight to Fernando. They need a direct hit here, but it's still a good throw nonetheless. And cheers of well done to Fernando. But it was Prashant who was running to the danger end. This one down the leg side, and it's a wide. Of course, Prashant's been involved in 16 T20Is so far this year, averaging just under 22 in those matches. This is a good full delivery here by Kayani, but it's a no ball. So, oh, has he just overstepped the mark? Is this a front foot no ball? It'd be nice to have a look at it. Free hit. Strikes this one, and there's shouts of catch, and it's actually a terrifically taken catch out in the deep, but it's not going to matter whatsoever because the fielder's actually thrown it across the rope while he's attempted to take that catch. This was a very, very heroic effort. Just have a look at that. It just popped out of his hands right at the end, but he was well over the boundary rope, so cashing in on that free hit very well there. Malta, as Prashant gets a 6, and that was a very classy 6 as well. Not often you see a beautiful high-handed, high-elbow shot like that go for 6. It's usually a more ruthless slog, but it just shows you that there's still score plenty of runs in T20 cricket, playing orthodox shots. And immediate call of no run there, of course, just to prevent any indecision, of course. I think there's been a clear emphasis between these two since the run out to be very clear and loud with their running. We can certainly hear their calls now from a distance as, of course, Malta are 118 for 2 at the end of the 14th over.
160 or 167? 160.
That was a gorgeous looking shot. That one just going right past the fielder. It was always going to take some doing. And again, we just see this. It's been a real staple of Zishan's innings. He's looking to advance down the crease, convert these fuller deliveries into half volleys. He didn't look to overhit that one. He just timed it to perfection. And it's beaten the fielder out at long on. I believe that was Samir Hassan there. Not much he could have done. And Chamalka just asking Sumi to go a little bit bit straighter. He's going about as straight as he possibly can right now. Oh, there might be a chance for a second run here. It's just bubbled past a couple of fielders. And it's really interesting because the initial call from Prashant was no run, but they've ended up managing to get 2 over there. Let's just take another look at this one and describe what happened. Because of course it takes a bounce off the artificial wicket, and that's a rather unnatural bounce. It climbed over Kayani, then it climbed over the fielder, backing up Kayani as well, and again a little bit of indecision. Zishan Khan was not clear with his running. He immediately apologizes for that. You know, the captain himself, he's gonna have to lead by example, and your captain's not clear with his calls, that can really spread to the rest of the team and reduce their morale when they're out there batting. And that's certainly something Malta need to work on throughout the rest of this weekend. Be clear with their calls. Oh, this one's one that goes straighter, looking to play across the line there, Prashant. Goes for that big heave, targeting the leg side boundary. Of course, plenty of protection out there on the leg side. Once again, this is almost a carbon copy of the previous ball. This one just going straight and shooting right past the batsman Prashant, looking to heave it towards the leg side. He might be better served, is looking to dab this one towards third man because there isn't much protection there, as this one's not only beaten the batsman, it's beaten the wicketkeeper as well. And they'll just stick with one. Just awaiting the umpire's signal. Well, he's hasn't signaled buys, which would indicate there might have been just a little bit of bat on that. So he gets an edge of that one, Varun Prashant. And he'll move on to 7 as, well, another very well bowled by Chimalka Fernando, who's been very impressive over these first 2 overs he's bowled, giving up just 12 runs. The Malta need 41 of 30, and again, you know, this is what we were talking about right at the start of this innings. I mean, 167 is just one of those scores where you feel like both sides are in the game, and well, we're right where we expect it to be. Malta needing to go at just above 8 and over to win it from here. You'd say that Malta are slight favorites right now, but don't count out Romania A. I mean, we saw the incredible recovery they pulled off with the bat in hand in the first innings, and well, something special could be on here as well. 41 needed of 30, and is it going to be the captain himself taking the ball over here? I would expect him to bowl. Doesn't look like he will. He's just walking away. And Kayani, well, did give up 22 runs, but sometimes you just expect captains to take responsibility in tight situations and look to guide their team. That's something we've often seen, but instead I think he's made the smart decision where he said, you know what, I'm just going to sit this over out. I tried to bowl a couple of overs. They went for too many runs. I've still got plenty of options. I think he's going for Dylan Fernando here, so Dylan Fernando was slightly expensive in his first 3 overs as well, giving up 29 runs. Struck away. This is going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder. Are they going to look to push for a second? Fielder gets down well there. Make sure it's just a couple of runs. But 2 runs really here, 2 runs a ball will see Malta through. Oh, this one's umpire. The very optimistic appeal there from the wicketkeeper. I think that one was certainly, yep, that one's been given out. So of course, apologies for that one. Of course, looks like we've just missed that ball. We take another look at this one. Ooh, well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'll leave that to the viewers at home to decide, but certainly from some of the initial angles, it looks like height and the fact that it's potentially going down the leg side or question marks, but the umpire's decision is final. And, well, I can certainly understand some of the frustration that the batsman might have with that decision, but hey, you've got to respect the umpire's decision, and also full credit to the batsman. I mean, didn't complain about this too much. He took the decision like a man, and well, good for him for that one. And it looks like it's going to be another left-hander coming in. So one thing you have to say about both these teams, they're blessed with plenty of left-handers, which can often pose a major challenge to teams. Who's going to be joining the skipper, Zishan Khan, out there? Of course, we heard shouts of lefty, lefty. But who is this lefty that we're so eagerly awaiting? Well, it looks like he isn't a lefty. He's a right-hander. So the initial call by some of the fielders out in the field was incorrect. It's Thakur coming in. Gopal Thakur. Takes a good look at the field. And he's ready to face his first ball. This one just played straight to the fielder at point. This is a bit of a high throw. There's a chance to cash in on overthrows. Zishan Khan was aware of that one, and it's overthrows yet again. I think Romania, oh, they could get more overthrows here. This could be a real comedy of errors. Zishan Khan was alive to that one, and I've got to say, Gopal Thakur, he's slightly asleep, wasn't paying attention for either overthrow. And Romania, I think they're backing up, could do with some improvement. This one, tucked away, straight towards cover. That's going to be a single. But boy, we're seeing a few errors here from Romania A. We're in a very tight match here where every ball, every run counts. With 36 needed of 26, you can't have these sort of errors. It's a little moments like this that can come to bite you back as a side. Goes for the heave towards the leg side. This is going to beat the fielder. It's a terrifically well-played shot there by Zishan Khan, who's, of course, he's been the man in form. We, of course, highlighted how great he's been over these last couple of years in international T20 cricket, and he's continued that good form right into this game, currently batting on 73 and looking to guide his side to their first victory in this Continental Cup as well. They're cashing in on this over Malta. And things are not looking good right now for Romania A. They needed a tight over here just to make this game even Stevens, but looks like it's just edging towards Malta, ball by ball. As he goes for the big heave towards the leg side, I think they desperately needed that dot ball to end the over. Well, it's the end of the over. I think someone needs to tell that to the umpires out there. As, well, there were big shouts of over from the scorer's tent. And, well, I'm glad we're right here. As that one is 32 needed off these last 4 overs. And an exciting finish on the cards. And, of course, that dot ball was really, really important just to keep Romania A in this game and give us an exciting finish. 9 runs off that Dylan Fernando over. That's exactly the sort of over that Malta need right now. So Malta need exactly 8 and over from here on out. 32 needed to win. Is this Samid Ul Hassan being brought into the attack? It looks like it is, so this is a very interesting decision by the captain to introduce a new bowler right at the end of the innings. I mean, this is the 7th bowler Romania A have used. This one's going to take a thickish outside edge, and this is a very, very unfortunate start for Ul Hassan. I mean, that's not the way you want to start off an over, do you, as a bowler? He's just throwing the kitchen sink at that, rightfully so, as the batsman, but it's gonna get absolutely no idea where that one was going. Was probably looking to smash that one towards cow corner, but taking a huge inside edge and gone away for 4. This one straight down the ground, beautifully struck. This one's a 6. Don't worry about field placement for that one. That is a straight drive for 6. Really well struck. A beautiful bottom-handed shot by Thakur. So he was a little bit lucky on that first ball, but don't forget it. Don't worry about luck over there. That is pure skill and timing on that shot. These are exactly the sort of things Romania A just can't afford to do. Gotta be really, really tight with your bowling. Giving up freebies like that when it's just run a ball is pretty much a death sentence. This one's gonna be another really, really well struck 6. Outstanding shot here by Thakur, who, well, he had a bit of an uncertain start to his innings, but no problem since then. He's clubbed 2 brilliant 6s. I mean, he's got such a powerful bottom hand. Once again, I mean, you have to feel for Jonathan Fernando out in the deep. He's had a few sail right over his head. 17 off these first 3 balls. This one is a swing and a miss. And again, we were just wondering why the captain decided to introduce a new bowler in the 17th over of a match. I mean, it was a very, very unusual decision, especially when, of course, he still got an over from Jonathan Fernando himself. He's got Amanullah, who's bowled a very tight line and length. Rajith Hassan, who's given up just 15 runs off his 2 overs. I mean, if I was the captain, those would be the 3 bowlers I'd be bowling out for the rest of this innings. But instead, decides to introduce a new bowler, and unfortunately, this decision just hasn't paid off. It's possibly cost Romania A this match, and just inched Malta closer to a victory. Nonetheless, though, of course, this is the first match for this newly formed Romania A side, and I think the experience is going to be the most important thing for them. There's plenty of signs of encouragement for them, even if they don't go on to win this match. Last ball of the 17th over. This one's just played away. It's a single, and Thakur will keep strike to start the 18th. So Malta are 153 for 3 at the end of 17, and just 14 runs away from picking up their first victory of the Continental Cup. As, of course, we take a look at the scorecard, of course, Zishan Khan, the skipper himself, he's been terrific, played a real good anchor's role, making 73 of 50. He was very well supported by Priyan Pushparajan, who was the leading run getter in the ECS in Malta, and then Gopal Thakur at the end. He's just played that finisher's role to perfection so far, 20 of 8. That's exactly what you want from a batsman coming in right at the end, looking to close out a win. But just going back to the point about Romania A as a team, I think certainly a lot of signs of encouragement for them, even if they failed to pick up this win. I think it was, you know, Jonathan Fernando looks like a bowler with a lot of potential. I mean, we saw him maybe struggle at times with his line and length a bit. He wasn't always able to find his radar, but when he got it on the money, some of those balls were just terrific. And then also the plethora of spin option. I think we saw some really talented spinners for this team. I mean, Rajith Hassan, Jamalka Fernando, a lot of good spinners in this Romania A team. And of course, eventually, when some of these players get eligible for the Romanian national team, I think they could be very handy additions to that side. This one's just played away towards long off. It's going to be a single. Fielder gets down well for that one. Of course, Romania A are going to be playing Romania right after this very match. So no rest for the weary. They're going to have to bounce back from this loss, of course. And this one played away. That's going to go away for 4. He meets that on the full, Zishan Khan. And I've been very impressed with the way he's been able to pick up the length throughout this match. Another gorgeous shot. Gets towards that one, hits it with the full face of the bat, goes away for 4. And boy, this is a captain's innings if there ever was one. I mean, I know it's a bit of a cliche in cricket, but this is exactly what you expect your skipper to do. I think I really liked how vocal Zishan Khan was when he was out in the field. They had a lot of good chatter, Malta, and even though he's been a bit indecisive with his running, I know a few people will question that. He was involved in a run out, potentially could have been involved in a couple more. His personal batting has been really, really good. This one just dabbed away towards third man. And it's another single, and singles will do the trick here. From here for Malta. Of course, the next time we'll see Malta is going to be right at the end of this day when they face Romania. That should be a very, very good matchup, of course. Both those two teams have a lot of history of playing each other. We saw them face each other just last month in the Valletta Cup. And of course, Malta are regular invitees to the Continental Cup here in Romania. This one played away. Are they going to push for two? Yep, this time it's a very good, decisive calling. I like that from the captain, Zishan. And even Gopal Thakur himself, to be honest with you, he wasn't necessarily paying attention to some of the calls earlier this innings, but no problem over there. He was listening and listening well, and they get 2 runs. Maybe that's just because it's going to be 2 more runs for his own score. One big blow will do the trick from here for Malta. Gopal Thakur, he's certainly a player who could finish things in style. We've seen his 6-hitting ability already. And it just takes an outside edge and goes straight to Samidul Hassan. One ball to go. Just need to notify the umpire. Still 1 ball to go in this over, gentlemen. And this one is struck away. Is this going to go all the way for 6? No, it won't. But it does look like it has gone for 4, so it is a boundary. And that doesn't quite put an end to the match, but it, well, all but surely will now, of course. Malta needing just 2 runs of the last couple of overs. And you could just see Thakur's eyes lit up when he saw that ball. He wanted to end the game in style. Get that nice photo finish, but unfortunately for him, Malta are just going to have to wait a little bit longer for this win. And that should make it just a bit sweeter. Malta are 165 for 3 and just 2 runs away from their first victory of this Continental Cup. Of course, we'll take a look at the bowling card right here. Janitha Fernando opened up the bowling alongside Amanullah. The two of them bowled the first 6 overs, power play. And then we saw the spinners introduced into the attack for Romania A. And for 3 or 4 overs until about the halfway stage of the innings, you have to say Romania A really clamped down on their scoring, but one thing about Malta was they didn't lose too many wickets, and they were just able to accelerate. They targeted certain bowlers in this Romania A team. Yeah, this one is struck down the ground. That'll surely be the game, and it's the captain himself, rightfully so. He deserved to hit the winning runs for that outstanding innings. It's 82 for Zishan Khan, the captain, really leading from the front, and what is an outstanding first win for Malta in this Continental Cup. So top stuff. They notched their first victory, and it's not the start Romania A would have wanted, but they'll be back out very shortly facing the Romanian national team, as of course we'll take a look at some of the highlights of this innings. And of course, we're taking a look at some of these highlights here. Of course, right up front, we saw Janitha Fernando bowling, and well, this was quite a moment. Of course, he just thought that he got his pinky finger or something, a bit of his hand onto that one, and it should have been run out. Of course, if there was contact, he would have been run out, but in the end, the umpire deemed that there was no contact, so no real wicket there. Of course, Fanyan Mughal wouldn't really trouble them too much. He was dismissed for just 5 runs, but his opening partner, Zishan Khan, well, he led things right from the front. He was absolutely terrific, making 82 runs. The skipper, this one was popped up by Fanyan Mughal, and we saw Anand Rajshekhar. He batted really well earlier in the first innings. He took a good catch here. He almost ran into his skipper, Aftab Kayani, over there. And then, of course, we saw that big partnership between Zishan Khan and Priyan Pushparajan. That one worth almost 90 runs and really set up Malta extremely well. those two looked outstanding. Pushparajan making 36 of 28. Of course, one issue with their running was the fact that, of course, it was very indecisive at times. And that's why Pushparajan was run out in the end. Just taking a look at some of these moments, of course, there it was itself. That was the moment. That was a fateful moment for Priyan Pushparajan. You've got to say, well done there by Aftab Kayani. A lot of people might have missed the stumps on that occasion. He certainly didn't. And that would bring it to an end. Of course, Varun Prashant would come out. He would hit one big six. But unfortunately, he'd make just 9 runs off the 8 deliveries he faced. And of course, we see that 6 he hit off a free hit. And then, of course, Gopal Thakur came in right at the end, and he closed things out perfectly, making 27 off the 12 deliveries he faces. Of course, well, let's take a quick look at the scorecard. Of course, Zishan Khan, the skipper, he made 82 of 53, playing a captain's innings. There's that cliche again. And he was aided well by Priyan Pushparajan, those two putting on a 90-run stand to really put Malta in a very good position to win this game. And then Gopal Thakur came on, played a perfect finisher's role, and ensured that Malta would win this game. Meanwhile, for Romania A, well, it was a bit of a mixed performance in terms of their bowling. We saw some very exciting moments. Amanola, I was very impressed by him. He just bowled tight lines and lengths day in and day out, pretty much 21 runs of his 3 overs. And then Janitha Fernando, well, even though he went for 26 runs, I think there were times where he looked very exciting. I liked the way he bowled at times, too, swinging the ball extremely well. Rajith Hassan was very tight, but then the skipper made some interesting decisions, decided to experiment with a few bowlers. Of course, you can see the fact that there were some good bowlers like Jamorka Fernando, Hassan, who weren't given 3rd overs, and instead he decided to go with a few new bowlers right at the end. And unfortunately, that experimentation didn't quite work out for Romania A, as they succumbed to their first defeat of the tournament right on their debut, as Malta take this one by 7 wickets with 11 balls to spare. Great win for them, as of course we'll see them right back here at the end of the day when they face the Romanian national team. But hey, in just a few moments time, we'll have our second match of the day, as Romania A will take on Romania. Should be fun, and make sure to join us then. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Romania for the second match of the day. Of course, well, we just saw the coin toss earlier, and well, let's have a look at that. Well, there it is, of course. Gorgeous look at this Ilfov County, where we're currently playing, just 30 kilometers north of the capital city of Bucharest. As you can see, once again, Romania won the toss. Second time today, they elected to bat first. And this is an inter-Romanian matchup, so Romania taking on Romania A. Of course, on paper, one would think that the Romanian national team are major favorites heading into this game, but don't discount this Romania A team. I think they put on a pretty good showing against Malta earlier. I think that match might be a little bit closer than the scorecard suggests, and a lot of talented cricketers playing for this Romania A team who aren't quite yet just eligible for the Romanian national team. Of course, we'll take a look at this fantasy dashboard right up there. Of course, as we can see, leading the way for Romania is Adnan Rajashekhar. Certain bargain at 7.5. He's someone you'll absolutely want in your team. And then the Romanian national team, they're going to be looking to rotate their squad. So, of course, no Taranjit Singh and a number of other players we're looking forward to seeing over this weekend. So a chance for some new faces to make an impact. And, of course, Vasu Sani over there, he's a really, really good bowler for Romania. He's someone to watch out for. Had some terrific numbers in his last few T20Is for Romania. We're just about ready for this first ball as the umpire signals it. So here it is. The last innings, Hassan just looked very tentative throughout that opening partnership, making just 13 of 15, was poking and prodding at too many balls, wasn't hitting incisive shots, but let's see if Sohail does a little bit better, having been pushed up the order. This one's going to take a bit of a bottom edge and just trickle away towards third man for a single. One that goes down the leg side, and that's the second wide of this over. So they're struggling a bit with his radar early here, Vindula. Oh, this could be a close one. And, well, we might have to take another look at that one. I think that was might have been a good shot. Was it potentially pitching outside leg? Was it was height an issue? Certainly hard to see from our vantage point here in the commentary box. This one is going down the leg side, and that's another wide. So needs to get things right here. I think he's just maybe struggling to adjust to the fact that he has to switch between a right-handed batsman and a left-handed batsman. This one is quite wide down the leg side, so... Oh, once again, that's a bit too wide as well. And again, those are the margins in T20 cricket. You can't afford to go down the leg side at all. I mean, I think that's just missed the leg stump by a couple of inches. So it's going to change the angle here, Vindula. It's been a difficult start for him. He's only bowled 2 legal deliveries so far this over. Goes around the wicket. Oh, and he chops one on, so that change makes a huge impact. And it's the important wicket of Rajshekhara, who looked so good in that first match. And the change of angle does the trick. I think it took an inside edge along the way, and it's gone on to hit the stumps. Yeah, that one takes a thick inside edge, chopped back onto the stumps, but he manages to get this one right on the money. Fuller delivery, outside the off stump. It was at an inviting length where you really want to hit it. And he's missed out on this one, and that'll be the end of Rajshekhara's innings. So things went well for him the first time around, but not in this innings when he faces his national team. This is a very, very good comeback here by Vindula after bowling a few wides earlier. Of course, this is Vindula's T20I debut on the European Cricket Network. He's taken part in 10 T10 matches. And, well, he's bowled just 10 overs over those games. He's taken 3 wickets, and his economy rate was just under 12. So a very, very good way to play your first T20 match here for our European cricketing audience. And they're going to just change the field a little bit for the new batsman, Fernando. Fernando getting a bump up the order as well. We saw Fernando. He was very good with his bowling in that previous game, but wasn't quite able to get the start he wanted with the bat in hand. Oh, that's once again, maybe straying down the leg side. Must have brushed something along the way, as the umpire just indicates that it caught a bit of Fernando's hip. Otherwise, that one would have been wide as well. But just to go back to the point about the change in the field, so there's a lot of protection on the leg side, of course, for a left-hander bowling at this angle. There's a deep square leg, deep backward square leg as well. And that's an outstanding bit of fielding. Very sharp work there by Kavisha Devinda. Got down to that one really, really quickly. And after bowling 4 wides earlier this over, you have to say Vindula's come back very well. Can he end strong? And he's backed up well by some good fielding, so nice over to start off for the Romanian national team. They give up just 6 runs and they get a wicket. 6 for 1 at the end of the first. It's Vasu Seni who is going to be introduced into the attack. He's a terrific all-around player, and he was just running into ball and didn't realize he still had his sunglasses on. Gets a bit of a sarcastic cheer from the rest of his teammates. Of course, Vasu Seni, he's made 275 runs. Beg your pardon, 175 runs in his last 5 T20 innings. So very talented all-around player, and that's a Very poor full toss to start off, but he's managed to get away with that one. Sohail really showed no intent to play it. He was trying to block that one out. Let's just take another look at this one. Oh yeah, just dips a bit, I think, on him at the end. And nonetheless, I think if you're Sohail, your eyes should light up when you see a ball like that. And another terrific take by Kishore with the gloves. I mean, he's been extremely impressive these first 7 balls with his wicket keeping. I think that's the second boundary he's denied. We saw one the previous over where he put in an outstanding dive down the leg side. So top stuff. And again, this is just right on the money by Sani. I mean, that is exactly the line and length you need to be bowling at. He's just looking to push at that one, Sohail. And from the brief first impression we've had of Sohail, he hasn't been overly convincing with his batting. He's going to want to now look to play some really positive shots. This one's popped up in the air. It's a catching chance as the breeze just blows across our commentary box and sends a few notes flying as Sohail in the end has to depart. He's been put out of his misery for the second time today. He's been struggling mightily in his first 2 Continental Cup innings. This one just popped up in the air as a very well taken catch. That was Tharindu Sundarwan, who was watching that one very closely. So Vasu Sani picks up his first wicket of this year's Continental Cup as the Romanian national team are firmly on top of their A side to start off this game. So Romania A struggling out of the gate a bit like they did against Malta, but struggling a bit more here. And well, we know they have some batting depth, Romania A. We saw their 6-wicket partnership, beg your pardon, their 7th wicket partnership actually put on a terrific show in the first match. So they do bat deep, Romania A. That's not a problem for them, but they need to start cashing in on these power plays. We saw them go just between 6.5 to 7 in the first match during the power play, and I think you've got to take full advantage of the fielding restrictions and look to attack the bowling. But right now, they're just struggling to conserve wickets. For a leg stump guard here. Fernando. Dylan Fernando, of course, he got off to a very good start in that previous match where he hit 3 early boundaries, but then after that he kind of got stuck in the mud until he eventually just caught an edge and gave one straight to the fielder at slip. Just going to stretch a little bit here. Quick hop step. Come on then, Dylan, let's go. Fuller delivery, and this is a good length here by Sani. I have to say, he's been pitching it right up there. He's bowling a wicket-taking length, which is really, really good. I mean, this is exactly what you want to be doing at this stage of the match. Oh, it goes for a heave across. That was probably not the right shot selection for a ball that was that good. Especially for a batsman who's just walked up there right now. Just not enough room to be playing that kind of a stroke. Plays this one away nicely towards the, but it's straight to the fielder at backward point. And after a little bit of hesitation, they will manage to scamper across for a single. I think that's one thing, though, Romania A need to work on is just rotating the strike a lot better. They played way too many dot balls, and I think that was something which really hampered them in that first match where you'd see them, you know, they would often be in overs where they play 3 or 4 straight dot balls, and then they'd have to hit big 6s and 4s, and that was awful. It would cost them their wicket. And we certainly know they have the power to clear the boundary. We saw them hit some nice 6s. We saw them hit a few 4s. But it's that running between the wickets. It's showing, it's that intent to, you know, drop and run, look for the 2s. And I think as this team develops, of course, it is the first time this team is playing. They'll get better at that. And I expect on Sunday, we'll see a much better Romania A side than we've seen today. There's still a long time to go in this match. This one's just played behind point, and you can just see he was backtracking there. Kaka Vimlej trying to keep that within his eye line, but it's they managed to get a single over there, and I think that's really what Romania should be looking to do over here. Beg your pardon, Romania A. It's just to look to push for these singles for good balls, get a 1 and 2 off a good ball, and then when that odd bad ball appears, punish it, hit it for a 4, hit it for a 6. Right-handed batsman, they have a third man out as well as a deep backward square. A lot of protection inside the ring on the offside. Looking to cover all those gaps. That's a wide. And you can see again, he's aiming for that wide Yorker. There's, of course, umpire Lester. This one's just played away. It's going to take a few bounces before going out to the fielder in the deep. That's another good ball, but this is a nice drop and run. This is and it's been hit straight on the stump. So, I mean, again, good accuracy, but I like this cricket by Romania A. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about in the previous over. Clearly, they've been listening. You just need to run these quick singles. Drop and run over there. That is really, really good stuff. This one is down the leg side for a wide. Of course, he's had plenty of issues with wides. Vindula, he bowled 4 wides in his first over, and already 2 so far this over. I mean, that's a whole extra over he's bowled already with the 6 wides. I mean, you give your opposition a bonus over in T20 cricket, that could be really, really costly, and I think that's one thing I do have to credit the 2 sides we saw play earlier, Romania A and Malta. They didn't give away too many extras, and I think it's been a big concern for Romania as it's the slow finger of death by umpire Lester. As Fernando's innings comes to an end, he's been caught plumb right in front. We'll take another look at that one, of course, for our viewers. And again, since he's gone round the wicket, he's looked a much better bowler, Vindula. He's picked up a couple of wickets. And this time it's Fernando, so they're just not able to get going here whatsoever. Romania A, they're losing wickets at regular intervals, 13 for 3. And I think the national team, they're giving their A side a real drubbing here early, just reminding them who's boss almost. So Jamalka Fernando once again departs for 1, an identical score to the one he had in the previous match. Of course, we were talking earlier about how this is the first game that Vindula has played. T20 match he's played on the European Cricket Network, and this is a good way to introduce yourself in this format. Looks like the new batsman's going to be Dylan Fernando coming in. Beg your pardon, it can't be Dylan Fernando. It's going to be Ranathunga. Ranathunga, of course, came in at 4 earlier. He's been just pushed down the order slightly. We still haven't seen Samidul Hassan, of course. It looks like he's going to be batting much lower down the order in this match, of course. He opened the batting in the previous game, but not here. Ranathunga is going to be the one coming in at 5. This one's a good ball, just aimed at the body of Ranathunga, cramping him for room, and it's just going to be a single. Of course, Kaushal Ranathunga hasn't played it. Just played this one T20 match on the European Cricket Network. That was one earlier. But over his T10 career, he averages just about 21.5. Strike rate of 187. This one is, of course, going to be hit straight to the fielder at point, but they will get a single. So good running between the wickets by Fernando and Ranathunga. That's been one thing that they have done better than the previous game so far this innings. And after those first couple of overs, Romania A realized they've not been able to strike boundaries, but they have to find ways to manufacture runs, and they've certainly done that by good running between the wickets. But nonetheless, the Romanian national team are firmly on top against their A side. And of course, the umpire right there, we can see he signals leg byes. Vasu Sani, of course, very talented all-around cricketer, as we mentioned, is third highest run getter for the Romanian national team. And the T20I is over these last 5 innings, but even as a bowler, I mean, his figures have been very impressive. In the domestic T10 matches he's played, picked up 15 wickets over the 32 overs he's bowled this year. This one's just played away towards the fielder at backwards point, another single. And his economy rate was 9, which is outstanding for T10 cricket. So he's just one of those players as a captain you dream of having. I mean, there's nothing he can do wrong. Contributes, even if he has a bad day with a bat, you know that when you give him the ball in hand, he could do something. And if he has a bad day with the ball, you know he might go out there and contribute with the bat. So these are really, really important players to have in your team. As once again, Fernando just walking down the crease, looking to swipe across the line. You saw Zishan Khan with a textbook display of how to advance down the crease. In the previous innings, he would regularly just pick his spots to advance and then smash balls on the half volley. Looks to take some pace off that one, Vasu Sani. It's just going to be a single, so it's exclusively singles so far for Romania A. They're yet to hit a boundary, and we're in the middle of the 4th over. Need to start taking advantage of these fielding restrictions, even if it means taking a few risks. I mean, I know they've lost 3 wickets, but they're leaving themselves quite a big hole to dig themselves out of. This one is going to strike him firmly on the pads. The only appeal was from the fielder out at deep backward square, which tells you all you need to know. Of course, this Romanian national team, this would be their 8th T20I series they've been involved in. They've had a mixed bag of results over these last few years. This one's played away. And we just await the umpire signals. He's going to give that a leg by as well. So not a run off the bat, but Romania A are 20 for 3 at the end of the 4th over. And we're about to see the first bowling change of this innings. Honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad decision to maybe continue Vindula for a third over. I think when you've got a bowler who's already taken 2 wickets, if Vindula picks up 1 or 2 more, that could potentially break the back of this Romania A side and really take the game away from them. But captain's opted to go with Singh. In comes the spinner. Oh, and that's a terrific first ball to start off. And it's not the first time we've seen a left armer go around to a left armer today. That's been a bit of a staple for all 3 teams we've seen involved in these first couple of matches. You just hear the crack of the bat in the distance as, of course, some of the Malta cricket players are getting some practice in the nets. Of course, Malta will be facing Romania in the last match of the day. That's the biggest game of our triple header and one that I'll be looking forward to. Left arm around to the right-hander, Ranathunga. So this is a very good matchup for the bowling side. Oh, and they go up in an appeal, but that was probably just sliding down the leg side. Again, we're halfway through the 4th over, and we're yet to see a boundary from Romania A. It's been total Romanian national team dominance early. I think Fernando now is the big shot coming. Are we going to see a risk now? Got to look to target him, and he, as you can see, looked to just come down the crease, but good adjustment there by Singh, as that's only going to be 1 run. Of course, Baljinder Singh making his debut on ECN. His first ever European cricket match. This one is struck down the ground. It's just a single. This is the first time for all of us to get a chance to look at this cricketer, and I think he's made a very good first impression. Bowling very tight lines and lengths. Not a huge turner of the ball, but you don't need to be one in limited overs cricket. It's all about your accuracy and your variations if you're a spinner in this format. This one's just played away. Doesn't quite middle it. Came off more of the edge of his bat. And it's only a single, so another very tight over. Just 4 runs off that over. As Romania A are 24 for 3 at the end of 5. And the national team remains firmly on top. Saidullah is going to be come in to bowl this 6th over, the final over of the power play. A power play that has been completely in favor of the Romanian national team so far. Of course, as we see, this is the final over with fielding restrictions. This is a full toss. Are we going to see the first boundary of this innings? We certainly will. It's been a long wait, and it took a full toss to finally bring one for this Romania A side. So Fernando managed to get one away at last. Doesn't hit the pitch with this one. It's a full toss just under waist height, and he's played that one very well. Fernando doesn't overhit it, just tucks it away behind square, and finally a boundary for Romania A. This one's, are they going to drop and run over here? No, they won't. He's right onto it in the flash, and he kicks it onto the stumps. Saidullah. Look at that one, right on the money. Great line and length. Aiming for the top of the off stump, and I think that's a good comeback after bowling a full toss on his very first ball. Oh, that's a good length, really good length. He's aiming for a Yorker, and in the end, I think Fernando's done quite well to just get some bat on that and get a run. So this is a very good comeback by Ola after getting hit for 4 on his first ball. Let's just take another look at this one. Yep. Almost Yorker length delivery there. And this is what you've got to say, this Romanian national team side, they've been very, very disciplined early. They're not letting up against Romania A. Hardly say they've bowled a bad ball, just that 4 earlier. Maybe a couple they've managed to get away with, but it's been extremely tight stuff, you know. Extreme robotic bowling to start off. As if you're facing a bowling machine. This one's a lowish full toss, but it's chipped up in the air, and it's only going to be a single. And Ranathunga, low full tosses can be hard to get away, but you can just see the look of disgust in Ranathunga's face. He feels like he has missed out on an opportunity there. They need to start cashing in on some of these chances, Romania A. Going at under 6 and over, having hit just 1-4 off the power play is not a statistic that's going to please them whatsoever. Skipper off top, Kayani must be very agitated right now in the dugout. 2 balls to go in the power play. This one tucked away. That's gone for a single. That's one thing, though, you have to commend Romania A for compared to the first matches. They really eliminated a lot of the dot balls. I think the first couple of overs we saw them, you know, it was a case of old habits die hard. They're still facing way too many dot balls, but despite the lack of boundaries, they've only had 3 dot balls in these last 4 overs, which is something you do have to credit them for. And another fuller delivery, and this goes straight to the field recover, Koshal Ranathunga. So that brings the power play to an end as Romania A are 33 for 3 at the end of the power play, and the national team are firmly in front. Played away nicely, and that's a good bit of fielding there. He manages to get down to that one very, very quickly. Leave the fielder out of cover is currently number 17. That's Kaka Vimlesh. Oh, this is a terrific ball again by Singh. So it's back-to-back great deliveries by him. And Singh on his ECN debut has been incredibly impressive. I think it's just the accuracy he bowls with, very repeatable action. He just keeps hitting it on a nice line and length, and he mixes it up enough where he keeps the batsman guessing, as this one, well, the commentator's curse strikes for the second time today. As this one's been played away for 4, so maybe got a bit too predictable there, as Fernando just made some room for himself and played this one away. Very nice looking cover drive. That's gone for 4. Yeah, I think he goes a bit too wide there, Singh. So a change in the field now. They put a fielder out at deep cover in response. This one is just hit straight down. And the initial call is 2. Are they going to push for a second? It's a bit too risky to push for 1. And, well, they do get a second in the end. This one's a bit of robbery, in all honesty. And I think for a second, Romania just assumed that they would settle for 1. But Romania A have just managed to take full advantage of that slight moment of indecision for the Romanian national team. Their initial call over here was 2, but the fielder was on it in a snap. But that hard throw, yeah, just comes off the edge of the pitch. That's incredibly unlucky, isn't it? This one tucked away. There was a half chance there. And they're going to run a second here. There's a chance at the non-striker's end, but I think he's managed to make it back on time there. Fernando, really the throw needed to go on towards the non-striker's end, but so much was happening that ball. We need to take another look at it. You know, we initially fielder at mid-wicket. There was an opportunity for him there. It goes past him, and then they really wanted that second run, Romania A. And Ranathunga was off in a flash, but Fernando, there was a little bit of indecision for him. Well, luckily for him, he manages to make it back just in time. The Romania A are 42 for 3 at the end of the 7th over. And of course, 53 days to go until the biggest festival in European cricket. It's the Euros of Cricket, starting on the 25th of this September. 31 nations will be battling it out to be European champions. Of course, that should be a very exciting series. We've got a lot of new countries joining in as well. And I really look forward to that. The biggest festival of all in European cricket. And then, of course, we've got a lot of events coming up here on the European Cricket Network. We've got, well, occurring alongside us is, of course, that ECI over in Germany. And then, of course, next weekend they'll have some international action as well. This one is just tucked off the pads. It's going to be played away towards fine leg. That goes away for 4, so it's a very nice-looking shot there. And just strays onto the pads, Ulla. Can't afford to be making mistakes like that. And it's the second boundary for Ranathunga. Delivery struck down the ground. This is going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder at long on. He does quite well to get to it. And it's a good sharp throw, and he gets a nice round of applause from the rest of his teammates. Certainly deserved that. I mean, he was off the blocks really quickly there, Asad Abbas. As soon as he saw that coming off the bat, he immediately just picked the ball and ran right at it. Of course, the wind just picking up a little bit. You can hear the rustling of different sheets of paper on our commentary desk. Looks to make some room to hit it towards the offside, Fernando, but he's completely whiffed at the ball over there. And Ulla, again, one thing you have to say with Romania is even when they have bowled the odd bad ball, they've always backed it up with 2 or 3 really good ones. And Ulla straight onto the pads first time around. And this is a gorgeous looking cover drive, but there's a lot of protection out there at cover. And it's going to be just the 1 run. full and a bit too wide, so he managed to strike that one well, Fernando, but a nice sliding stop. Goes for that fuller delivery. He's just squirmed away, and it's going to be quite a chase for the fielder out at point. And are they going to push for a second? No, it's just going to be one. Fernando was eager to come back, but in the end, I think Ranathunga's made the right call. It was a very strong throw straight at the keeper's end. And you can see aiming for that wider Yorker, opens the face of the bat, hits it towards point. And one thing, though, is Romania's ground fielding has been terrific. They haven't made too many mistakes right to start off. They've been very sharp, as of course we take a look at this scorecard. Dylan Fernando is currently on 23 of 25, and Ranathunga going along at just about run a ball, and of course no strike rates above 100 over there, which is incredibly disappointing. If you are this Romania A team, they really need to put their foot on the accelerator now and try to put some pressure back on the Romanian national team. Of course, this current run rate is just above 6 and over. And it's about time the Romania A just try putting some pressure back on the Romanian national team. Of course, they've got a fair bit of batting depth. They've still got players like Rajit Hassan, Samidul Hassan, skipper himself, Aftab Kayani to come. So there is some hitting in the shed. It's just a case of not giving them too much to do at the end. And of course, just see a few adjustments being made in the field. Got a deep backward square. And then a fielder just in front of square out in the deep, and then also a long on. And he's, of course, the fielder will be collecting this one. It's just a single. And he can just sense the frustration and anger. Ranathunga just kicking the turf in disgust. He's a little bit annoyed at the fact that he's missed out on the few opportunities in his eyes. This is exactly the sort of position Romania want Romania A in. Struggling to find runs. This one just tucked off his pads. And it's just going to be a single over here. Fernando looking for a second. He was quick off the mark. And he will get 2 runs. I think that's one thing, though, Romania might need to look to work on. It's just attack the ball a little harder in the field and prevent some of these doubles. That's just about what's keeping Romania A even within half a chance of this one is played away. That was a full toss. I think he's missed out on the opportunity there. Fernando, that will really, really frustrate him. Again, it's these kind of opportunities which Romania A have failed to take advantage of at times. I mean, they've kind of retreated into a bit of a shell. And that's where you'd like to see them play some expansive strokes. The minute a bowler bowls a bad delivery, you've got to be willing to smash them. And I think once bowlers just know they can get away with the odd bad ball, it increases their confidence. They're more willing to experiment as well. And of course, yeah, good start here for Romania, of course, who are coming off a loss in their last series in the Valletta Cup. And they were invited over to Malta. I'll just talk about that one after this ball. And this is a nicely played stroke. It's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder, and that's probably the shot of the inning so far. Very, very well played by Ranathunga. We've seen him get a bit frustrated at some of the opportunities missed out on. No problem there. A little bit of extra oomph by the bowler. We could hear it from here. And he just uses the pace of the ball very well. Opened the face of the bat and hit it behind point. So a good shot there by Ranathunga. And is this just is this the shot that's gonna get him going now? Is it now a case of, okay, we've done our rebuilding, now's the time to accelerate, now's the time to kick on, get our run rate up to the 9s and 10s over the next few overs? And no, it won't. This is a great comeback by the bowler, and this has been a huge feature of this Romanian side so far. They never bowl 2 bad balls. Every single time one's gone away for 4, they've always come back the very next ball with a terrific dot ball, or in this case a wicket. Bowls him right through the gate. Top stuff there by Vindula, who picks up his 3rd wicket, and Ranathunga would have been feeling mighty pleased after finally hitting a 4. Well, he's going to have to depart, having made just 17 runs. So the Romanian national team, once again, just pegging back Romania A and bringing them back down to ground after a couple of moments that did favor Romania A. The new batsman out there is, of course, Samid Ul Hassan, who's been demoted down to 6 after opening the batting in the first innings that Romania A were involved in, which was earlier today against Malta. Ul Hassan really struggled out when he was opening the batting, made just 13 of 15. And maybe they were hoping that bringing him lower down the order, there'd be less pressure on him if he came later in the innings, but that certainly isn't the case over here. He's coming in a situation now where Romania A are in a lot of trouble at 57 for 4 with 1 ball to go in the 9th over. And the captain, you know, this is a really good bit of captaincy by Vasu Sani. I mean, he just sensed that partnership, even though it was going slow, it had grown a touch too much, the one between Ranathunga and Fernando, and then he brings on his wicket-taking bowler Vindula and says, break this partnership for me as well, can you please? This one is just really well played. It's actually gone past the fielder Abbas, and it's going to go away for 4. And for a second, it just felt like it was going to go straight to Abbas, but it does manage to beat him. And he's dug that one out really well there, Ul Hassan. A smart stroke as he manages to hit a 4. So good end to the over, Romania A, but nonetheless, Romania are on top right now. Of course, we'll take a look at the bowling figures. Vindula, in his 3 overs, has given up just 23 runs. He's, funny enough, been the most expensive bowler with an economy of 7.67. Yet it's those 3 wickets he's taken that has really turned the tide of this game. And the good thing, though, you have to say about this Romanian national team has been there have been no real mistakes by any of them. It's just been good bowling from both ends. There haven't been any bowlers who Romania A could target and potentially look to hit for runs. It's just been good over after good over by every bowler. Looks to advance down the wicket, but he hits it straight to the bowler. Vasu Sani doing a bit of fielding off his own bowling. Of course, the fielders he currently has out in the deep are a long off, deep cover. Fielder out at 3rd man on the boundary, and then also deep square and long on. And this is hit to the aforementioned fielder at long on. Good bit of work there by Acharigale. Got to say, the Vasu Sani's lengths have just been spot on. It's always been a full or a good length. I mean, if you could just build a pitch map for the way he's been bowling at the start, it'd all be clustered around a good length. And this just opens the face of his bat there, Ul Hassan, and gets some more runs through 3rd man. Of course, just looking at this card so far for Romania A, they've only had 1 over in the double digits, and that was the last one, which they managed to get 12 of. It's just been quiet over after quiet over. Just 5 boundaries for them in this first half of the innings, which is something they're going to have to alter. But you have to say, Romania, not been that many bad balls for them to get away. And the fielding has been extremely sharp as well. Just take a look at that. Very good ground fielding there. Looks to advance down the crease there, Fernando, and force the initiative, but he just chips one up. And it's once again going to go out to the field. Archie Riegele has been a very busy man this over. As we're at the halfway stage of the innings, and Romania A are 66 for 4. As of course we come to have their mid-inning summary. Looks like players are going to have a quick drinks break. And of course, just taking a look at this, so far it's been completely in favor of Romania. They've been firmly on top. And yeah, we're just going to see a lot of these players just to take a break to have a drink. And so do the umpires, of course. It's a very hot day here in Romania. Temperature currently 39 degrees Celsius and humidity about 25%. So, of course, this is a well-earned break for some of these players. You can see that projected score so far. It's 132 for Romania A, but you would expect them to accelerate in the second half of the innings, and maybe they could be aiming for somewhere between 140 to 145. Try to get there, of course. We did see them last time around. It was their 7th wicket partnership that really helped them accelerate and get themselves to a good total. Of course, the last time we saw Romania involved in any action was in the Valletta Cup earlier this year. Switzerland took that tournament, winning 4 out of 4 games, and Romania, unfortunately for them, went winless when they toured Malta. However, we do know they're very, very strong at home. They've won the Continental Cup the last time it was played, which is all the way back in 2021. Of course, that time around, Malta invited a lot of guests over: Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, and Malta, who are often a regular attendee to the Continental Cup. Also involved in the men's qualifiers earlier this year, Romania. Won 2 of the games they played, including a match against Serbia, a match against Turkey. Lost to Cyprus and the Isle of Man. And of course, they eventually lost in the 5th place playoff to Sweden in the regional qualifiers for Group A in Europe. This one is just played away towards a short third man and a sharp throw there. You got to say they've been on it. They've been on it in the field, Romania. Very clean with their collections, always throwing things at the stumps very quickly. This one just played away. And is there a chance for a second here? They have to push for a second, Romania A, and they will. And they will get that second run. Didn't quite middle that one, but he just found a gap right between 2 fielders. Samidul Hassan. toss one up, takes a thickish outside edge and goes away towards cover, so that's another single. Again, the key stat here really for Romania A is that they've hit just 5 fours so far this innings, and of course, no sixes. Oh, there was a stumping opportunity. There was a big opportunity. You can just see the wicketkeeper is managed to stump him over there, so that'll be the end of it for Fernando. Of course, our view was just temporarily blocked for a second. But yeah, he's clearly stumped the batsman as he has to walk off. Dylan Fernando, after a long stay at the crease, he faced 33 deliveries, but wasn't quite able to get going at any point. Was swung and missed at a few, hit 2 boundaries, and in the end, he has to depart, having gone along at a strike rate just above 80. And wickets just tumbling at regular intervals for Romania A, and no one's been able to get going. No one's been able to play that big innings and accelerate, put some pressure back. As we said, just the 1 over that's gone in double digits so far this innings. If you just look at some of these overs right now, the first over went for 6, 2, then 7, 5, 5, 8, 9, 7, then the 112 run over, 5, and then of course 4 off this over so far, along with the wicket. I mean, this is just a dream start for Romania, who again, as we mentioned, coming off that Valletta Cup where they had 4 losses, this is just the way they would have wanted to bounce back with authority. We're going to see Baljinder Singh come back to bowl. His 3rd over, of course, Baljinder Singh. He's, as we mentioned, is his first ever appearance on the European Cricket Network. And his first 2 overs going for just 13 runs. He's bowling extremely tightly so far. Again, not a huge turner of the ball. All he does is he focuses on bowling accurately, and that's exactly what he's done with great effectiveness so far. He's been one of many key bowlers in this Romanian side so far who've just put an absolute clamp on the scoring for Romania A, who, well, just everything going wrong for them. They're losing wickets, they're not able to score runs. Very difficult start for them. This one is just played away towards long on. It's only going to be a single. So of course the left arm bowler going around to the right-hander, and the well, the field setting, they've got a deep extra cover, a long off, a long on, fielder out at cow, and then also a deep square. They're going to look to sneak in a quick single here. It's the captain himself running to the danger end, Aftab Kayani. You have to say, good backing up at the boundary. Needed a direct hit for Kayani to be dismissed. Need to have another look at how close that one was. Certainly from just the naked eye looking at it, straight on where I'm sitting in the commentary tent, looked to me as if Kayani would have been in a bit of trouble if a direct hit had come in. This one is again just dabbed away towards third man. That's a single. This one is played away. Are they going to push for a two? Kayani was looking for a second. A second is certainly on, and they'll make it back fairly comfortably. Well, they've run well between the wickets. You do have to credit them for that, Romania A. But you've got a couple that good running between the wickets with boundary hitting, and those just haven't come. This one going down the leg side, so a rare mistake for Singh. He was generally bowled with great accuracy so far today. You haven't seen him make too many mistakes. Last ball of the over. Oh, and that one is right on the money, so he just his radar, and this time he absolutely nails it. So it's another good over for Singh, who's just been incredibly consistent throughout this innings. In the end, Romania A are 73 for 5 at the end of the 12th over. This one is just struck away towards the fielder at point. And that's going to be a single. And for a split second, Romania A were just contemplating whether they could get a second run because of the poor throw, but it was never really on. But again, it's just big shots. They need to start clearing the boundary rope here, Romania A. They bring cover back in for Kayali, and then they move a fielder out to cow corner. This one just tucked away. Again, it's just a single, and it's been almost exclusively singles for Romania A. I have to say, though, I am a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Rajith Hashan so far this innings. I mean, we saw him bat absolutely beautifully in that last innings. You know, he led that recovery for Romania A. This one is met on the full, and again, it's just a single. I mean, have a player over there in Rajith Hashan who made 37 of 24. Of course, Warsi, he's not going to be featuring in this match. He was rested for this game. But when you do have someone like Hassan available, and he's one of the few players so far today for you who's looked comfortable at the crease, who's been able to hit the big shots, and you don't send him out, and your team's struggling to score runs, I do have to question some of the decision-making and the thought process that went into that. I would have had Rajith Hashan promoted up the order after that last innings. This one struck down the ground again. Only going to be a single. course, a little bit of discussion going on in the chat. Dave pointing out that, well, this still isn't a good run rate for them, and completely agree with you there, Dave. Kroom 111 saying, well, they've done a bit of rebuilding, but now they need to go on and set up something to worry the Romanian national team. And absolutely, Dave, I agree. I mean, if Romania A can really restrict the Romanian national team to a paltry total, then we're starting to get into the territory where we have to talk about whether this Romanian national team will just look to finish off Romania A as soon as possible to get that big net run rate boost. Oh, this time he's cleaned him up. Great bit of bowling. That is a terrific one. This time Kayani just looking to swipe across the line, goes for the big heave. And he's been bowled out, so Kayani has to depart. Fortunately for him, it's not quite been his day with the bat either. Just take a look at this ball. That one just turning back in beautifully. Outstanding ball. And Romania just continue to pick up wickets at regular intervals. No partnership has been able to get going for Romania A so far. Thirteen overs gone by as Romania A are 81 for 6, and of course we'll see Singh coming back on to bowl his 4th over. He's somebody who certainly deserves a wicket for all of his outstanding bowling. Again, he's been very tight with his lines and lengths, as we mentioned. Just the 19 runs he's given up off the 3 overs he's bowled. This one played away towards point, and that's going to be a single. Of course, well, people bring their predictions in for the game, where they're saying that, well, it's quite hard to see Romania A getting to 130, and I'd have to agree with that sentiment right now. I mean, getting to 130 would take quite an effort for them, especially considering the way they're losing wickets, and it's only now we're going to get to see Rajith Hassan come out. I think he's come out a bit too late. I think really he needs to be promoted to 3 or 4 considering how well he played in the last match. But he does find himself in a fairly similar situation. I do have to say, Romania A were 81 for 6. He came in probably an over before this in that previous match, and then of course he was able to just tee off at the end and get Romania to 167, which was a very respectable total. Mind you, it's just so hot right now here that I have to mention that some of our devices are getting too hot. This one is just played away towards the offside. We just lost our iPad right now because well, the iPad says over here it needs to cool down before we can continue using it. So that just emphasizes how hot the weather is right now. I mean, as we said, it's just about 40 degrees Celsius, 39 to 40. Even the iPads are boiling in this weather. And so we certainly lost access to a few things. Oh, that is a good ball. Great bowling. That one stayed low as well for Singh. Looks to make some room to hit it towards the offside, and again, Singh, it's just ball after ball. Very repeatable action, a simple action. He just lands it on the right line and length all day. This one is, again, he looks to make some room to strike it away, but Singh does so well. He just follows him. That's what Singh's been doing. He's paying attention to what the batsman is doing as well. He's winning in the game of cat and mouse so far, and that was a terrific spell by Singh. 23 runs off the 4 overs he bowled. Did an outstanding job, and in the end, I'd say he was pretty unlucky not to get a wicket. He probably deserved one for his bowling. Of course, he did favor his economy rate, and his main priority was to keep things tight, not give up too many runs. And I think an effort like that really deserved a wicket. So Romania A are 85 for 6 at the end of the 14th over. And this one is just hit straight towards the offside, and that's going to go away for 4. So, well, while some devices might be hotting up, maybe this Romanian A side is starting to heat up as well. And we might see a few boundaries coming from them as well. This one is going to slap that one away towards the offside. That's probably the first time we've seen any real mishap from Romania in the field. That was always going to be a tough chance, but nothing has gone past them so far in the field as we again. You just see Sundaru so close to getting his 3rd wicket over there. But yeah, going back to Dave's early day, we could do with a fan. I mean, we do have a nice breeze going across, but unfortunately we have, you know, when your devices start saying that they're shutting off because it's too hot, that gives you a sign of just how warm it is here today. And again, just a testament to a lot of these players, of course. There was a lot of discussion in the previous match about some of our umpires and players. I'll continue after this ball. This one is played away. It's going to land well in front of the fielder at long off, and it's just going to be a single. I mean, again, keep in mind, a lot of these players, they're semi-professional players who are playing cricket during their free time, often taking time off work to play cricket. So they're doing it in rather warm conditions as well. And same goes for the umpire, so do take a moment to just appreciate how difficult a job they're doing before we criticize them. Of course, a lot of the players many of you are accustomed to watching are getting paid big bucks to do the very thing these guys are doing right now. And these guys, well, they're just doing it for their love of the sport, which is a true testament to this game. And, well, there are ambassadors for European cricket, as, of course, we're at the end of the 15th over, where Romania A are 90 for 6. And of course, we take a look at today's schedule. Of course, this is the second of 3 matches we'll be playing. The first of our triple header was a victory for Malta against Romania A. We saw their captain Zishan Khan lead them to an outstanding victory. And right now, Romania are taking on their A side. And then, of course, the final match of our triple header, that is the big one. The one that we've all been waiting for, Malta against Romania. The rematch of that brilliant Valletta Cup game we saw last month. Malta and Romania, 2 national teams who know each other very, very well. In comes Sani. He's bowled 3 terrific overs to start off. And again, right on the money. Vasu Sani, though, you've got to say, beautiful action. And somebody who just always nails his line and length. everything so far today has been on a good length or back of a length. Again, I just love to see a pitch map of his bowling. It'd be very Glenn McGrath-esque, I have to say. Everything would be very tight and clustered together, just around that off stump on a good length. And he's also been smart enough to just mix it up when necessary. Intelligent bowler. Oh, there was a chance for Vasu Sani. That one was slapped right back at him. And you can see a bit of a wry smile. However, of course, in this situation, the match, when your team is firmly on top, you can afford to smile at moments like this. I think if this was a lot later, maybe in the second innings, if it was a tight match, you'd feel a different way. But everything going right so far for the skipper. Nice looking shot, but it's hit straight to the fielder. It's a strong throw, but good backing up by Singh. Singh's had an outstanding day so far. Of course, we saw how well he bowled, but now making an impact in the field as well. That was some good backing up. Just take a look at this one. That ball just probably bouncing a bit more than the batsman expected. But he adjusted well. And we take a look at the square leg umpire. That's not a wide. It's the first for the over. And that breeze has just picked up, of course, right when Dave said that we do need a fan over here. And hello, hello, hello. This one's played away towards deep backward square. Our iPad is back up again. So after it just heated up and we got a message saying that the device was too hot to use, this nice breeze has just cooled it down. Maybe we need to buy a fan specifically for this iPad. That'd probably be a worthy investment, or would it be worth just buying a new tablet? This one is struck away, and again, another good over for this Romanian national team. Really, there hasn't been any moment in this game where you felt like Romania A have managed to get on top. It's been complete domination so far. As we take a look at the scorecard, of course, the top three making just 2 runs among themselves, and Willem Fernando managed to hang around for a long time, but unfortunately was never able to accelerate, and that's really been the story over this middle order for Romania A. They've stuck in there to their credit, but just not able to get those big strike rates. In comes Sunderwan for his final over. He's picked up 2 wickets in his first 3 and bowled with a terrific economy rate. This one is again struck towards long off for a single. Of course, the last time we had the Continental Cup was 2 years ago, when Romania were host to Hungary, Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Malta, and Bulgaria. Played away towards mid-wicket. That's are they going to push for 2? They've got to push for 2, surely. But it's just a single, and got to credit Romania there. That was some good fielding, but at this stage of the innings, you've just got to take those risks. Go for the second run, especially when you can't find a boundary. This one is played away, goes straight to a boss. That was an outstanding throw, but the umpire at square leg just shakes his head and says the batsman has managed to come back in time. But those of you on boundary watch, it's been 4.3 overs since we last had a boundary in this innings. Of course, as we mentioned, just the 5 boundaries for Romania A, and all of them, mind you, came in 4 consecutive overs. That was just about the only period where you really felt like Romania A might have a shot at potentially posting a good total. But since then, Romanian national team has just asserted their dominance. They're going to go for a quick single here. They really have to, and they'll get back in time. Good running. Good cricket all around, you have to say. That was a nice throw as well. Oh, goes for a big heave across the line. And immediately just gets shouts of well bowled, well bowled. And And Sunderwan, one thing I have to say, that's maybe something that Singh might integrate into his game as well, is that Sunderwan, not only can he bowl tight, but he's also got that wicket-taking ball in his arsenal. Last ball of the 17th. And this is beautifully struck. It's going to go the distance, though. We've had to wait a long time for a 6. And we actually get a very hefty blow. That's the first 6 of this match. He's just picked the length to perfection there, Hashan. And he meets it on the full and clubs this over long off. So finally our wait for a boundary has come to an end, and it is a big, big 6. A 6 which, well, Romania A so desperately needed. And look at that 1-6. Look at the effect it's had on the graph over there on your screen. It's just ticked up mightily. And of course, we're at that stage in the innings where, of course, a 1-6 can make a huge, huge difference to this run rate. I mean, they're going at about 6 and over, so they're going to get as many runs as they get in the whole over in just one ball. Saidullah coming back into the attack. His first couple of overs went for 15 runs. The Romanian national team captain looks like he's probably just going to use the 5 bowlers he initially planned to, so we'll expect to see Vindula bowl the next over, and then Saidullah coming back for the final over as well. Oh, this is a shorter delivery. It's actually quite well hit, but it goes straight to the fielder out in the deep, so it's just going to be a single. Of course, for those of you joining us, I mean, we'd love to know a little bit more about you. Just tell us where in the world you're joining us from, of course, on our YouTube chat. Got viewers from all around the world here on the European Cricket Network. Joining us from within Europe. Are you from Romania watching this series, or are you from Asia? Any viewers from Africa over here? Any viewers from the Americas? We'd love to hear where you're from and where you're soaking in this cricketing action. Goes for that big swing across the line again, and I think that's just missed the stumps by a whisker. We need to take another look at that one. Yeah, just over the stumps. He could easily have been castled right there. And shouts of catch. It's gone straight to the fielder, but he's put it down. That's a rare error from Romania. That's Kavisha Devinda. He's actually been very, very good in the field so far today. Hasn't missed a beat, but he's put that one down. It was hit straight to him as well. Didn't have to move an inch, but unfortunately this one just slips out of his hands. Yeah, once again, just choking him for room there, Ola. You could see Hashan just wanted to move to the leg side, open up some space on the offside. Of course, there's no protection out on that cover boundary. Ola, he was so smart. He just adjusted, and that's one thing you got to say. Anytime you've seen a Romania A player just try to make an adjustment, maybe move to the leg side to open up some room, they've just followed the batsman really well. So complete credit to this Romanian national team. I mean, they've been on the money all day. There isn't much you can say that they've done wrong. As of course we take a look at this bowling card. I mean, Vindula will probably bowl this penultimate over, and then we expect to see Saidullah back for that final over. But every single bowler has been terrific. They all deserve a heap of praise for this bowling effort, and it's very rare you see that in a cricket match. So outstanding stuff. I was Vasu Sani. This would be close to a dream match for me as a captain. Vindula coming in for his final over. Oh, that just digs that one in. And of course, a big oomph from Vindula as he bent his back for that ball. Of course, Dave joining us from France. this one played away, and oh, this is a terrific catch. This is an outstanding catch. This is one of the best catches you will see on the network. For a moment, you just thought that was going to go past him, but he's dived to his left, and he somehow managed to pluck that one out of the air. Let's just take another look at this. It's a full toss. It's smacked away. Dives up in the air. What a terrific catch. Oh, he's never going to forget that. That is one for the storybooks. Sundarwan, who's taken 2 wickets with his bowling, takes an absolutely mind-boggling catch. Oh, that is outstanding. It's just been Romania's day. They've been completely on top of their A-team. That is one of the most brilliant catches you will see on the network. Let's just take another look to appreciate what this one was like. Dives up in the air, and that is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Not going to see too many catches better than that. And for a moment, you just thought the game might be going flat, and that Romania A were just going to meander away to a low total. But then he just makes this game come alive, and brilliant, brilliant moment. This will just help Romania lock in for these last couple of overs and really get their focus back in the game and just ensure that they close out in style. And you can see what he's trying to do over there. Vindula is looking for that ball around the hip, which is a common tactic in T20 cricket, just to force the batsman to hit it straight to the fielder at deep backward square. But he just misses ever so slightly. Another big oomph there as this one has gone straight to that fielder out at deep backward square. Oh, this one's a connection. Is it going to go beat the fielder? It certainly will. He's deposited into that little hill that surrounds this cricket field, and that's going to be a 6. So that's a much-needed 6 for Romania A. Just goes a bit too full over there, Vindula. And for a moment, you just thought, are we going to get another spectacular catch out of the boundary? But it sailed over the fielder's head. 2 more balls to come. Another big oomph. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to land right to the right of the fielder at long on. They're going to come back for a second run. So a nice running between the wickets by Janitha Fernando and Rajith Hashan. Pressure now mainly on Hassan, though, to just keep clubbing away, keep hitting those boundaries, try to get his team to at least 130. Oh, what an outstanding ball. And if the batsman had managed to strike the stumps over there, well, I think Hashan would have been stranded. I mean, let's just take a look at this. Just a Yorker around his feet, and the wicketkeeper was on the floor, but if he actually managed to strike the stumps over there, then Hashan would have been gone. As in the end, that's a fairly productive over for Romania A. Certainly one of the more productive ones they've had so far this innings, but the highlight of that over is that brilliant, brilliant catch. Memorable catch, one of the greatest catches you'll ever see by Thirindu Sundarwan. That is one that is going to get replayed again and again. Last over of the innings. And they've got to be looking to get somewhere on that 12 to 14 runs off this over, but it's not going to be easy against Ulla, who's just been so accurate. That will certainly help. That was a definite no ball. That's not going to be too tough a decision for the umpire. It was just below his shoulder. And it's a no ball, and well, let's wait for that free hit signal. And there it is. So we know Hashan has the ability to clear the boundary. Seen him hit club a couple of big sixes already. Now a chance to punish Ulla for that mistake. Rare error by him. And the umpire's just going to have a word with him as well about that beamer. If bowls another one of those, he's going to get thrown out of this game. This sun is a thickish outside edge, and it's going to go away for 4, so he just throws the kitchen sink at that one, Hashan, and fortune favors the brave, as they say. He just looked to hit that one as hard as he could, just threw his bat at it, wasn't even sure where it was going, and he's somehow managed to squirm away over the fielder at third man and deep third man and go away for 3, beg your pardon, 4. Another big, loud grunt there, and this time he managed to pick out the boundary again, and it's back-to-back 4s for the first time this innings for Romania A. They've waited late to start striking some boundaries, but maybe a bit too late. Is it a case of too little too late for Romania A? Well, we'll wait to find out. We can see that one just takes the fielder out. That one is hit away for 4. And this one again, he just managed to dig that one out quite well. He just loses his footing slightly, Sundarwan, when he went to collect that ball, and that's just what allowed Romania A to come back for that second run. You can just see he's checking his studs right now. Just having a look at his studs. He lost his footing ever so slightly, and it was that split-second delay which allowed them to scamper back for a second run. So finally, they're putting some pressure back on this Romanian national team, Romania A. This one's gone up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. It's really high up in the sky. Is it going to drop right between 3 fielders? Oh, that's another great catch. That is another outstanding catch. This one hung up in the air for ages. Might have collected some stardust on the way down, but oh, we saw him put one down earlier. That was a really difficult opportunity, but no mistakes there. He's taken a significantly more difficult one, Devinda. He was determined to not let this one go down. We saw him put down a simpler catch earlier, but he tracked this one to perfection, and he takes it. That is going to make him feel really, really good as Rajith Hashan, who is striking the ball very cleanly and was the best hitter so far for this Romania A side. He has to depart as well. And this has just been a feature for the Romanian national team. Anytime it looks like Romania A might just get a few runs on the board, Romania pegged them back by getting a wicket. So an important wicket. That means, very importantly, that these last 2 balls of the innings will be faced by a new batsman. So again, with Rajith Hashan not there, that might even mean that you've prevented 1 less boundary. So even at this stage, getting a wicket like that can have an impact on the final target. What an incredible catch that was. I mean, we've seen some really good catches today. I mean, obviously that one we just saw by Devinda, and then the highlight of all of them, that one by Sundarwan. I mean, that just had everybody here stunned. Every single person present at the ground took a moment to just soak in what they'd seen. Certainly going to be one that we're going to want to rewatch when we open up that highlights reel. Of course, you can replay that moment as much as you like on our YouTube stream. Of course, European Cricket Network's official YouTube channel is your main hub for all things European cricket. As this one is a bottom-handed stroke. Is there a chance here for Abbas? No, there isn't. It's gone over his head. That is a 6. And while we were talking about whether or not that previous wicket was going to prevent boundaries, it certainly doesn't look like it has. Safi has come right in. It's taken him no time to adjust, and well, he actually gets a high five from the opposite skipper, Vasu Sani. He gives him a, just appreciates that one for a moment. Of course, all these guys, they're used to playing together in the Romanian domestic league, so very friendly match between two different sides. And this one is going to take one bounce and go away for 4. So, well, where was Safi all this time? He surely should have been promoted up the order if he could strike the ball that cleanly. They've been struggling to hit boundaries all match, the Romania A side, and then they bring Safi on and he hits a 6 and a 4 to round out the innings, and surely that should earn him a promotion up the order, as in the end, Romania A, who were struggling mildly at one stage, will end up at 138, which is a lot healthier than what we initially thought they would. So a target of 139 here for Romania. They're certainly in the driving seat, but this game isn't done and dusted. But hey, let's watch the highlights of this innings. And of course, we saw right from the get-go, Vindula, he took 3 wickets, and that was the important one of Raj Shekhara. Raj Shekhara was incredible in that first match, and they would have been really keen to get his wicket early. And we should appreciate this from all angles, of course. An inside edge, chopped back onto the stumps. And then, of course, the skipper, Vasu Sani, he was so economical, just with tight lines and lengths. It was, his pitch map would look absolutely gorgeous. You see a nice cluster around that good length mark. And then, of course, there was a little bit of a partnership between Dilam Fernando and Koshal Ranatunga. They managed to hang around together for quite a while, even though they weren't able to accelerate. And this was the first 4 of the innings for Romania A. It came all the way in the 6th over after a full toss that was just tucked away. Ranatunga hit a 4 and then was dismissed the very next ball. He would make 17 of 15. And this was a nice boundary struck by Samit Ul Hassan. Just managed to get some bat on that one. And of course, we did see them use Pushindu Vindula in some partnership breaking roles, and that was the catch of the day. I mean, that was a terrific moment. Tharindu Sundarwan, I don't know how he managed to take that one, and then Devinda with another humdinger of a catch. This was outstanding work, going to his right, hung up in the air forever, collected a bit of stardust on the way down, and somehow he managed to keep his eyes on that one. Then, of course, right at the end, Umar Safi hit a 6 and a 4 and made us all wonder why he wasn't there earlier. As, of course, Romania A posted a total of 138, just 2 runs amongst the top 3 batsmen for Romania A, which would be a little bit disappointing for them. And then they got plenty of runs from the middle order, even though at times the strike rate just wasn't quite there. They really needed to be striking it at potentially anywhere between 130 to 150. And then, of course, Samit Ul Hassan, who opened the batting in the previous game, came all the way down at 6 this time around. He went out a run a ball. Rajit Hashan, shockingly, wasn't promoted up the order. I think we were all a bit stunned to see him coming down as low as he did. And then Umar Safi right at the end, hitting a 6 and a 4. And he really made us wonder why he didn't get a promotion. Of course, well, we still have a look at Romania's bowling card, and this was just an all-round brilliant performance. Saidula's figures were slightly spoiled by that final over, but this isn't something that is unnatural, really, is it, in T20 cricket to have one bowler go for 10? Otherwise, other than that, I mean, look at the skipper, Vasu Sani, giving up just 3 and over in the 4 overs he bowled. And, of course, Pushindu Vindula picking up 4 wickets, one of them courtesy of an absolutely outstanding catch by Sundarwan. As in the end, Romania A posts 138 runs. Very doable for the Romanian national team. We've seen stranger things before on the European Cricket Network. Make sure to join us in a few moments as we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Bucharest as we're set to see our second innings of this match. Of course, Romanian national team restricted Romania A to 138. Although Romania A did have a very nice explosion right there at the end of the previous innings, getting some nice runs from Sefi at the end when he hit that 6 and 4. Of course, at one stage, we did think that Romania A would struggle to get to 130. So in the end, they do have a respectable total of 138. So it will take some chasing from the Romanian national team, but they're certainly favorites against their A side. Of course, the Romanian national team are, well, let's just take a look at the schedule of that series over in Dresden. Of course, Charlie Hunt and Rico over there on the call. That's just been a fantastic series to watch. Of course, I caught some of the action in these preceding days. Of course, we've got ICA Berlin against Dresden to start off today's action. And then, of course, we're seeing Magdeburg in action as well as Komban. So all three of these teams are going to be really, really fun to watch. Right now, the Berlin Cricket Academy leading the way over there, having won 5 of 5 games. And of course, we're right in the middle of our triple header here in Romania. We've got another terrific match right after this between Malta and Romania. That is the highlight of our triple header, as of course those two teams will be facing each other off again after a thrilling match in last month's Continental Cup. The umpires are out on the field. And we're seeing Romania A take the field for the second time today. A few things they might want to look to work on. I think just bowling a little bit tighter. I think I saw some of their bowlers. They do have a lot of potential. And of course, the other thing I think would just be certain aspects of their fielding that they'll want to get better at. Just a bit of communication in the field. I think there were a few opportunities in that previous match where they somehow managed to let Malta get away with a lot of poor running between the wickets. I thought at times they just weren't calling to the right end. There were times they would throw to the wrong end. And that's something they'll need to look to work on in this second innings. Either way, it's going to be Fernando bowling this spell to start off. And I like this move. I mean, Fernando at times was a bit wayward in that first innings, but when he nailed it, boy, he was so difficult to play. I mean, he just brought the ball back into the right-hander, and it was really sharp at times. And when he nailed it, it was incredibly, incredibly difficult to play. Of course, this Romania A side. So 3 top scorers have been Vasu Sani, Taranjit Singh, and Ramesh Satish over these their last 5 games. Unfortunately for them, though, of course, Taranjit Singh and Ramesh Satish will be taking part in today's action. We might see them play over the weekend, but skipper Vasu Sani is certainly out there. He's made 175 runs in his last 5 innings. Umpire just having a quick word with the skipper of the Romania A team. I think Kayali, there's just a few things he's trying to sort out. And of course, we're just moments away from the first ball of this second innings. Of course, I'm Nishchay Button. I'll be taking you through the action over these Continental Cup matches we'll be seeing taking place here in Romania over this weekend. Should be a fun weekend of cricketing action. Just hear the sound of the bat in the distance from the nets. Here's the first ball. And it's a wide one for Fernando. Of course, Fernando, though, he was struggling bowling down the leg side a lot to right-handed batsmen, but you would think that now that he's facing a left-hander, things might change, but instead he's bowled way too far down the offside on this occasion, so just needs to get that line and length right, doesn't he? I mean, again, you can see that beautiful shape he gets away. And this one is a very well struck. He's just used the pace of the bowler to the bowler's detriment, and that's a boundary. So smart cricket there by Devindo, who we saw take an outstanding catch right at the end of the previous innings. Look at this one, just opens the face of the bat, beats the captain himself, who is standing at point, Aftab Kayani, and gets the first four. So Romania off to a good start. And I just wonder now, it looks like the skipper is going to plug that gap. He's brought an extra fielder from the leg side towards the offside now, but there's still two inside the ring, so two very tight and next to each other, trying to cut out that gap. Oh, this one's a catching opportunity. Shouts of catch it. It lands just in front of the fielder at long on. That's a better ball. Still a bit too wide. Should probably look to bowl a bit straighter. I mean, the way he's bowling, I mean, if he actually manages to land one around the off stump, I mean, there's no way it won't kiss the edge of the bat and go straight through to the wicketkeeper, Shehryar Sohail. As we're going to see, Archilage, who was fielding out at long on for much of the first innings. Just going to get a bit of chalk and take leg stump guard. So the captain initially was wanted a deep third man for the batsman, but instead looks like, okay, so he's changed his mind for the third time over these balls. So he brought third man back in the ring. Now he sent him back, and he's brought fine leg back in, but what he has is a deep backward square, so that's going to be just a single over there. But I think that was one thing, though. Fernando was probably bowling a bit too far down the leg side at times to the right-handers in that previous match, and that's why you would just expect the captain to maybe give him a bit of protection out at fine leg, just for those few that sneak past. But he opts against doing so, just backing Fernando to get things right. And this one taking a thickish outside edge, and he'll go away for just a single. Of course, for much of today, I've had a mystery cricketer. I'll leave it as a surprise for you, because he'll probably be playing in the next match, sitting next to me, doing some of his work. I mean, how good is that, isn't it? I mean, if you can work. I mean, we talk about working from home, WFH. How about working from the cricket, WFC? Just to go back and explain that point, he's been right next to me doing some of his work for an unnamed company, which is who he works with, and he's just been sitting right next to me, plugging away all day, doing his work. I mean, that's quite a sight, isn't it? It's not often that you turn up to a cricket match and someone's like, "Hey, look, I'm just writing this code for my company." I'm actually working while watching the cricket, taken to another level. And again, just cramps him for room. So this is good stuff here by Fernando. And in the end of this, Romania are 8 for no loss at the end of the first over. And that's the thing, though, with Fernando. He's got that extra bit of pace, so it just rushes onto the batsman. And that was a bit of a nothing shot there by Arachilage. He really struggled to play Fernando there, so I think that's going to be a matchup to watch during this power play. I mean, if I'm the skipper and Arachilage is on strike, I mean, I don't care how many overs Fernando is bowled. As long as his quota isn't done, I'd want him back bowling to him. We're going to see Amanullah come into the attack. Of course, Amanullah, very different type of bowler to Fernando. He just looks to bowl it on the line and length. He's got his stock ball, seam up, and he just looks to focus on his accuracy. Very different to Fernando. Is more of an X-factor bowler, someone who is a little bit more unpredictable. I think with Amanullah, you kind of know what you're getting as a skipper. He's one of those bowlers who's just a banker, and he's someone you like to have as a captain. I mean, it's obviously great to have those game-changing bowlers, but if you know you can have someone who you can just turn to, and he's going to give you about 7 to 8 and over every match, maybe get a wicket or two, I think it at least adds a bit of predictability for the captain. And it takes some pace off that ball, Amanullah, and it's a single. Of course, a lot of these players are really accustomed to playing each other. They play a lot of cricket against each other. Of course, we had the ECS in Romania earlier this year where Cluj beat Gramada. Of course, they were led by Taranjit Singh, who was scoring runs for fun, made 444 runs in the 12 innings he batted in with a strike rate of 245. And this one is another quick single, and it's a bit of a juggling act there for Rajith Hashan. Maybe if he collects that cleanly, there's half a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, but it was always going to be difficult. But yeah, just going back to that, I mean, Taranjit Singh was terrific, and I really look forward to seeing him play later this tournament. You heard so much talk about him heading over into here, and then of course, Tezibul Hassan for the Bucharest Gladiators. He was no slouch himself, made 370 runs in his 12 innings. This one is just played away towards the field to recover. A lot of great Cluj players, of course, you can see in the Romanian national team. Of course, we've seen a few of Cluj's iconic pink helmets out here. They've got some outstanding bowlers. I mean, 3 of the top 5 bowlers in the ECS were from Cluj. And Amanullah just goes up in an appeal. And hasn't got an edge. Going a bit wider again here. And you just wonder if he leaves that one alone, Devinda. Would he get the call? Would that be a wide? Gotta say though, so far Amanullah has been as miserly as Ebenezer Scrooge with runs. Outstanding in that first match as well, and just 2 runs off these first 5 balls. This one is struck very, very neatly, and this one's going to go away for 4. So the commentator's curse strikes again. Don't know if we're having a commentator's curse count. By my count, it's already 4 so far today. Ulla just goes a bit too short over there, and he picks out the length really, really well there, Devinda, and it's just been hit away for 4. So a good shot and a much-needed boundary for Romania as they look to continue to plug away, as that required is under 7 for them right now. In comes Fernando. And this one is just down the leg side. I mean, that is, as the umpire called that one a wide, doesn't look like he has. I think it's just brushed the pads along the way. But again, Fernando, it's just one of those things for him, isn't it? I think if you naturally are just bowling it so far down the leg side to the left-hander, maybe you need to aim wide. You need to just keep aiming wider, just to get it to land where you want, because if Fernando can actually get one of these around the off stump, I mean, this is going to be very difficult to face. Just as we see there, that wasn't quite on the off stump. That was more around middle stump, but again, look at that, a much, much better result. And of course, Dave in the chat saying the volume has increased. Of course, glad to hear that, Dave. Don't know if that's an improvement or not for you. Of course, KSM asking. Of course, umpire Matt French is not umpiring this game. We've got umpire Lester out there in the middle, currently standing behind the stumps. Oh, and that's goes for the short one, and this one's going to go all the way. That is a huge 6. And he's just managed to pick that one out beautifully, hasn't it? Went for the bumper, Fernando, but Arachalege, when you're bowling with that kind of pace, you better land it right on the money. He just helps it along the way. And of course, the umpire also signaling one for the over. We definitely need to take another look at that one. That was such a great shot. Just sailed over the commentary tent, mind you. Currently situated at what is long off from the other end, and just short of, I would say, a very, very fine leg position to the left-hander batting right now. So when that 6 was just flying past me, I was probably having a few doubts about whether I need to showcase my fielding abilities. I'm not going to specify whether I'm any good or not. This one is hit towards the mid-on, and it's going to be a single. This one is just played away towards the fielder mid-on again. As you can see, good collection there and a nice shy at the stumps. And this one is played straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and I think Arachalege, he just told Devinda, stay right where you are, no need to take a risk. And of course, when you've got a target that is under 7, there's no need to really go for gambles, especially when you've already hit a 6 earlier this over. I think with Fernando, though, you do know there's always a few bad balls coming every over. And he just watches that one go past him. A good leave, something that, of course, you'd expect to see in a test match. But, well, that's just the nature of this target, that they can sprinkle in a few of these leaves every now and then. Romania, as, of course, they are 21 for no loss and going along bang at their required run rate. Ulla coming back into the attack. And of course, Kroon 111 joining in, saying the main team are showing it at the moment. This one is just played away to the fielder at point. He's going to have a shy at the stumps. But you have to say, good backing up there by the fielder. And of course, for those of you on iPad watch, I have to say the temperatures have just picked up again. So the iPad is shut off yet again, as it's just too hot for it to operate. But oh, there we go. It's just come back again. So I think for those of you in the chat, we're also going to be on iPad watch throughout this day, just knowing whether we can actually see some of the scores and the lineups. And it's back up for the moment, of course. That breeze just died down for a few minutes and the tablet heated up again, but glad to say we have it back. But yeah, going back to your point, Kroom, I mean, they are, of course, officially the main team of Romania, as we just see this ball. And just tries to poke at that one, Devinda. Maybe looking to dab it towards third man, but there's a lot of good players in this Romania A team who probably have the ability to make it into the Romanian national team, but just can't because of eligibility reasons. Of course, you need to be at least a 3-year resident or a citizen of Romania to play in the country's national team. This one has popped up in the air. It's going to beat the fielder at mid-off, and it's just going to take a couple of bounces before trickling over the boundary rope. And Devinda gets a 4, and of course, this is something that you have to say that Romania have done very well throughout this chase. I mean, they're not taking any needless risks. They're picking the bad balls and just hitting them away. And you have to say the Romania A bowlers so far, they haven't done too much wrong. It's just the fact that this target is a bit too low. Just picking their moments very wisely here, Romania. Great equalizer so far has been the boundary hitting. Goes for the big slap through mid-wicket, and that's going to be back-to-back boundaries, something we didn't see much of in the first innings, but we are seeing here. This was very well picked up by Devinda. Just got that length right again, and you can just see now the captain getting a bit frustrated off top. Kayani has gone to have a word with Amanullah. And if anything, I'm the captain here. I'd say, well, stop bowling that short. He needs to bowl a lot fuller. I mean, Amanullah isn't the quickest bowler in the world. He's someone who needs to be pitching it right up there. And in response, the captain himself now has gone out to cow corner and he's brought Deep Point back into the ring. This time he bowls wider, and actually the fielder who was just brought into the ring from point has done a very good job to get to that one extremely quickly. You just take another look at this one. That's once again, he was just looking to pick that gap, and that is an outstanding effort in the field. Just take a look at his number right there. I believe that's Umar Saifi. Saw him hit a big 6 of the 4 to round out that Romania A innings. And this one's chipped up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity for Fernando? It is, and it's very well taken by him, so it's a good catch. As Acharilage's innings comes to an end, he makes just a run a ball 10. This one is just chipped up, and it's kind of right up in the air. Here's the chance to catch it, and it's really, really well taken. So a good catch out at mid-wicket. And again, very muted celebration here by Romania A, who look a little bit depleted. Their morale is quite low right now. I think they kind of sense that, look, 1 wicket's not enough to do the trick. We need to start piecing together lots of wickets in a row. But hey, with 1, sometimes you get 2, as of course we take a look at the standings here. Malta played that first game against Romania A early today, and Malta picked up a very solid win. They were managed to chase 167 fairly comfortably with 11 balls to spare, largely led by their captain Zishan Khan, who played an outstanding innings. I think I loved the maturity he played with. He was rotating the strike a lot, but then he picked his moments to hit boundaries. He would advance down the crease, and they also targeted certain bowlers in this Romania A lineup. And it looks like it's going to be Kaka Vimlesh coming in for Romania. Just having a discussion with Devinda, who struck a couple of boundaries in the previous over, and now you feel like he's got the impetus and he's going to have to be the one to accelerate for Romania. Again, it's just a question, I think, of how well they do over these next 8 or 9 overs. If they continue going at the rate they are right now, or maybe just a little bit above, I think at that stage, if you're the captain, Vas Hussaini, you might just tell your players, hey, let's go for this. Let's try to finish this with 3 or 4 overs to spare and really get a healthy net run rate and put ourselves in a good position to defend our Continental Cup title. So they're actually bringing Fine Leg back into the ring now for against Devinda. And instead, they've just sent someone out to deep cover. Oh, he managed to draw an edge, but this is going to be a bit of a chase, and fortune's favoring Devinda right now. He was squared up there. That was a genuine nick, but it's gone away for 4 as well, of course, with third man inside the ring. It goes past him. Put on a good chase there on Athunga, but it was a chase in vain, as that is another 4 for Devinda, but this time it wasn't as sweet as the last couple of ones he struck. This one is just a hit right back to the fielder. Beg your pardon, the bowler. Captain Kayani himself inserting himself into the attack. Kayani, though, he struggled in that last match. Of course, we saw Maltese side just target him. Gave up 22 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And a quick call of yeah as they'll scamper across for a single. I think it's just a case of one of those where the batsman actually hasn't hit it as well as he'd like, so the ball's just been a bit slow getting to the fielder, so it allows them that little moment to sneak across for a single. As we see Vimlesh getting ready to face his first ball. Takes a moment to examine the field. Got a long on and a cow corner for Vimlesh. Big grunt again by Kayani. Of course, maybe you can just see or hear Malta warming up in the distance to as they prepare to face Romania in the final game of our triple header. Right after this innings, of course, we'll have the third and final match of the day between 2 teams we're really, really looking forward to see play each other. Big scream over there as he, that wasn't just a grunt, that was a full-blown scream. That was the sound of someone who'd been watching a horror movie. As it's a good comeback by Kayani after that very unfortunate edge off the very first ball. Just 2 runs go off the rest of the over as it ends just a 6-run over. As Romania are 37 for 1 at the end of 5. And of course, then Malta against Romania in our 3rd match of the day. That should be a really exciting game. Looking forward to that one enormously. Should be fun. Again, it's just going to be an old rivalry renewed, isn't it? I mean, both Malta and Romania, I mean, they've had a very mixed bag of a year in terms of their results. They're both teams also heading into the ECC. Will be looking to build on their performance last time around. Both of them got just 1 win in the ECC. So again, another important aspect of this is that a lot of these teams will be looking to get some playing time to players who are going to be taking part in those European Championships, even though, of course, the European Championships themselves will be a T10 tournament, not T20. But again, just playing time is so important for the development for all these players as Ul Hassan comes into bowl. Back of a length delivery, just above the off stump. Played away for a single. We didn't see Samir Hassan watching that previous game. Of course, there was a good reason for that. He gave up just 18 runs off the 1 over he bowled. pulled around a deep cover, another fielder at long off. This one on the leg side. Are they going to look to sneak a single? No, they won't. Good. Really good by Ul Hassan there. He was on it in a flash. Made sure there was no opportunity for a drop and run. Of course, once again, the wind just picking up ever so slightly. For those of you on iPad watch, I mean, that's a good chance for the iPad to cool down. Nice bumper there. He manages to get out of the way of that one. And again, once again, right on the money. Terrific ball. Of course, Dave telling us a little bit about his cricketing careers. I've never bowled a wide in 9 years. And of course, Dave, do tell us a little bit about your cricketing career. I mean, who did you play for? What was your position? Were you a batsman? Were you a bowler? Did you open the batting or the bowling? Be really interesting to hear. And all of you just to chime in with a little bit about your own experience playing cricket and how you first fell in love with the beautiful game. This one just takes a thickish edge, and it's going to go straight to the fielder at third man. And now you can see a little bit more cheering by this Romania A side. They recognize that getting this important wicket of Devinda might just open the door for them. And, well, they might just put their foot right in there and blast it wide open, as this one is looking to play across the line. Flick that away to the leg side, gets an outside edge, and this is a really well taken catch there by Chemelka Fernando. And again, as we said, is the door ajar now for Romania A? Is there a window opportunity? Can they sneak in and smash this door wide open and bring themselves back into this game? And of course, the captain, Vasu Sani, has inserted himself now into the lineup. He's going to be coming out to bat at number 4, of course. Mentioning right on the top of this broadcast that he's been leading the runs, been the leading run scorer for Romania in this past calendar year in T20Is. He's made 175 runs in the 5 innings he's played, averaging just under 44. Of course, Vasu Sani getting set to taking leg stump, middle stump guard. It just sends a little bit more chatter. Changing body language here for Romania A. They sense an opportunity, like a shark smelling blood. I mean, is this their moment? I mean, this is where in a match, if you get one more wicket here, all of a sudden now it's the Romanian national team are under pressure. And again, as we said at the top of this innings, I mean, sure, the target seems a little bit low, but it is a respectable target at 139. Still needs chasing. It's not a bygone conclusion you're going to win, and you're chasing 139 as this one's a wide, especially considering some of the batting woes Romania have had this past calendar year. I mean, the biggest reason for a lot of their losses, just looking through the scorecard, is often the fact that they just haven't had enough explosive hitting at times. They've often been able to restrict teams to decent totals, but then they've not been able to really get those big runs. And like once again, a thickish outside edge. It's the second one in these past couple of overs to go for 4. A little bit of bad luck for Romania A. They've been at the wrong end of a couple of edges. To be honest with you, they weren't that lucky themselves when they were out there batting, as the power play comes to an end, and the Romanian national team are 43 for 2 against their A side. Room 111 pointing out there's been a nice couple of overs for Romania A here. Completely agree. I think it's moments like this where you can just try to bring yourself back into the match, and that is an outstanding ball. We need another look at this one. Kayani on the right length. He's just forcing Vimlesh to push out at one. And it's just gone past his edge. Of course, two very accomplished batsmen here for this Romanian side. And if Romania here are able to break this partnership as well, you know, some alarm bells might start ringing, as that one was almost a wicket. And just for a split second, Kaka Vimlesh contemplated stealing a single, but he doesn't in the end. That one must have missed the stumps by just a whisker. Maybe really good to have another look at that. Again, just digging one in there. That was another loud scream by him. I think if Vimlesh was a poker player, he'd probably be the easiest player in the world to read. I mean, I know we've got a few poker fans in our chat. I mean, he's the sort of guy where, you know, if he was at the table and he had a nut flush, you'd probably everybody at the table would know. As this one's I think that time it was a bit of a false tell. Was that a false tell? I think he slowed his pace down a bit, but usually the shorter he's going to bowl, the louder he screams, the faster he's going to bowl, the louder he screams as well. And once again, he looks to increase the pace and bowl a bit sidearm, and that's when you get that sort of mid-level scream for him as this one goes away for 4. Let's take a look at this one. A bit more of a slingy action over there. And Vimlesh, just as well, gets his bat onto it. And you don't even need to perfectly middle that one to get it away for 4. Nicely struck by Vimlesh. But really, he's someone where you can... The shorter he bowls, the more he screams. The faster he bowls, the more he screams. Again, slower ball there. That was probably the quietest he's been. Usually with a lot of bowlers in European cricket, you tend to get false tells where if they're bowling a slower ball, that's when they're going to shout the loudest. And this is another bit of a comedy of errors here. Oh, they might even get more overthrow runs over here. This is really, really comical. And you can just see, well, the Romanian national team are just taking the mickey out of some of their compatriots from the dugout. Again, it's a very friendly rivalry between these two sides. They're used to all playing against each other during the weekends, and the 50 is up as well for the Romanian national team. But again, you can't afford to leak runs like that, especially when you're defending a target of just 139. But again, it's just these tells that I find very interesting, because again, going back to the point I was making about Kayani, I mean, typically you tend to see bowlers on the European cricket circuit, they tend to scream when they're bowling a slower ball. It's usually a false tell, but he just tells you as it is. The faster he's going to bowl, the louder he is, the slower he's going to bowl, the quieter he is. This one just angled into the pads by Ul Hassan. This time he just goes for a bit more pace. Just looks to beat Vimlesh with pace. Just hear shouts of nice bump around the field. And then of course, well, we got Salika Madhuwanta joining us. Salika, are you Sri Lankan by any chance? Of course, he's pointing out that there's a lot of Sri Lankan cricketers playing in Romania. And this one's been middled, struck well, but struck straight to the fielder. And indeed, a lot of talented Sri Lankan cricketers, I mean, in this side. A lot of Fernandos in this Romania A team. A lot of talented Sri Lankan spinners as well I've seen so far today. And this one is just played away behind point. It's going to take a couple of bounces and trickle over the boundary rope. So Vasu Sani, the skipper, he's faced a couple of balls and hit a couple of boundaries. This time around, it's more of a proper cricketing shot rather than a fortuitous edge as he had for his first ball. Just opens the face of the bat and hits it away for a 4. And now the skipper, Aftab Kayani, he's just made a fielding adjustment. He's now decided to move the fielder out to deep backward point. I think he himself has gone there. Or has he not? No, I believe he's at cover. He's just moved a fielder to that region. This one is towards the offside. They're going to come back for a second run. Good, sharp communication between these two Romanian players. Immediately, as soon as the second was on, you could hear shouts of yes, 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 yes. Just bowling a bit too full, and again, he just needs to pull his length back a little bit. It was a bit too full again, but this is a catching opportunity, and it goes right through the fielder's hand. He went for the reverse cup, and it pops through. And that was a genuine opportunity. That's as good a chance you'll get, and you can see the bowler is absolutely distraught. This one goes up in the air. Let's just take a look at this one. Right through the breadbasket. Ooh, that's a leaky one, and it's gone away for a 4 as well. So, well, living dangerously right now, Vasu Sani. He gets another life as he moves on to 14, and you can see the fielder. He feels really disappointed with himself. I mean, this moment in time, he probably wishes the ground would just open up and swallow him. You can tell he feels disappointed. You can just see a bit of a drop in morale for this Romania A side. I mean, they had those couple of overs around the end of the power play where it looked like they were going to bring themselves back into the game. But these last 2 overs, I feel like they've really just sucker punched this Romania A team, Romania national team. Mind you, it is a bit confusing, I guess, for some of our viewers. Romania versus Romania A. Do try to differentiate by calling one the A team and the other the national team. And the captain is going to come in and bowl his 3rd over. Of course, I do like this move. I mean, Aftab Kayani, he's looked like getting a wicket over the 3 overs he's bowled, even though he hasn't managed to get one himself. And again, we're at that stage now where the required is at about 6.5, so they need to break this partnership sooner rather than later. Here's a big moment. This is it. Captain v. captain. We're going to see Vasu Sani against Kayani. If Kayani can win this captain duel, it's going to be really good for his side, because Sani, even though he's had a couple of lucky boundaries, he has managed to get away to 14 for 4. Just trying to get his fielding pinpoint precise. He's just moved that 3rd man fielder about a few feet. But again, you got to credit him as a captain. You know, he wants precision. You know, he might be the Pep Guardiola of Romanian cricket, as this one is just placed away. Of course, there used to be stories from some of his former players at Bayern Munich, Arjen Robben and Ribéry, about how he'd be very specific about which exact part of the field he'd want you to stand at. I mean, right down to the blade of grass, of course. There used to be some theories about him even wanting the length of the grass to be very specific. This one's Shorter delivery, goes past the batsman. Of course, I believe some of those stories were just myths that have evolved around him, and there wasn't much truth to them. I think these two now, they're going to be looking at themselves, Vimlesh and Sani. They're like, look, let's just try to dig in for another 3 or 4 overs. If we can hang around. Was that an opportunity? Was there an edge there? I think there was. I think they put down another chance here. And they're gifting lives for fun right now, Romania A. Well, living a cat's life, aren't they, right now, this Romanian national team. Really, really lucky. And a big grunt as he looks to increase his pace. Here's another chance. And not only has he put it down, but it's gone through his hands away for 4. And everything is going wrong right now for Romania A. The captain is distraught. Double teapots all over the field. And yeah, that frustration is really, really setting in. That was probably a much more difficult opportunity out there for the fielder in the deep. I believe that was Samir Al-Hassan. He was backtracking. If he had managed to take that, it would have been a pretty terrific catch, but the last thing you would have wanted to do is send that one out for a 4. And of course, wait a minute. The captain has had to stop right there. Of course, the reason he's done that is because the aforementioned fielder, Samir Al-Hassan, forgot his fielding position. He just told his captain, stop bowling, let me go back to where I was. As the over comes to an end, so Romania are firmly on top against their A team. As of course we take a look at this bowling card. The skipper himself, Aftab Kayani, he's bowled quite well. He's been incredibly unlucky not to get a wicket. As we've seen, a couple of opportunities have gone down off his bowling. Janith Fernando, though, I mean, if I was the captain, I would risk it. I would potentially risk just bringing Fernando on for another over. We know he's a strike bowler. He might give an expensive over, but he could get you a wicket. But we're really at that stage of the innings now where they just have to go for it. They have to gamble, the Romanian national team. And again, I mean, to continue some of the poker references, you're in that point where you just got a short stack and you've got to go all in. And of course, the KSM pointing out the captain is a little bit unlucky today. I completely agree with you, KSM. I mean, he went for 22 in that previous match off his 2 overs, but again, I don't feel those figures really demonstrated how he bowled. He wasn't that poor. I think it's just not been his day, or Romania A's day in general. Fuller ball, much better ball. And are they going to look to push for a second? They will, and again, a little bit too casual there by Romania A. That was a fielder out at long on who just assumed Romania was settled for a single. But they don't, and again, full credit to the Romanian national team for punishing that slightly lackadaisical fielding. Difficult day for Romania A, of course, their first ever tournament. As a side, they've been first time they've got an opportunity to play on the European Cricket Network, and they're finding things a little bit difficult, but any team would take a little bit of time to gel, to come together. This one is a beautiful shot, but is a fielder out there for that, and it's actually slipped right past him. But lucky enough, it's not going to cost him, and there's a few wry smiles right now across the field in this Romania A team. We saw him, unfortunately, put one down earlier with Jeet Hashan, and this one just slips right underneath him. He can afford to chuckle because it hasn't cost his side any runs. This one's middle, and it goes straight to the captain himself, and Kayani leading by example, showing his team how it's done. He caught down well, saw the ball, took it cleanly. That's a good ball. You can just see shouts of superb, superb all across the field. One thing, though, I think Olhasan, he's bowled maybe a touch too full at times, and I think that's why he's just giving it to them out of length where they can drive the ball. I think in this format of the game, you've got to be good length or back up at length. Just try to force them to hit it on the up, make it hard for them to score runs. This time he just beats him for pace. I think Vimlesh at times got to question his shot selection. Of course, he's a developing cricketer for this Romanian national team. I think he's a bit fortunate that his captain at the other end is sitting on 18 of 7. And he's managed to get away with the fact that he's 15 for 21. That's just quietly gone unnoticed. This one's taking the inside edge. Kaka Vimlesh will start to get a little frustrated right now. Of course, James Stewart pointing out that it's nice to see some aggressive running, even when it isn't necessary. Completely agree with that, James. I mean, it's really about just instilling good habits in your team. I mean, remember, the Romanian national team are going to be playing Malta right after this game. Malta currently in the nets having an aggressive net session. And you really, even if you win this game, you want to have those good habits heading into the match against Malta. Of course, the last time Malta and Romania faced each other was on the 14th of July last month, when Malta took that one by 41 runs. They hit 187. And unfortunately, in reply, Romania only managed to make 146. Of course, the players are just going to get a water break right now as we're halfway through the innings. Of course, as we mentioned, it's a really hot day. The temperature currently 40 degrees Celsius. And you got to credit these players for really gutting it out in some very difficult conditions. And you have to say the standard of cricket overall has been very good as well. I think these teams, the running between the wickets has been extremely aggressive. I mean, it's very easy to not quite be able to run those fast singles when the weather is this hot. But again, the attitude of all these players has been terrific, and they all deserve a real huge round of applause for playing with great spirit, playing with great enthusiasm. And of course, we are back as Romania currently are 71 for 2 halfway through their innings, and need just 68 runs of the second half of their innings. Both those batsmen just getting a nice lie down. Of course, it's a very hot day, as we mentioned. Temperature is currently 40 degrees Celsius. And a lot of those players out in the field as well, getting a well-deserved drink of water. Of course, as we mentioned, Romania, they've had a very interesting year, to say the least. Of course, the last time they played some international T20 cricket was over in the Valletta Cup last month where they went winless against Switzerland, France, Malta, and Luxembourg. I think it's just the sides really kind of struggle to find their rhythm. Of course, this would be the 8th series Romania are involved in, and Romania, they had a terrific run between 2020 to 2022 when they just won every series they were involved in. Since then, of course, they didn't quite have the ECC they desired last year, winning just one of their games in that group with Italy, Norway, Switzerland, and Germany. And then, of course, they were also part of those ICC sub-regional group qualifiers for Europe in Group A, and well, they did manage to beat Turkey in their first game, largely thanks to a terrific bowling performance where they restricted Turkey to just 96 runs, and then, of course, they were defeated by Cyprus, and Cyprus took that by 20, and then also lost to the Isle of Man. Very next game, the Isle of Man picking up a dominant victory against Romania, taking that one with 46 balls to spare, and then Romania picked up a win against Serbia, also largely led by their bowling. So again, this is a side who been able to bowl well at times, but again, it's just you feel like when they've had to chase bigger targets or post a big total, they've struggled at that. That's really been a big issue for them, getting those big 170, 180 type totals. But I think their bowling is very impressive, and we certainly saw that in the first innings where this one is down the leg side. And is it a wide? I think Kakavimlesh is just looking at the umpire. The umpire is unmoved. Has that just to brush something along the way. And this one is just played away towards the fielder at backward point. And again, a little bit of a grunt there by Janito Fernando when he bowled this slower ball. And that's typically what you see in European cricket. It's the false tell, unlike his captain, who just basically you can tell his pace by how loud he shouts when he bowls. But yeah, very, very tennis playery. You know, it's like listening to. It's almost like that final with Alcaraz. This one is back of the length. Where are the old Roger Federer types who are a lot quieter? Huge moment here, though. 2 balls left. Fernando's over. Can he pry this Sani wicket? Not at that length or line. Oh, it's just going to be played away by Sani. Getting this Sani wicket here could really be a game changer. I mean, we've seen Kakavimlesh, he's struggled. He's going at a strike rate of just around 70. That's wouldn't really be enough for them to win this match, but he's been able to get away with that just because of how well his skipper has been batting. Back of a length, they're going to go for the drop and run. They'll get that single, so smart cricket here by Vimlesh, who will keep the strike heading into the start of the 12th over. It's an interesting decision here for the captain to make. I mean, who's he going to go with? Right now, with the ball in hand, so far he's only used 4 bowlers. He hasn't introduced a 5th bowler into the attack. That's quite interesting. I mean, they do have some spinners they could go with. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen Chamalka Fernando bowl at all. I thought he was quite impressive in that last match against Malta, but hasn't had an over so far this innings, and instead it looks like it's going to be Sefi. I mean, of course, Sefi only faced 2 balls with the bat right at the end, and he hit a 6 and a 4. I mean, those 10 runs right at the end could be very, very valuable, and now he could have a part to play with the ball in hand. Of course, we take a look at some of the games we'll be seeing tomorrow in Germany. Look at those incredible teams will have been involved. Berlin, Magdeburg, Dresden, the Kombans. Should be incredible. Of course, Charlie Hunt and Rico Full will be taking you through that incredible cricketing action over in ECS, Germany. Should be a joy to watch. This one is just a back of a length delivery by Sefi. So Romania A not really using any spinners so far in this match. Interesting enough, I think I did expect them to maybe go with something a little bit more. They had a very spin-heavy attack, certainly against Malta, but no use of spinners so far here. Oh, this one's popped up in the air. It's going to take a bounce before going to the fielder at long off. That's Rana Tunga, who's going to field that one. Oh, takes an inside edge, and Sani, he's been the luckiest cricketer in the world today. This one's gone away for 4 as well. He struck 4 boundaries, 2 of them courtesy of French cuts, and then, of course, 1 because of a dropped catch. Really is Sani's day today. He's riding his luck, and fortune smiling down on him. I think that's just the case. I mean, really, Sani's been in good form in T20 cricket throughout this past calendar year, and I think it's just one of those cases of, he's just having a good time. He's right in that sweet spot. He has a nice purple patch, so everything's going right for him at the moment. This is down the leg side. Sani probably a little bit frustrated by that last edge. Just tries to fire maybe a leg stump Yorker in, but he's missed by a good couple of feet. Is played away. Sani immediately wants a single. He's contemplating a second. He will get a second. And this is great running by Romania. That was absolutely textbook. It was a fast single. He was right out of the blocks, ran the first one hard, made the second easier for himself. This is just going with cricketing fundamentals. You have to commend the attitude with which Romania has approached this innings. Even though they're ahead, even though they don't have the highest target in the world, they're still sticking to basics. Big swing across the line there by Sani. And he swings and misses. Of course, it'd be really good for Romania, though, to win this series after what's been 3 very difficult tournaments for them. And we just talked about the difficult ECC, the European sub-regional qualifiers that didn't go in their favor, and then, of course, the Valletta Cup last month where they went winless. I think just coming back home, facing teams they know they've beaten in the past will really help their morale and just get their year back on track. As that's a couple more runs there for Vasu Sani. Once again, just a beneficiary of an inside edge. The edge of his bat so far more productive than the middle. As the over comes to an end, Sefi very unlucky in that over. He drew a couple of inside edges, but despite that, still goes for plenty of runs. 10 off it. As Romania currently going along very nicely at 84 for 2 at the end of 12. we're going to see a spinner introduced for the first time in this innings. That is a nice ball there. I believe this is Fernando who's been introduced into the attack. Of course, it's a little bit surprising that the captain chose to just hold back Dylan Fernando. We saw both the Fernandos, mind you, Chamalka and Dylan, bowl quite well in that previous match against Malta, but captain opted not to go for spinners. And this game, which is quite interesting considering how low this required run rate is, you typically expect the team to maybe just go with more spinners just to tighten things up, but captain opted otherwise. This one's a little bit shorter and wider and looks like it's going to go away for 4, or is it? No, a bit of foot fielding out in the deep. And it looked destined to hit that boundary rope, but the fielder just gets his big boot in the way, and it's going to be overthrows, though I think you're not quite able to see this right now, I believe. And there was no one backing up. It just hit the edge of the pitch. It hopped right over the bowler. I mean, of course, Dylan Fernando is a slightly short cricketer, and anything that takes that kind of a bounce is going to go flying over his head, and there was no one backing up either, so it's an extra run of overthrows, and a little bit leaky here, Romania. Dabbed away towards third man for a single. This one's just struck down the ground. Wasn't quite middle. It came off the edge of the bat. Might even have been the sticker. It's really hard to see from this angle as one is a scamper across for a couple of runs there. So managing to find a way just to keep the scoreboard ticking. The Romanian national team, I think some of their concerns with lack of explosive hitting have probably been visible so far this innings. Some of the boundaries they've had have been largely thanks to edges. Like, mind you, this is against their A team, and I think if I'm Malta and I'm watching this game, I'd still feel quite encouraged right now, quite confident of our chances, although you never know what can happen. I think Romania's bowling so far a bit more impressive, and their ability to score runs. I think that one's the throw has just struck Kaka Vimlej. Where has it hit him? Doesn't seem to be making too much of a fuss about it, so ready to continue with the game. Of course, this captain, though, is taking his gloves off, and he's just down on his haunches. We're going to see Sefi come back for his second over. His first one went for 10 runs. He's a little bit unlucky, though. I mean, 6 of those 10 runs were because of genuine edges he managed to draw. He just wants to get his field right, so he's actually asking to have someone out at deep third man, but instead they just opted to go with a deep backward point. Third man stays in the ring. So we've got a cow, long on, long off, deep cover, and a deep backward square. This one struck away. It's gonna be fielded. Oh, it's gonna go right through those two fielders, so it's a little bit of them just looking at each other saying, it's yours, it's mine, and in the end, it's no one's, as it pierces the gap. I mean, there were two fielders going towards it. You'd have thought that, well, it'd actually be a fielder to back it up, and in the end, they were a little bit slow, a little bit casual going towards that. They both had a head start. They seemed to slow down, thinking the other one would get it, and in the end, no one does. And I've got to say, Romania A, considering they're defending a target as low as they are, have just given up too many runs off mishaps, as another one goes away for 4. This time Sefi giving a bit too much width to Kaka Vimlej, who's for much of this innings been happy to just take singles and hasn't really been striking boundaries, but he managed to get back-to-back 4s over here. That will help his strike rate get a little bit closer to a run of ball after being around 60 to 75 for much of his innings. Now we can see Sefi, he just disagrees with his captain. He's saying, look, I'd rather have this fielding, but maybe perfectly honest with you, I don't think the issue is the fact that he hasn't had someone protecting the third man boundary, because none of the balls have even gone there in the first place. And he's now asking some of the fielder at long off and deep cover to just take a couple of steps across as well. And this one is going to be another single. There's no one out there. Yeah, this is exactly what Romania need. Hit a couple of boundaries and then just take a few singles. This one is tapped away towards mid-wicket. Of course, the only fielders inside the ring are currently standing at a backward square leg. Fine leg, cover, and backward point. This is a nice looking shot, and again, a great bit of fielding by the captain himself. You have to say, Aftab Kayani has led by example throughout this innings. His own bowling has been good. We've seen him make a couple of good stops in the field as well. And a lot of this team could do with taking some inspiration from their skipper. And again, a bit too full there, Sefi. This is going to go away for 4 as well. Good looking cricket shot. That one is struck towards extra cover by Sani. We know he's been the beneficiary of some edges, but no edge over there. That was a beautiful shot right out of the middle of the bat. Goes a bit too full there. It's over pitched by Sani. And he struck that away very nicely. He's picked out that gap, and again, I know Safi's been a little bit frustrated with some of the field placement, but there's not much that field placement can do about some of this bowling. And this one is struck away. No fielder at fine leg anyway, but he's smashed it, absolutely bludgeoned it away for 6. Strays way too far down the leg side. He just picks that one up, Sandy, and he absolutely demolishes it. So a big 6 to end this innings, as Romania now putting the pedal to the metal. They're at 110 for 2 with 14 overs gone.
මම පයින් යනවා. මම මැච් එක ඉවර වුණා වොච් එකක් දාගත්තා. අදගත්ත පයින් ගියා. So disappointed. කිව්වේ නෑ මම මෙහෙම කරයි කියලා.
Slight break in the proceedings as, of course, we're ready to get underway. As you can see now, that are required as a nosedive to below 5. So they're closing in on a victory here, Romania, and I think they're at that stage now where 29 runs to go. I think they'll give themselves 3 or 4 overs to chase this down. Just get that big advantage for your net run rate. That will really help in the standings. Skipper has brought himself into slip, as no chance slip's going to be in play with that kind of a ball. That one's struck away towards long off. This one's again just straying far down the leg side. The captain's given put in the slip fielder for a reason. He's got to be pitching that one just outside the off stump, looking to draw an edge, but we're bowling that far down the leg side. There's only going to be one result, and that's a 4. All Sani has to do is just help it along and add 4 more runs to his tally. Sani has raced away to 38 off the 18 balls he's faced. This time he goes across the line, hits it away to the fielder out at deep backward square. That's just going to be a single, as both batsmen just walking along now. Of course, last time we had the Continental Cup in Romania was all the way back in 2021 when Romania played host to Hungary, Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Malta, and Bulgaria. This one is played away to cover. Gotta say though, Romania looked really, really good in that tournament. They dispatched both Hungary and Czech Republic very comfortably and then went on to beat Luxembourg in the final. It's a case of home sweet home usually for Romania. Their home record is very, very impressive. I believe they've lost just one series at home over the years, and that was all the way back in 2019 in the inaugural Continental Cup against a very, very strong Austrian team who, mind you, they did give a good battle to. This one is struck away down towards long off. Of course, all the way back then in 2019, they won 3 of the 4 group games they were involved in, including beating Austria very comfortably by 31 runs. They were defending a target of 147. They bowled out Austria for just 106. I mean, that was mightily impressive, and bowling was really incredible in that tournament. I mean, their formula was basically to restrict teams to a paltry total in the first innings. But then, of course, the one thing that Romania did, though, after 2019 was they added that power hitting, they added that explosive scoring, and then, of course, they went on to win 4 series on the bounce between 2020 and 2022, including the Balkan Cup, the Sofia 2020 in Bulgaria, the Continental Cup they hosted back here. And then they, of course, went to Malta in 22 and won the Valletta Cup. But, of course, this, since the end of 2022 to now, of course, they've had a few losses, and they're now looking to get back on track. And I think now that they're getting close to a good win against their A team, they'll certainly seeing a renewed and rejuvenated Romanian national team, hopefully. I can just get their fielding absolutely precise over here. We're seeing Rajit Hashan inserted in. So, of course, one thing about Romania A is they've been very keen to give a wide range of bowlers a chance to bowl. This is the 7th bowler they're using this innings. Used about 6 or 7 in the previous match as well, so I think skipper Kayali, he's either keen to just give a lot of different players a chance to bowl, get them all some experience, or maybe it's just a tactical thing and he wants to throw as many different bowlers as possible at the batsman, as this one is dug out really, really well, you have to say, by Kamal Vimlesh, but he's hit it straight to the fielder. Was out in the deep. That was Aman Ullah. Yeah, you can see a bit of a semi-helicopter, not quite a helicopter. 19 needed now of 29. Closing in on a victory here, Romania. This one is a play down the ground towards long off. It's just going to be a single. Goes for that big heave, Kamal Vimlesh, but he's managed to hang around well and just go and run a ball, but he's not quite been able to accelerate the way he'd want. Just 4 boundaries for the 37 runs he's made. 37 of 40 for him so far. Yeah, this time he just pulls his length back a little bit there, Vimlesh. So we've talked a little bit about Romanian cricket's more recent form, but how about the wider history of Romanian cricket? in general. I mean, cricket was first played in Romania all the way back in 1893. Let me just take a look at this ball. It goes for that big swing and a miss. This one's wide. Easy decision for the umpire. That was a match between the towns of Brela and Bucharest when, of course, Romania was welcoming the arrival of the new Queen of Romania at the time, who was the niece of the famous Queen Victoria of Great Britain. Brela, of course, won that match. For any of you interested, you can go back and I don't know if you can find the scorecard of the match all the way back in 1893, but if I've got any members in the chat who are able to dig that one out, that should be an interesting scorecard to look at as we see a dot ball to end the over as, of course, Romania continued to inch closer and closer towards a victory. And, of course, cricket formally took shape in Romania all the way back in 2006 when the Transylvanian Cricket Club was formed. And, of course, from the city of Bucharest itself, and, of course, a successful businessman and a cricket enthusiast backed and invested in establishing Cricket Romania in June 2019, created what is the Consiliul Romana de Cricket, Romanian Cricket Council, for those of us who speak English. And it's just been great since then. I mean, the growth of cricket has just continued in this country. And then, of course, in 2014, that was a big break for Romanian cricket when the Romanian government officially recognized the sport, the Ministry of Sport and Youth. So, of course, that is a huge, huge moment for the game in Romania, getting officially recognized. And, of course, cricket in Romania has a lot of experienced players. They're able to field an ICC side, as we can see over here, but eligibility is, of course, that you have to be a Romanian national or 3-year residence. I mean, that is something that we discussed in the build-up to this match, and that was one of the reasons we said you shouldn't discount this Romania A team, as that is a well-taken catch there by Fernando out in the deep. Vasu Sani, who's looked really good throughout his innings and made a quick-fire 41, was looking to take on the spinner, hit a big 6, but he's managed to find the fielder out at long on. That is a well-taken catch, really well judged, and Fernando watched it closely, took the catch, and just very muted applause around this ground. Of course, much of this Romanian A team do know that their fate is settled at this stage, and that it's just a matter of when rather than what in terms of the outcome of this match. As, of course, the Romanian national team need just 17 runs now off the remaining overs to secure their first victory of this Continental Cup, and also their first victory in international cricket so far this year on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we had mentioned they went winless in the Balada Cup. But yeah, going back to the story about Romanian cricket, I mean, of course, the other great thing about here is there's a lot of great indigenous players in the country as well. Of course, talked about Pavel Florin. Everybody knows about Pavel Florin. We've all seen videos of him, but there were a lot of native-born players as well who were doing incredibly well in the ECS in Romania, particularly none other than Cosmin Zavoie, who, of course, played for the Bucharest Gladiators, picked up 18 wickets in the 16.5 overs he bowled in that series. Certainly do hope we get to see him at some point over this weekend. As we're going to see, Sajid get ready to face his first ball. No, that is a very, very good leave by Sajid. A very brave leave as well. I mean, not too many players would have the courage to leave that one. He's just, he's backed it to just bounce over the stumps. I mean, certainly if this is there's somebody in Sunday cricket over in England, I'm not sure you'd you'd trust some of those pitches to remain true. And of course, Noman Sajid has been involved in 10 T10 matches so far this year here on the European Cricket Network, not T20, T10. Has an average of 26.4 and very healthy strike rate of 232 in those matches. Chance for him now to get involved in some T20 international cricket, as this one is another good ball, just dug into the pitch by Fernando. Oh, and this is another good ball. So I think nice bowling here by Fernando since he's picked up that wicket. This is just the way you want to bowl to a new batsman. Don't give him anything loose. Don't give him a chance to settle in. And again, is there a chance here for Romania? Do they still believe? And doesn't quite go where the batsman intended, but he's going to get a single. Stay on the mark, and of course, well, Kamal Vimlesh, he was keen to potentially steal a second run, but Sajid made it clear to him there's just one here, and Sajid will stay on strike to start off the 18th over.
අපි දෙන්නට කරන්න පුළුවන්. මාව ඕනද? එළියනේ.
Sean comes back to bowl his second over, gave up just 3 runs in his first. Tosses one up. This is always risky in T20 cricket, and it's a risk that's gone against him. It's gone all the way. That is a huge 6. Sajid, who struggled in his first 4 deliveries against Fernando, gets one right in the slot and clubs it towards the scorer's tent out at long on. Yeah, just look to float one up, and again, do so at your own peril in T20 cricket. This time he bowls a little bit flatter, looks to dig it into the pitch, and has actually climbed up and beaten Sajid for a bounce. And it took the pace off that ball, so a smart bit of variation. And it's just a single here, but again, singles will do the trick for the Romanian national team as they need just 9 of 15 now, of course. Going back to the story we've been telling about Romanian cricket, I mean, the one good thing you have to say about Cricket Romania is that they really invest in making cricket sustainable in the long run, in a sport that will live on in Romania for years to come. This one is picked up, and it's going towards the fielder. This should be a catching chance. It's comfortably taken. It's very well taken out in the deep by Umer Safi. And not much of a celebration as, of course, well, Kaka Vimlesh at times, he struggled a bit in all honesty. I think this strike rate is not going to be good enough when you take on sides like Malta or other opposition, but he benefited from the fact that he had a partner in Vasu Sani who was more than happy to tee off from the other end. So while Sani had his driver, Kaka Vimlesh was happy to just use his putter and get those little singles. But now, look to attack, and unfortunately for him, he found the fielder out in the deep. But yeah, going back to that story, they do invest a lot in youth cricket, and they've identified youth development as the way to ensure that cricket is not only just established as a sport here, but sustainable in the long run in Romania. I mean, as well as having a hardball cricket competition, which we're witnessing right now, they also have quick cricket in cities like Timisoara and Bucharest. And of course, they have more than 20 schools in Romania. A lot more schools in recent years have been introduced to cricket. Of course, they even have some youth development matches where they play with a hard ball, which is encouraging to see. And the good thing is they're not just encouraging it amongst boys, it's both girls and boys involved in cricket in Romania. Oh, that is a gorgeous delivery. Absolutely beautifully squared him up over there. And how has that found nothing? It hasn't hit the stumps or found the edge. Abbas is still stunned at that delivery, as are we. Let's just take another look at this one. Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I mean, that is a perfect ball for any left arm spinner. That is what you're aiming to do 9 times out of 10. Outstanding stuff and a good over for Romania A, but at this point, some would say that the result is a foregone conclusion, as of course we take a look at this bowling card. Johnny Fernando giving up just 18 runs off the 3 overs he bowled. Of course, did say it in the first match, look, Fernando might have given up a few runs, but this guy is a very talented cricketer, and as the tournament progresses, we're going to see him develop, and already in this innings, I think we've seen him bowl a lot better, a lot smarter. And of course, Amanullah bowled very tight, gave up just 16 runs off his 2 overs. That's typically a good bowling performance, but again, it's just the nature of this match that even 16 runs is a bit too expensive because the required is at under 7. Of course, the captain himself, Aftab Kayani, he did a terrific job. And we're now going to see Dylan Fernando come in for his final over. This one's played away. It looks like it's going to go for 4. It's going to race away towards the boundary rope and climb over that mound out in the deep. This ball's a bit too short, and I think he's done very well to pick up the length there. He just rocked back and hit it away towards the vacant boundary. Smart cricket by Sajid. I mean, his first 5 balls, he just made 1 run. But since then, 11 off the next 4, so full credit to him. This time he gets cleaned up, so again, the commentator's curse strikes for, what are we, the 5th so far today? Right after he hits a few good-looking shots, he's been bowled by a fuller one. He looked to go for that big shot out in the deep end. You got to credit Dylan Fernando. I think at times we wondered why he was held back to as late as he was and why they didn't push him earlier in the attack, and he's done a terrific job, Dylan Fernando. Would have liked to see him bowl maybe around the 7th or 8th over rather than waiting past the second half of the innings to introduce him. Good stuff nonetheless as Romania march on towards victory despite a few stutters and road bumps along the path. New batsman is, of course, Kishore. Very talented wicketkeeper. We saw him make some great stops earlier with the gloves. Diving to the right and left, he prevented a good 8 runs with just his wicket keeping. And yeah, this one is just played away. I mean, again, these are little things that we often don't notice, or we're often not able to collect stats of. But think about those 8 runs that Kishore saved earlier. I mean, he didn't save those 8 runs. Right now, we're looking at 13 for 9, and we're in for a very close finish. And as I said, it's those small moments in these low-scoring games that can make the difference. As Romania need 5 more here, and this one will just go past the wicketkeeper. I mean, if you want to talk about leaking runs, I mean, Romania A, who didn't have many runs to play with in the first place, have been incredibly leaky themselves. And this one is just going to climb over the mount for a 4, waiting for the umpire's decision. And, well, is he indicating that there's some bat on that? Well, of course, let's just take a look at, of course, some of the games that we got coming up in Germany. It should be a very exciting series. Of course, you can experience the thrill of T10 cricket right in the heart of Europe in the beautiful city of Dresden. Of course, Germany's hosting some of the fastest, fiercest, most electrifying cricket you're going to see. Boundaries, wickets, and heart-stopping finishes. And it's been a whole lot of fun in Dresden. And, of course, got 2 great commentators there, Enrico Full and Charlie Hunt, taking you through all the action. Love catching some of that cricket during my free time. I mean, even when I was in uni, just tuning in during my breaks when I probably shouldn't have been. Just catch some of that. I mean, what would you rather be doing, you know? Coding in Java or watching great Enrico Full and Charlie Hunt take you through some beautiful cricketing action in a very historic city like Dresden. This one's full toss, and it's going to be played away over the fielders. Of course, Romania brought everyone into the ring with just 1 run to go as Kishore will end this game, and this game will be ended in style as Romania pick up their first win of this calendar year as a national team on the European Cricket Network, and they beat their A side. So that is incredibly good work for them, as, of course, it's a good confidence boost is, of course, they'll be ready to play against Malta in the very next game. So let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course, Fernando, once again opening the bowling alongside Ola. The two of them did a pretty sound job in all honesty, but the total they had to defend was just a touch too low. So even the odd boundary here and there was an absolute heartbreaker for Romania A and would only cause the side to fall flat. But then off top, Kayani, he really came in there and produced a lot of moments that just made you think for a second that Romania A might have a way to claw themselves back into this game. This was a nice looking drive there and went straight through the fielder's hand. I mean, some of these catches we saw Romania A put down, if they'd held on to them, could we have had a different game? And then Vasusani, well, he was very fortuitous right at the start of his innings. He was the beneficiary of 4 French cuts. 4 edges went away for 16 runs. And after that, he was just brilliant. Made 41 of 22, striking 5 boundaries, hitting a 6. I mean, that's a captain's innings. That's the way you lead your side when you're out there. And of course, he had that big partnership with Kaka Vimlesh, which really just about put this game to bed. Let's take a look at some of these dot balls. There are a few dot balls sprinkled in every now and then. And look at this shot by Vasusani. This was his dismissal, of course. Well taken out in the deep by Giannis Fernando, of course. Damage was done by that stage. He already made 41 of 22 and put his side in prime position to win. And there was a little wicket at the end. Noman Saji would be dismissed by a great ball by Dylan Fernando, and then Kishore would come in right at the end and secure a terrific win for this Romanian side who absolutely dominated their A team. A well-deserved victory, as of course they're heading into their next match against Malta, which should be an absolute cracker. But hey, let's take a look at the scorecard before we head over to that match. As you can see, Kavisha Devinda made 25-21 to start off. They were very steady at the time, him and Archahage. They got Romania off to a smart start, and then Vimlesh and Sani right in the middle. They pretty much just cruised their side towards a victory, and then right at the end, Noman Sajid came in, made 12 runs, and then Kishore hit those winning runs, and that pretty much secured a great victory for the Romanian national side with 1 over to spare. And then we take a look at the bowling card for Romania A. Pretty decent figures all around, of course, other than Umar Sefi, who had an expensive second over, which went for 19. But again, there just weren't enough runs on the board. When you set a target of 139, it's always going to be tough to defend. Really, you feel that Romania A probably lost the game in that first innings, and then probably too few moments of great fielding for Romania A were out there. A lot of misfields, a lot of mishaps, and that's something they might have to work on in coming games. And of course, we take a look at this match summary. Romania A posted 138 in the first innings. They were led by Rajit Hashan, who came surprisingly low down the order. Vashindu Vindula was the pick of the bowlers, getting 4 wickets. And then, of course, Romania, the national team, ended up scoring 142 with an over to spare and secured an incredible victory against their A side by 5 wickets. Well, we'll be back very soon, as of course we'll see Romania take on Malta in what should be a thrilling match and the final match of today's triple header. Make sure to join us in a few moments' time. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back with you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Romania. We're in the northern part of Ilfov County at the beautiful Mara Vlase cricket ground, just 30 kilometers north of the heart of Bucharest. The host Romania are set to play their second match of this series against the Maltese side who we just witnessed earlier today, picking up an incredible victory against Romania. This promises to be a riveting encounter for the Continental Cup. Of course, it's more than just a game today. It's about pride and redemption. We know that this Romania side are keen to get back to winning ways against Malta after they lost to them in Malta last month. Of course, we take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Leading the way for Malta is Zishan Khan. He made 113 runs. Of course, that graphic hasn't quite been updated yet to reflect Romania's batting performance, but you certainly expect their skipper, Vasu Sani, to be right up there. Of course, this time around, it's Ramesh Satish who will be skippering Romania in his absence as captain. Of course, Varun Prashath, he's going to be captaining Malta, so no Zishan Khan with the captaincy role here, of course. Very important match here, of course, as we mentioned. It's about pride and redemption, and of course, you're running to rewrite the narrative. Romania, of course, are defenders of the coveted Continental Cup, but as we mentioned frequently in the previous broadcast, they've had a testing time for this past calendar year. Of course, they've suffered a string of losses, and of course, these two teams played each other in the Valletta Cup last month, where Romania succumbed to a 41-run defeat and went winless in that tournament. Of course, all that will still be fresh in their memory, and this adds an additional layer of intrigue to today's contest, and Romania will be looking to turn the tables while Malta will look to assert their dominance once again. And we're just moments away from the first ball in what should be a hotly contested encounter. Just moments away as we're getting set. It's Ramesh Satish ready to face the first ball from F. Mughal. And a false start for Mughal. He's just going to go back to the mark. Of course, Satish has been among the top 3 run scorers for this Romanian cricket team over this past calendar year. Him and Sani really leading the way with the bat, and getting Satish back for this important match is going to be really, really good for them. Just watches this one go by, as that's a wide. This one is just played away. They're going to look to get a quick single, so a sharp start. That one was a fuller ball at the pads, and Satish just dabs that one away and gets the run. For Satish, made 941 runs over his entire European cricket career. At a strike rate of just under 160. Very handy bowler, too. He's taken 14 wickets in his European cricketing career. This one's played away. It's going to take a few bounces before going to the fielder. Just the 1 run. Let's see, take another look at that one again. Again, Mughal just bowling very full. I thought Mughal was very impressive in that previous match against Romania. He just didn't quite get the numbers he deserved for his bowling. This one is once again goes past the bat. And the other thing that's really alarming about Mughal is the fact that one of those few cricketers who can open the bowling and the batting. Of course, we saw him out there with his captain for the first match, Zishan Khan, opening the batting. Wasn't quite able to make the runs, but Certainly with his bowling, he's looked very effective. I think personifies and embodies the sort of role you want a left-arm quick bowler to play in a T20 match. This one going down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Of course, our two umpires are umpire Matt French and umpire Andrew Elliott. Kostav Chavan in the third umpire position, and the match referee is Ifsan Duki. This one is played away, and it just goes underneath the fielder. I believe that's Zishan Khan, who was captaining Malta in the last match. Not this time around, as just trickles away for a 4 there. That's well struck by Ramesh Satishan. This one is well left by Ramesh Satishan, and certainly KSM chiming in. Yeah, apologies for some of the issues that you've been experiencing, KSM. We are aware of some of them and are looking to work on them and try to rectify them as soon as we can. Of course, the umpires for this match are umpires French and Lester, as I just mentioned a few moments ago. And again, angling back into the batsman. That's a dot ball. So since that 4, you have to say Mughal's been right on the money. So an even first over, 8 runs off it. Wasim Abbas into the attack. And bowls a wide delivery to start off. Of course, we're joined by Taranjeet Singh in the chat. Of course, great to have you here. Any chance we get to see you play over the next weekend, Taranjeet? Of course, many of our viewers, Taranjeet Singh was the leading run getter in ECS Romania. He's a top run getter for Romania over this past calendar year in T20 cricket as well. This one played away very nicely, clubbed away by Manan, and he's going to get a 4. Yeah, just sat up nicely for him. It was a back of a length delivery. A bit too wide as well. Just gave the batsman the room to free his arms, and he's taken full advantage of that width and slapped it away. And it's gone for 4. Now this time he gets a nice bit of shape away. How close was that to a wide? Must have been tight, but the umpire, rightfully so, deems it to not be a wide. Not only that, but I think Abbas really needed that call. That would have been given a wide. I really think it would have broken his confidence. Oh, that's a terrific ball. That's where he needs to be. He's got the pace, getting some good bounce and carry as well. Let's just take a look at this. Yep, that's the line and length. Look at how high the keeper has to take it. I mean, look at the carry through to him. This one's gone up in the air. There's a fielder at third man, and he's taken it. Very well judged catch, and that's exactly what Abbas is capable of doing. Well, we saw him those first few balls struggle to find his radar, but now he has. It's locked on, and he's managed to get a wicket. Just beating the batsman for pace over here. He looks to throw everything at it. Popped up in the air. And this is a well-taken catch by the fielder at deep third man. Good field positioning as well. And that top edge carries through as Romania lose their first wicket. 13 for 1 at the 1.4 over mark, of course. Of course, the last time these two sides played each other, over in the Valletta Cup, Wasim Abbas gave up 25 runs in the 3 overs he bowled. Didn't manage to get a wicket. So Fanyan Mughal as well, we saw earlier. Figures of 2 for 29 in his 4 overs. One thing you have to say that's really impressive about this Malta side is the chatter. I mean, a lot of encouragement. That's something I like seeing when they played against Romania A2. They've probably been one of the most talkative teams in the field. A lot of good communication between them. I mean, some of that communication might not have translated when they were running between the wickets, but it's certainly there while they're fielding. Enormous amounts of encouragement and great attitude as well. Of course, they were here very early in the morning, doing warm-ups, practicing, getting ready for these games. Good ball, fuller delivery. That's probably the first time he's pitched it at that length. And I think on that ball, you know, you can just see he didn't focus as much on pace. It wasn't as quick as his previous deliveries. I think he was smart. He knew there's a new batsman in Vimlesh at the crease, and he just focused on trying to aim it at the stumps, keeping it accurate. This time he goes for a bit more pace, and he's probably gone a bit too wide as well, but Vimlesh is just beaten for pace as we come to the end of the second over. Romania are 13 for 1. This one is played away out in the deep, and the fielder's going to be chasing this, but the fielder is going to lose this race as it goes away for 4. Satishan, very nice looking shot over there, just turned his bat nicely, used his wrist to just play this one away towards mid-wicket. I have to wonder why Mughal has opted to suddenly go around the wicket. He seemed to find quite a bit of success going over the wicket. I mean, he bowled all right by my accounts in that first match as well, and certainly didn't do much wrong in that first over either, but he's opted to go for the change in angle and hasn't worked this first ball. So again, it's a case of why fix what isn't broken? This one's played away, and is this going to go the distance? Oh, that's gone the distance. Don't worry about that. It's landed right at the top of the mounds, close to the stands. We have right around fine leg. That's an enormous 6, just helps it away. And Satishan using the pace of the bowler to the bowler's detriment. Outstanding work, and of course, again, it just goes back to the question of why did Mughal choose to go around the wicket? I mean, when everything was working just fine, when he was bowling over the wicket, he decides to make the change, and everything's suddenly gone wrong for him. I mean, it's not easy to make a change like that from going from over the wicket to around the wicket. You know, you've got to find your line and length again. You've got to recalibrate. He's not been able to recalibrate so far. I mean, His line and length right now is eluding him like a, water in a mirage. This one played down the ground, so after hitting a couple of big shots, he's decided to go for single, and well, that's a rather disappointing bit of foot fielding out in the deep. And again, Malta, we were just praising them earlier for their great attitude, the way they were fielding, their togetherness. And this is just a little bit sloppy. It's a bit too casual. Why are you doing that? I mean, certainly not going to be called up by Stoia Bucharest here in Romania with that kind of footwork. Heavy first touch. That one is going towards the fielder, a third man. That's well, it's a bit too strong a throw, actually. It flew right over the keeper's head, but good backing up there. And that's one thing I have to say. Malta, their backing up has been very good. Even in that first match, they kept errors to a minimum in the field. Going back over the wicket. Played away. Big throw there by Zishan, counted out in the deep end. Of course, probably went a bit too wide, but it caught the toe end of the bat, which is what spared Mughal there. And again, these constant changes of angles, I mean, you do need a bit of time to recalibrate, especially after he'd been bowling around the wicket for 4 balls. Now he's just got to find his line and length again. Goes for a shorter delivery, takes a bottom edge. It's gone past the wicketkeeper. It's going to be a bit of a chase here. They should get a couple of runs here, Romania. And they do. Good running between the wickets. So they're cashing in on some of these errors by Malta, as Mughal a little bit frustrated over there. Goes for 24 runs at the end of his 2 overs. I mean, once again, after he came over the wicket, he looked much better than he did around the wicket. And you just have to question why he decided to make that change for absolutely no reason. As, of course, Romania currently sitting at 29 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. That's a fuller delivery by Abbas, and started to bowl a bit fuller after, of course, bowling a bit too short at the start of his first over. He's made that adjustment in length. It's been a good adjustment. It's benefited him tremendously. Nice ball, just takes that one out there. Vimlesh. I think one thing, though, of course, Vimlesh, while he did make plenty of runs in that first match that he played, he's going to need to get that strike rate up. It's going to be really important for his side. He can't afford to be going at about 75 to 90 with his strike rate in this match against Malta. He's going to have to be at least above 125. Oh, that is a terrific ball. Just cut him in half over there. Goes right through, and because Satishan just took that step across, it make sure that it doesn't actually hit the stumps, of course. This one is blocked again by Satishan. So again, good bowling here by Abbas. I mean, we saw him in that first over, looked to prioritize pace. And whenever he looked to bowl a bit too fast, he was probably going short and wide. But in this over so far, he's just focusing on accuracy, bowling at a good line and length. Metronomic with his accuracy so far. And he's actually yorked himself there. Ramesh Satishan, he tried to advance down the crease, took a couple of steps, and he turns what would have been an over-pitch delivery into a yorker. How often do we see that? As you can see, he just stays in his crease. It's probably an overpitch delivery, which he can smack away off his pads. Oh, this time he just chops one onto the side of his leg. And there could be a chance here for a second run if they were just a bit more alive, Romania. I think they've missed an opportunity. Both those batsmen have just settled with one run. Let me take a look at this. The keeper goes for a throw, but the fielder backing up is really, really far back, and it's going to take him a tremendous amount of time to actually get to the ball. So Romania could have sneaked in an extra run there if they'd been more aware of the situation. Oh, that's another good ball. Again, he's looking to just step across. But it's not served him. Either one of the occasions he has, Romesh Satish has, of course. The fourth over comes to an end, and Romania are 32 for 1. Makar Afridi into the attack, the right arm fast bowler. Oh, and it's gone straight through the fielder. It covers hands, and he's stunned. He thinks he probably didn't even see that ball clearly before it raced past him. Let's just take another look at this one. Looks to hit it, and again, oh, just goes right through the fielder's hands. He can't believe what he's done. He's like, where did that gap come from? Just looking at his own hands. So is that how they look? Goes for the shorter delivery, looks to dig one in, and it gets a good bit of bounce. And again, Afridi, very quick bowler. That's the first thing you notice right from the get-go. He hit it hard into the pitch. Over his T10 career on the European Cricket Network this year. He's bowled 32 overs, picked up 16 wickets in those overs. His economy rate has been 5.59. That is absolutely outstanding, as this one goes high up in the air, and it's a nice bit of fielding by Zishan out in the deep. He's done incredibly well to chase that ball, track it down, grab it, and throw it back. But the umpire signaled a no ball here. I think this is for the front foot. It's a front foot no ball, so it's going to be a free hit. And he just got a bit over-eager here. You know, Afridi wants to bowl with a lot of pace, as there you can see the umpire signaling a free hit. Let's just take a look at this. Free hit coming up. Goes for the big swing, and it's going to go all the way, a huge six. Deposited right to the left of those stands. That is an enormous shot by Satish, who's been the prime aggressor for Romania. Cashing in on that free hit. Played it off the pads brilliantly. It'd be great to take another look at that one. And of course now somebody's going to go have to find and locate that ball, of course. It's worth talking a little bit about the stats the last time these two teams faced each other. Of course, Wasim Abbas played in that game as well, gave up 25 runs in the 3 overs he bowled. And mostly it was the fact that they were quite eager to just run singles off him and doubles. I mean, only had 1-4 and 1-6 hit off his bowling, but the dot balls he bowled were at a minimum just 6 dot balls. And again, shouts of catch it. You can hear a big scream as he bends his back to bowl that one, but Satishan, he's just picking the gaps out here. So smart cricket, Afridi prioritizing pace, and as a result, maybe losing his shape a little bit. Not quite getting the lengths right, and this one is slightly overpitched. Goes away for 4. And this is the first big over here for Romania, just the one they needed. This is exactly how you look to capitalize on a power play. Locate all the boundaries where there are no fielders at. And this time he just beats him for pace. Quick ball, rapid ball. Going to be a good encounter here. Satishan and Afridi expect they should both trade blows. Right when you think one's getting on top, the other might just pull the other back. It's 2 quality cricketers. And this one is played away towards the fielder out at cover. That's going to be a single, so Satishan will keep strike to start the final over of the power play as Romania are 49 for 1 at the end of 5. And we're going to see Mughal introduced back into the attack for his 3rd over. And he just gets a change of ends now. Of course, his 2nd over was slightly more expensive. And now he's going to come in for his 3rd. But I'd have to say the issue with him had nothing to do with the ends. It was the fact that he decided to go around the wicket for some reason. And that meant he had 2 or 3 balls that were just extremely wayward, and he got punished for them. But once he went back over the wicket, you could just see he found his radar again and was a lot more accurate. Take some pace off that ball, and it's just knocked away for a single. Of course, there is that big adjustment in pace, of course, as well, which the batsman has to deal with. He just faced a boss who was bowling at a rapid pace. And now you've got Mughal, who's the sort of bowler who prioritizes accuracy more than raw pace. Again, just bowls at a hard length over there. Back of a length, Mughal, and now again, he's just found that line in length again, hasn't he? It was eluding him earlier when he bowled around the wicket, but once he goes back to tried and tested ways, it's just all clicking back into shape. This one's a wider delivery, shouts of catch it, but it's going to go over all the fielders' heads. And this one is a 4, so this is a smart cricket by Romania. I mean, they're just picking out the gaps, both the fielders behind square on the offside, inside the ring, so just looks to elevate it above them. And it's going to trickle away towards the boundary rope, as you can see over there, and go for 4. This one's a lot of width there, comes off the toe end of the bat. And they're going to look for a second here, Romania. The throw wasn't the strongest, which means they're going to do it very, very comfortably. As a matter of fact, that throw actually went towards the fielder at cover. It was just Lacked the legs, didn't it? Needed a really big throw, a big arm to even trouble the Romanian batsman. Going along very nicely here, Romania. Just under 10 and over. That's a terrific ball. That's a good comeback. Good line, good length. Just going away from the batsman ever so slightly. And he's fortunate it hasn't drawn an edge along the way. And of course, Kroom 111 pointing out, yep, decent start here. Final over the power play certainly is. I think Romania would have happily taken what they're going along at right now. It's the best power play we've seen in any of the innings so far today. This is the 5th innings we're witnessing. 3rd match of our triple header. That is a good throw by the bowler. Hits the base of the stumps, but it's going to hit the stumps, ricochet away towards the boundary. And they're going to benefit off overthrows here, Romania. So maybe he'd have been better served just holding onto that ball, Mughal. It's well, that is the cruelty of cricket at times, isn't it? A good throw by the bowler is going to end up punishing him. As you can see, just cannons off the stumps. Takes that nasty deflection off the base of those wickets and goes away straight down the ground and allows Romania to sneak in another single as they end what was a very productive power play for them. They were 58 for 1 at the end of 6. And we're going to see spin introduced for the first time this innings with the fielding restrictions lifted. Yeah, nice ball there to start off by Aurora. He was very impressive in that previous match against Romania A. Of 2 for 25 in the 4 overs he bowled. Of course, the last time these two teams faced each other in the Valletta Cup, he had figures of 2 for 22 over his 4 overs. So clearly enjoys playing against Romanian cricket teams. This one has gone up in the air. Is there a catching opportunity? There is, and it's very well taken. And you can celebrate that. Look at that. He thinks he's Superman. And he's certainly done a good job this time. Just went a little bit too short, Aurora. And that caused Satishan's eyes to light up. He wanted to hit that one away towards the boundary, but he hasn't quite been able to get underneath it the way he would have wanted. And he's just given a catch to the fielder out in the deep. Yep, he's going to celebrate that one. Good catch by Waqar Afridi. We saw him go for a few runs when he was bowling earlier. Gave 17, but makes no mistake with that catch. Trapped perfectly and then clasped it in the end. So Satishan was going along beautifully for the Romanians. Has lost his wicket, and this is an important breakthrough. And the bowling change of bringing the spinner on Aurora has paid dividends as Aurora's joy against Romanian cricket teams continues. Just loves playing against teams from this country. And it's going to be Vasu Sani coming into bat at number 4. I was a little bit surprised he didn't come in at number 3, considering how well he'd done the last time, but I think he's just cemented that number 4 spot as his own. It's where he feels most comfortable. And again, he'll be looking to play a similar innings to what he did last time, just anchoring this side through till the end. Of course, we saw him make 42 runs in that first match. The last time these two sides faced each other, Sandy made 15. The 13 balls he faced. This one's just played away towards extra cover. It's going to be a single. Zishan out in the deep to collect that. Gets off the mark immediately, Sani. And looking to make some room to slap that one away. Of course, it's a partnership that guided Romania to victory in the last match that has come back together again, Vimlesh and Sani. Vimlesh, though, once again, he's in a similar situation where he's kind of stuck in the mud, not quite able to accelerate. 16 of 14 for him, while his partner at the other end was slogging it. And again, I think the issue is this. It's if you're not quite able to hit those boundaries, the minimum, you need to get some singles. Rotate the strike, make sure the other player is placing as many balls as possible. Just going to tuck this one away. There'll be just the one run to end the over, but more importantly, if Vimlesh keeps strike here for Romania, I'm not sure Malta will mind that too much, considering he's going at just about run a ball. So at the end of 7, Romania are 60 for 2. Looks like it's going to be Imran Amir to bowl this 8th over. Another addition to this Malta side. Of course, all these teams are very keen to rotate their sides over this weekend, give as many players as possible a chance to play, and particularly if you're Malta and you've traveled all the way from the Mediterranean, it would be really disheartening to have come all this way and not get a chance to feature. So in comes Imran Amir. Taken 9 wickets in his European cricket career. At an economy rate of just under 9 in all the T10 action he's been a part of. Gotta say, Vimlesh does have a nice late cut, though. He's always good at dabbing the ball away to third man. Amir, of course, didn't take part in that matchup between these two teams in the Valletta Cup last month. So it's his first chance to play against Romania. And he's just asked for a slip fielder here against Sani. So an aggressive move against the batsman who's just come out to the crease. And I think they know that this is a very important wicket. Might be worth taking the odd risk and maybe giving up a boundary or two if it means that they can get Sani as soon as possible. So I like this aggression here. It's not often you see a slip fielder at this stage of an innings in a T20 match, as Sani will just prod that one away and get a single. Just turning back in, just turns his bat, pokes it towards mid-wicket. This one's gone up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. Fielder converging underneath it. Oh, he's made a mess of that one. It's spilled out of his hands. And oh, that's disappointing if you're Malta. They've been very sharp in the field over these last few days. And well, just off the camera, the bowler was incredibly disgusted. I think you've just missed his reaction. He was really, really annoyed. Again, Amir, not a player who's played too much on the European Cricket Network, so he's keen to get as many European cricket wickets as he can. And there's an opportunity, there's another chance, and there's the frustration from Amir. You do have to sympathize with him. I mean, any bowler would be annoyed having had 2 good opportunities put down. That was always going to be tough. Rather sharp chance. You'd need to be as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel to even have an opportunity at that one. But the one early was annoying, but again, he's just got to keep his head here, Imran Amir. Stay cool. Doesn't want to lose his head and potentially bowl a few wrong ends like that one. Oh, he's rather fortunate to get away with that. That could have been a wide. Could have been a wide. That was a tight call. And again, Sani seems to think he would get one there. Again, just straying too far down the leg side these last couple of balls. And he'll get away with this one because I have to say Sani didn't quite punish that ball. I mean, we know he's a quality cricketer, and we saw him strike the ball sweetly in that last match, and I think he'll be disappointed. He's just let an opportunity slip by. As we come to the end of the 8th, as Romania are 64 for 2, so a good quiet over there for Malta, but both Vimlesh and Sani living a charmed life out there right now. They should have both been dismissed in that over. Oh, and it's just beaten the fielder a point and is going to go away for 4. So a few mishaps in the field now for Malta. This was a side who were near flawless in the field in that first match. Again, just made some room there, Sani, and he struck it very well. Goes right underneath the fielder. In all honesty, they did make a few mistakes like that in that first game, particularly out in the boundary. They probably gave Romania a bonus 12 runs just by the amount of balls they let slip underneath them back at the boundary rope. So now they've decided to put 4 fielders all very close to one another. Don't know if you can just get a shot of this after that ball. It's straight back to the fielder. I mean, just look at the offside right now. You've got 4 fielders very tightly grouped together. It almost looks like a slip cordon in terms of how close they are to each other. They're not going to let anything get past them. Plugging every gap on that side. And this one has been struck straight down the ground. Forget about where you place your fielders, because when Sani's at his best, he will deposit them straight down the ground all the way. And that's the 3rd maximo of the innings for Romania. Humongous 6. Picked that one out perfectly. Overpitched by Aurora, who's been metronomic with his accuracy for much of these first few days. And again, just overpitches it slightly. This one has gone all the way as well. It's a huge 6. And Sani, well, he's saying, forget the chipper, forget the putter. I'm only bringing the driver today. He's just smashing everyone so far today. Of course, we saw him absolutely belt Romania A earlier, going at a strike rate of just around 200. And he's taken a few balls to settle into this innings, but now that he has, he's seeing it like a football. And this time he's just going to get an edge, and it's going to go away for a single, but clean striking by Sani, who moves on to 21, beg your pardon, 20 off the 10 balls he's faced. And again, Vimlesh, you know, he can just sit at the other end, look to rotate the strike while his opposite end partner is smoking it. This time he just places that one again towards 3rd man and gets a single. So Romania with a very productive over there. Aurora went for plenty. That over going for 12 runs, as this is just what the doctor ordered for Romania. They've kept accelerating despite losing Ramesh Satish, all thanks to how well Vasu Sani has been clubbing it. And then we just take a look at that scorecard. Of course, Romania currently at 82 for 2, going along at a run rate of just above 9. Back comes Amir into the attack. That's the right line he needs to be bowling. We saw him get a little frustrated at the end of his first over after those 2 chances were put down, and he strayed too far down the leg side, but he's found his line again. Vimlesh will just nudge this away. looks to get a single and just puts Sandy back on strike. But again, Vimlesh has to start hitting boundaries of his own as well. Going at just a run of ball. You can't afford to be a passenger in a T20 innings. Got to be the driver. Oh, that is another good ball there by Amir. He almost got a wicket on a ball like that in the first over, which where he did actually manage to draw Vasu Sani's edge. That one was put down by the wicketkeeper, unfortunately for him. Oh, this one just squirms away, catches the inside edge of his bat. And Sani was eager to get his second run, but that was always going to be just the one with Zishan's strong arm out in the deep. So good recognition there by Vimlesh to just stick to the one. And again, tied over by Amir, just 2 runs off these first 4 balls. This one's gone up in the air, shouts of catch it, should be taken. Oh, it isn't taken, it's actually just slipped out of the fielder's hands, and I think he might just put a little bit too much sunscreen while coming onto the field. His hand's a bit slippery, it goes right through them. Of course, a very sunny day here in Romania. Another opportunity gone, and Amir is desperately unlucky. That's 3 catches dropped off his bowling. This one is struck away, just a single. That's the second time Vimlesh has been dropped today. I mean, dropped an 18, and now on 21, all off the bowling of Amir. Amir, if you just take a look at Amir's expression right now, it's absolutely priceless. And honestly, I feel an incredible amount of sympathy for him. Everyone in the team is going over to give him a pat on the back. I mean, having 3 catches dropped off your bowling in one game is harsh. And I have to commend him for still just coming back again and again, being economical, and giving up just 8 runs. At this point, he just looks dejected. I think he's resigned to the fact that no one's going to take a catch off his bowling for the rest of the day, as, of course, we're going to have a quick drinks break as Romania are 86 for 2, halfway through the innings.
मैंने जिंदगी में 9 बॉल की नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे 9 बॉल भी मैं
जब तू भागा मैं तुमको यही आवाज दे रहा हूँ रन अप नहीं हुआ तो रुक जा देख मैं रुक गया ना 1 बॉल पे
नहीं वो आखिर जंप पे बंद हो जाता है
वही मैं मेरा भी वही हुआ है ना समी फील्ड चेक कर ले लड़के
Stanislaus into the attack. This one's again shouts of catch it. The fielder backs away. Makes the right decision in the end because it wasn't going to carry to him. And in the end, he's done well to prevent the boundary. And I think he gets a round of applause from his teammates for some sharp judgment on the fly. Probably a bit too short, and that's what gave Sani the chance to get underneath it. This one just goes past the keeper. It's going to be a chase here for Zishan. Is he going to get to it? Just slides, and he does. That's a good bit of work. That's not Zishan, mind you. That's a Mughal. So, oh, you love to see a big fast bowler putting in a fielding effort like that. Just goes past him, and again, that was ever so close to the stumps. Could easily have brushed the leg bail along the way. And again, you're starting to see Vimlesh now. He recognizes the fact that he needs to speed up. And he's looking to play more expansive strokes, but he hasn't quite been able to connect on any of them just yet. Again, there's calls of big shot coming, guys, out in the deep. And the big shot is coming. Is it going to carry to the fielder? No, it won't. It's going to sail over his head. He's a spectator like the rest of us. And that's gone for 6. And it's the third big blow by Vasu Sani this innings. He's just continuing off that terrific form he's displayed throughout this past calendar year. Of course, as we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, he was the leading run getter for Romania this past calendar year, averaging just above 40 in the 5 T20Is he played. And again, we just see that wonderful purple patch of his already so far today. He's been the beneficiary of a little bit of luck as well. He had a lot of edges go his way against Romania A, was put down on 2 earlier today, but he's taking full advantage of that to score as many runs as he can. And this is what you've got to do as a batsman when you've got that good fortune. Pummel as many runs as you can, and once again, shouts of catch it. But with Sani's luck, I think nothing's going to carry to any fielder. He richly deserves it, though, for the aggression, the way he's playing, his mentality, his attitude. As it's going to be 97 for 2 at the end of 11. Stanislaus is over, goes for 11, so a rough introduction to the innings for him. Of course, Stanislaus didn't take part in that last match between Malta and Romania in the Valletta Cup, so it's his first chance to see this Romanian team, as we're going to see Amir come into the attack. Well, it's been a real mixed bag of a match for him so far. Of course, he's bowled incredibly tightly, giving up just 8 runs off the 2 overs he's bowled, but he's had 3 catches, 3 fairly simple catches dropped off his bowling, so he could easily have had figures of 3 for 8, maybe 3 for 6. I think he's just bowled the right line and length for an off spinner. He's just bowling it mostly on a good length, right outside the off stump, looking to go through the gate, keeping things simple, and it's working for him. Goes a little fuller here. And again, this is going to need a throw, but again, it's the big arm of Zishan, and I don't think Romania are willing to test Zishan's arm. He's got one of the bigger arms in this Maltese team, so gotta say, Vimlesh has been very clear. If ball's going to Zishan, we better not consider a second. Great bowling there by Amir. He's the only bowler so far today who's caused any kind of issues to Vasu Sani. I mean, Sani's not had issues facing any bowlers except Amir. He's also stinging in a lot of top balls when he's facing Vimlesh, and Vimlesh actually carves that one away behind point beautifully. That's one of the best strokes he's played so far today. A gorgeous looking shot, made some room. Amir getting a touch too predictable. And Vimlesh did the right thing, just made some room on the offside and carved it behind point. Yeah, that's something for your Sunday roast. He could carve that. Gorgeous, gorgeous shot. This time he plays across the line. Is it going to beat the fielder? Yes, it will. A good shot. Couple of boundaries here for Vimlesh. And for the first time, Amir actually feeling the pressure. So Vimlesh, who's been dropped twice so far today of Amir's bowling, has now struck him for back-to-back 4s. I mean, this is just rubbing salt on the wounds, isn't it? I mean, Amir must be thinking, well, I've had you out twice so far today, and now here you are hitting me away for 4. But hey, full credit to Vimlej taking full opportunity of the lives he's been granted. There it is. Takes a single after hitting a couple of boundaries, and he keeps strikes. So that one is the first expensive over of the day for Amir. It goes for 10, as Romania's run rate looking really good right now at just under 9 at the end of 12 overs. Just take a look at the standings. Of course, so far today, both Malta and Romania have notched a couple of wins against Romania A. Difficult day for them. It was a bit of a baptism by fire for Romania A. It's their first tournament as a side. And while there were some signs of positivity that they could take away with them, it's still going to be a rather disappointing day. I think they let themselves down in a few key departments. However, I do think a lot of their issues are very correctable. Things in the field, sorting out some of the mistakes they've made, and also potentially considering the fact that maybe they should just alter their tactics a little bit. I think they used a few too many bowlers at times. They're still trying to find their identity as a team, which is fairly normal for a new side that hasn't played together much. Whereas you look at teams like Malta, I mean, Malta, probably the most experienced side in this tournament. They've got a very set plan, game after game. All these guys are used to playing with each other regularly. As we mentioned, this is the 15th series Malta has played as a cricketing nation. Although they've not been able to win too many of them, unfortunately for them, they've always been good competitors in each of those series. Should be series. The plural of series is series. A little bit of a grammar moment. This one's just struck away. Oh, that is another terrific shot by Sani. Goes away for 6. And he's just pulled his length back a bit too short, Stanislaus, and Sani's just done a terrific job. Swivels on the spot and just absolutely blasts that one away. Of course, if Rico was here, he'd be saying, woo, but I'm not even going to attempt to do that. You can hear him say that, of course, in the series over in Dresden that's going on right now. Great ECS there. This one's heaved away again. It's high up in the air. I think it's going to land between the fielders. He's having a nice purple patch, Sani. As is a couple more runs for him. Is he going to contemplate a third? Based on overthrows, no, just the 2. He miscued that one, but it went right up in the air and it landed in front of a couple of fielders. That's exactly what they've got protection out there for. There's fielders on the leg side are out at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. They're just waiting for him to miscue one and potentially grasp a catch. They're yet to get their moment. Good ball there, much better ball by Stanislaus. He's come back well after getting hit for a 6. Last ball of the over. This one's gone up in the air. Don't worry about this. This is also going to clear the boundary rope. Enormous 6, Vasu Sani. That's the 4th 6 of the innings for him. 4 Maximos for him alone. He's absolutely bludgeoning it. And we can just see brilliant advancement down the crease. Picked that one up perfectly and just smacked it over square leg. This is an outstanding shot. And Sani, it's been a very mature innings by him, these both games that he's been involved in. He picks his moments, he picks the bad ball, and he absolutely punishes it. And when he sees a good ball, he tries to respect it, but get a single or a double off it. So, such a smart cricketer. And I think these two, Vimlej and Sani, really complement each other quite well, don't they? I mean, Sani's a big hitter. He looks to be an aggressor and try to hit those big shots, while Vimlej, he's more keen to get those singles, be more of a stroke player, dab the odd one down the third man. I think the next stage in Vimlej's development will be whether he can develop those big shots and really transform this Romania side into one of those big teams that can go out there and post those big 200, 190 totals. Although they're projected so far looking extremely healthy. They're projected to reach 188 if they can maintain this run rate. And I think the skipper, Varun Prashad, is going to go with a little bit of a gamble here. He's going to bring Afridi back into the attack, even though he went for 17 in that first over. do know he's a talented bowler. I think he just wants a partnership breaker here. Oh, perfect Yorker right at the feet. And I think you can see that Vimlesh appreciates that was a good ball and never going to be easy to hit. That's the thing with Afridi. It's just a case of whether or not he can maintain his shape. Can he maintain his line and length? It could be very hard to beat because many of his balls are just aimed at your stumps. Probably going to clatter onto them. Oh, this one's just missed the stumps by a whisker, but yet again, it's a front foot no ball, the second one he's bowled today. And it's yet another free hit. Sound the alarms. And yep, you can just about make out from that angle he's overstepped the mark. Again, he's just eager to bowl with a lot of pace, a lot of fire, and a little bit overeager. So free hit coming up. Chance for Vimlesh to tee off. And he goes for an inventive stroke. And oh, this one struck the stumps. Remember, you can still get run out on a free hit. And this is the wicket of Vasu Sani. A suicidal bit of running is going to cost Romania. This is a huge wicket. It's the wicket of the danger man. And is this the turning point in this game? Vasu Sani has been dismissed. You can just see he goes for an inventive stroke there. They decide to run on a misfield. There's an old saying that you should never run on a misfield. And the keeper wasn't able to collect it cleanly. Sani was off in a flash. To be fair, it was his call. He decided to take that risk, and he's going to have to pay for it with his own wicket. Great bit of work there by the wicketkeeper, Varun Prashad for Malta. We've seen him miss a few today, but he does it when it counts the most. And that is enormous. That is an enormous moment that they could really slow down this run rate for Romania. Sani's just been the prime aggressor for them in this innings. He's been seeing it like a football. He's clubbed 5 sixes. And that turns out to be an incredibly costly free hit for Romania. Mind you, it is worth confirming whether that was a wide as well. So that was not judged a wide in the end by the umpire, so we can confirm that. Here we go, Afridi. First ball. That is a terrific ball, and the fielder from long off comes racing in, saying, how's that? Seriously doubt you would have heard an edge from all the way there, buddy. Of course, we can see that the correction has just come in. Asif is the player on strike, not Vimlesh. Vimlesh is at the non-striker's end. And again, here's a situation where you just wonder, is it Asif who's going to look to be the aggressor? Or is Vimlesh going to take on that role himself? Just taking a look at Asif's career stats in T10 cricket on the European Cricket Network. This one is very wide, easy call for the umpire. He's averaged about 18.3 in the T10 matches he's played this year, and his strike rate has been just about 187. And the previous year, mind you, it was about 162. So this player is capable of hitting it for sure. I think at this stage of the innings for Romania, they just need some batsmen to go out there, play good little 5-10 ball cameos where they can score some big runs, and then maybe Vimlesh is going to be the one who's just going to try to stay there till the end. Nice fuller ball. And again, as we can see with Afridi, when he just gets that line and length right, he's so hard to get away because of his pace. Again, it's just that inconsistency with him, which is often the case for a lot of quick bowlers. This time, really smart work by Asif, just uses the bowler's pace to the bowler's detriment. And he's just played that one away behind point. Really, really well hit by Asif as he gets off the mark in style. with a really, really good-looking shot. You can just see this. Very smart stuff. Very smart. And that's one of the drawbacks of being a rapid, express-paced bowler. I have no idea why he's appealing for that one. Came right off the middle of the bat. That is one of the most optimistic appeals I have seen on the European Cricket Network. And the umpire's just gone to him to have a word and tell him to calm down. I mean, why is there an appeal over there? That is right off the middle of the bat. I don't even, it's not even been anywhere near the pads. That's a very, very smart work there by umpire Lester, a very experienced umpire, and of course he's also refereed plenty of games. He refereed the first match earlier today. Just says the right thing to the bowler. Hey, calm down a little bit, right? Let's come off the middle of the bat. That's not going to be an LBW. Boss coming in for his third over. 1 for 8 so far in his first couple of overs. Of course, we take a look at that projected score for Romania. Currently projected at 184, of course. They'll be looking to get around 10 and over from here on out and potentially get into those 190s. Maybe even 200 is on the card if they can go at 12 and over. This one struck down the ground by Asif. There's a nice looking shot for a single. And again, you can just see Vimlesh rehearsing the stroke he should have played. He took a step to the leg side and then just completely lost his shape. He needs to get his head over the ball and look to play a more orthodox cricketing shot. Of course, there's no protection out at that extra cover boundary, and we know that Vimlesh is a very nice stroke player, so if he just played an orthodox cricketing stroke, he probably would have been able to get a 4, especially with the pace that Abbas is bowling at. And this time around, he just hits it straight down the ground, the safest place to hit it, and he gets a 4. There was no way long off and long on we're ever going to get to that one. Umpire does well, umpire French, to get out of the way. And that's much better by Vimlesh. That's where he needs to be hitting it. Good little battle here between the batsman and bowler. And this one goes straight to the fielder. And just as we were saying that, he aimed for that wider Yorker. It was more of a lowish full toss. Vimlesh opened the face of this bat, and he found the fielder at backward point. Huge moment. As we can see, that's a really well taken catch there by Mughal. Jumping up, had his eyes on the ball, and that's a good catch. And terrific stuff here for Malta as they get the wicket of the all-important Vimlesh, who we've seen score quite a few runs over these last couple of matches. He's had a very productive day in terms of run scoring. He might want to up his strike rate a little bit over these next couple of days. As Romania now 134 for 4, but more importantly, 2 new batsmen out in the middle, which is just what Malta would have wanted. They're trying to slow down this run rate. Just wonder if it's going to take them a little bit of time to settle in. Will that allow Malta to sneak in a few more top balls, get this current run rate down, which is at the moment at just above 9. New batsman is out there. It's Satvik Nadigotla, so and what an accomplished wicketkeeper he is. Now we've got a chance to see him with the bat in hand. This one is played down the ground again. Second shot we've seen go in that direction. Are they going to push for two? No, just the one. Wise decision in the end. Nutty Gotla gets off the mark. Nutty Gotla averaging 22 in T10 cricket so far this year, with a strike rate of just under 170. Goes to that big shot there, Asif. Again, you just wonder, does Romania have enough hitters left in the shed to really explode off this great platform, this great launching pad that the likes of Sani, Vimlesh, and others have set up for them? 5 overs to go, and of course 39 days to go until the biggest festival in European cricket, the European Cricket Championship, which will be taking place between the 25th of September and the 20th of October at the beautiful Cartama Oval in Malaga in Spain. 31 nations will be battling out to become the European champion. Make sure to tune into that. That's going to be an absolutely brilliant festival and exhibition of cricket. Should have some heart-stopping finishes and a lot of thrill and excitement. This one is just tucked away. It's going to be a single. Do they push for the second? No, they don't, because it's gone to Zishan. And one thing with Romania is they've not been too keen to test his arm. Again, a big throw there again. Wide-ish Yorker. He's managed to get that one just right. And Asif, since hitting that boundary, has just quietened down a fair bit. And he's faced 5 straight dot balls since then. They're just cheers of very good from out in long off after the bowler had a false start. You just wonder though if he's getting congratulated for there. Afridi coming back now. Oh, that is a terrific ball. Absolutely outstanding. Need another look at this one. Squares up the batsman over there, just pitches that one up. And it shapes away from him. Oh, that is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. How that just seams away. Very few batsmen are going to be able to play that. Afridi just finding his form though as this match progresses. This one's a lowish full toss, catching opportunity. It's gone straight to that fielder at long off, and after a little bit of a juggle, Wasim Abbas takes it. He got his hand to it. It popped up in the air, and he took it on the second attempt. Lowish full toss, his eyes would have lit up, but he can't quite beat that fielder. And yeah, a little bit of a juggle. He was way inside the boundary rope. And in the end, he takes a good catch. So it's a Wasim to Wasim. And they get a big wicket here, Malta. And again, since we saw Sani and Vimlesh depart, this run rate has started to dip for Romania. When those two were out there, was going at just around 9.5. Now Romania at just above 8.5. So as we say, the best way to stop a side scoring is to keep plugging away and taking wickets, and that's exactly what Malta have done. They've just kept chipping away, You can just see Zishan having a word with Afridi. Always telling him to calm down ever so slightly. Don't worry about your pace as much. Focus on the accuracy, but again, he's a real firecracker of a bowler. I think him and Fernando, though, Jennifer Fernando for Romania, I think both very intriguing bowlers. Bowlers who bowl with a lot of pace, maybe a little bit wayward at times, but you just feel like these are bowlers who could develop that extra bit of accuracy. They're going to be tough bowlers to get away on the European cricket circuit. This one goes down the leg side, looking for a wide, the batsman, but it looks like it's just brushed something along the way. So Hussein. Basically a dot ball to start off. This one is just played down the ground. Straight towards Zishan, and again, Romania not keen to test his arm. They're only going to settle for the single here to end the over. Romania 137 for 5. That current run rate has nosedived to 8.5 after being, well, up in the nosebleeds. They were potentially eyeing totals as high as 190 at one stage. Of course, we just take a look at Hussein's batting career. He does have a strike rate of 206 in T10 cricket, but he's played 10 innings, scored about 190 runs over them, averaged just above 31.5. So somebody who's got that power, he's got that six-hitting ability. And this is the sort of situation they need to see it. 4 overs to go. Don't have too many balls to settle in. Just need to find a way to start going right from the get-go. Oh, this one's clattered into the stumps. Wonder if that took a little bit of an inside edge along the way. And top stuff by Abbas. We saw him take a catch earlier out in the deep, a really good catch. This one, it's a simple case of you miss and I hit. No edge along that one. That's a proper fast bowler's delivery. Hits the top of the off stump. Textbook stuff. And going for that big swing there, the batsman, and all it's done is bowled him right through the gate. As Malta continue to pick up wickets at regular intervals, that current run rate, as we can see, is below 8.5 now. Mini collapse here for Romania at the end. They've somehow managed to lose 4 wickets, having managed to gain just 13 runs in the last 3 overs. Sani at 123 for 3 when they were at the 13.5 over mark, and since then, 14 runs later, they've lost 3 more players. And again, it's just a case of Romania now. Again, is this a sort of an indication of their lack of depth, or is that something they're going to need to do, find more middle or lower order batsmen, or are we just going to give Malta a lot of credit here for the way they've bowled? New batsman in is Prasanna. Oh, great ball, great bumper. What a way to introduce yourself to the new batsman. Sharp ball, great steep bounce. And right now he's just weaving a web around the batsman. Top stuff. You look at the bounce and the rise he's getting off the wicket. This one just played away. Anything around the pads is always going to get struck away. Looks to go across his stumps. And I think he's managed to get away with that one. Yeah, you can just see batsman was looking to make room to hit it over fine leg, with fine leg inside the ring. That was smart thinking, but with that kind of pace, if you're not near it, then you're going to completely whiff at it, as this one is a low full toss. And struck away nicely by Nadi Gotla. Just misses the mark there, Abbas. Goes a bit too wide, over pitches it as well. And it's just played away over the field to recover. Very nicely struck. And it's going to go away for 4. This one's just a good drop and run there, and a nice way to end the over. So smart cricket by Nadigola. That was a much better ball by Abbas. So he just does his best to manufacture a run of that one as Romania are 143 for 6 at the end of 17. This one tucked away, goes straight to the fielder at square leg, and it's going to be a single to start the over. Of course, Afridi coming in for his 4th, so the captain, got to credit him. He had a lot of faith in Afridi. I mean, Afridi went for 17 in his very first over, but since then he's been outstanding. Just 10 runs after that first over. He's managed to get his line and length bang on since then. That's where you have to commend the captain for showing some faith. I mean, it's very easy that a bowler goes for 17 in their first over and he just pulled them from the attack and don't go back to them again for the rest of the game. But it's not the case with Varun Prashant. He really put some faith in the Afridi, and he's been rewarded for giving him that faith. This one played again. Shouts of no, 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 no. Could be a run out. Is going to be a run out. Miscommunication here by Romania. And they sometimes say that stuff like that is infectious. We saw Malta have a lot of issues running between the wickets. Romania were very decisive with their running against Romania A, and it looks like some of that has rubbed off on this Romanian cricket team. And that is a nice throw there. Very calm, stayed calm and just maintained his composure and demeanor really well over there. Imran Amir, of course. Imran Amir himself was desperately unlucky to not get a wicket off his own bowling, but he will at least have a run out to his name. As Romania just stuttering now. And again, at one stage, you know, we thought Ibai's prediction that Romania would end under 160 was rather ludicrous and extremely unlikely. I think it could now even be possible. I mean, at this stage, probably about 16 balls to go. Would still be unlikely. You'd back them to get to that 165 to 170 mark, but is it possible that Romania just continue to tumble for the remainder of this innings and open the door for Malta? This one's gone up in the air, shouts of catch it, goes right through Mughal's hands, but Zishan is right behind him to back him up. He's a little bit disappointed there, Mughal. It was a catching opportunity. But at least fortunately for Malta, it hasn't gone for a boundary because Zishan, full credit to him, was backing up Mughal, ensuring I wouldn't go for a 4. This one's popped up in the air. It's going to take a bounce before going to the fielder, a third man. Once again, just a single. Well, this one takes an inside edge. Goes straight to the fielder at fine leg, so that's going to be a single. Oh, what's happened here? What on earth has happened here? Oh, this is a nice ball here by Afridi. Back of a length, cramping Nadigotla for room. And another outstanding over for him. Of course, he went for 17 off his first over, but 16 off the next three. An outstanding recovery by Afridi. And full credit to his captain for keeping the faith. And he has rewarded him as, of course, we take a look at that graph for Romania. We can see that massive dip right at the end, looking like the prices of crypto over the last couple of years. We can just see wickets tumbling. And that economy rate has dipped as well significantly. Again, we just thought that Romania might be setting themselves up with a nice launching pad to explode in these last few overs, but instead, that was gone just over the umpire's head. That was umpire French just ducking for cover. Look to bring out the reverse sweep there, Sahi, but that one goes way past him, and it's going to be a wide. And again, interesting that Mughal chooses to go back around the wicket again. I mean, I don't understand the logic here. He's done so well over the wicket against to the right-handers. The last time he went around the wicket, he was punished for it, and he's doing it again. Started off with a wide. But this time it does work for him, though. It's a case of you miss, I hit. Just aims this one at the stumps, and of course, Sahi, who bats a lot lower down the order, is not going to be able to play that. He completely misses the ball, and the stumps are shattered. So Mughal finally gets the wicket he deserved. He bowled terrifically well in that first innings as well, but just didn't get the wickets he needed. This time around, Manyan Mughal gets that wicket. Gotta say, good comeback here from Malta, as of course Kroom 111 pointed out. One stage, you know, things were potentially entertaining the notion of Romania reaching that 190 mark, maybe even daring to dream of 200. Since then, Romania now, they'll be at a stage where they'll just be looking at 165 to 170. Played away towards fine leg. It's going to be just a single again, so keeping things very tight here to their credit. I mean, 13th over was the last big one for Romania. Since then, we've had overs of 7, 6, 2, 6, 3 of this over so far. This one that prodded away behind square for a single. That's a full toss. It's going to be played away towards the fielder behind square. And it's just going to be a single, so Doing the play down the ground. One ball to go in the penultimate over. And this one's a lowish full toss on the pads, and it's going to be helped away by Singh. And we saw Singh bowl terrifically well against Romania A. And this time he gets in on the run making as well. Just helps it along with a Mughal's pace. That's don't need to overhit those kind of balls. I mean, anything low around that region, all you have to do is just use the pace of the bowler and hit it away, particularly with a no fielder protecting the boundary out at fine leg. So they get the 4. And a final over now. Romania at 159, and I think they'll be looking to try to crack that 171 mark. About 12 runs off this over. That's probably what they'll be targeting. This was popped up in the air, catching opportunity. It's going to be taken. It's taken really, really well by the wicketkeeper. Wickets continue to tumble for Romania. It's a bit of a game of musical chairs these last few overs. There we can see Chanjil Sundarsan. He's got that catching opportunity when it's gone up in the air, and he's done a good job to take it. New batsman in. He is at the crease, so number 10 and 11 out there for Romania. This is not a situation we expected a few overs ago. This has been a humongous collapse for Romania. This is played away. And it's going to be singles, but at least they managed to crack the 160. Of course, just to emphasizing this, the nature of this collapse, Romania were 123 for 2. In these last 37 runs, over these last 6.4 overs, Romania have managed to lose 7 wickets. Give up just 37 runs. So 37 for 7 basically for these last 6-odd overs. That has to be mightily disappointing if you're Romania, considering how well they had started this match, how well they were set up. And they've done away with a lot of that good work. Again, it just starts to highlight some of the issues Romania have had over the years. You can maybe tell why they've not been able to post those enormous targets that we were talking about earlier in some of these major international tournaments. And shots to catch it. That is a very timid shot. It goes straight back to the bowler. Yeah, this one's just a bit too wide there by Prashad. Of course, it was rather interesting that the captain did go and end up going with Prashad. Might have thought that he would have bowled Imran Amir in this last over, even though he is a spinner, having given up just 18 runs. But instead, he opts to introduce a new bowler into the attack in the final over, which isn't something one would typically see. However, it's paid dividends for the skipper, inserting himself into the attack. This one's another big swing and miss across the line. Last ball of the innings. And it's a good slower ball. And again, well, for some reason or the other, Singh has decided not to run, maybe just preserving his average. As Petre did the unselfish thing and just ran to the other end, looking to get a single, but Singh stayed planted right where he was. He said there's no chance that we're going to get a run, and he was more than happy to remain there. As we come to an end of this innings, we're going to watch the highlights of the first innings. And of course, to start off, we saw Ramesh Satish. He was looking really good, made 33 of 21. He hit 3 4s and 2 6s. These were some of the nice shots he played. He was very happy to hit the ball towards the offside. He carved open the offside a few times with some very nice looking shots. But of course, eventually, he would get a top edge of Bikram Arora. And this one would just pop up in the air and be taken very, very well out of third man. This one was just played away towards cow corner. And would be a boundary. Fanyan Mughal made a very odd decision to go around the wicket in the middle of his third over after having bowled so well, going over the wicket for so long. And then this one would off the bowling of Afridi, and would go straight past the fielder at cover. And it was at this moment that we just wondered whether Romania were going to get away from Malta. But of course, Malta would get their act together and they would pick up multiple wickets in quick succession. Although we will see some of the nice looking shots that Romania did manage to play. That was Kakab Imlesh. He made 39 of 36, hitting 5 boundaries and throughout his innings. This one will be tucked away, and then we'd see Mughal with a shy at the stumps, hits the base of the stumps, and went away for 4. As you can see. And this was a huge moment. This might have been the game-changing moment. It might have been the most pivotal moment of this innings. Kakab Imlesh completely misses the free hit, and Sani decides to take the risk to run a quick single. And in the end, he was the one who succumbed off his own call while they were out there. And of course, right after that, Malta would get a plethora of wickets. Romania collapsing, losing 8 wickets in the last 6.4 overs. After managing to get just about 40 runs. As of course we take a look at that scorecard, Ramesh Satish up top made 33 runs of 21 balls, and of course Kakab Imlesh doing what he typically does, which is to go at about a run a ball for a 30-odd score. And then Vasu Sani, he was of course the standout scorer, the top scorer. He made 45 of the 23 deliveries he faced, and he was run out by Chanjal Sudarshan in what might be one of the most pivotal moments of the game. And then after that, other than small contribution by Satwik Nadigotla, it was a very long tail for Romania, and their score looks a bit like a telephone directory. As of course we take a look at some of Malta's bowling efforts. Fanyan Mughal up top gave 42 runs off the 4 overs he bowled. The pick of the bowlers for them was of course Varun Prashant, who gave up just 3 runs in his final over, but also of course Wasim Abbas, 3 for 20 in his 4 overs. That is outstanding stuff. And of course, a big shout out to Imran Amir, who was desperately unlucky to not get a wicket. He bowled 3 overs and gave up just 18 runs. Of course, we're halfway through the innings, and Romania have set a target of 163 for Malta. Join us in a bit as we'll bring you the final innings of today's action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day here at the Moara Blaise Cricket Ground. As of course we have a beautiful drone shot showing us gorgeous river going around this ground, and well, this final match of the day has so far delivered Romania, who are looking set to reach a target of about 190. In the end, fall to just about 162 after having a major collapse in the last 6.4 overs of their innings. They gave up 37 runs and lost 8 wickets. Of course, we take a look at some of the upcoming events on our European cricketing calendar. Of course, we are currently live right here in Romania, of course, running alongside us Denmark. And then, of course, the sides we're seeing today, Malta and Romania are in Group E alongside Cyprus, who are making their ECC debut. So, again, we're showing you an ECC debut here between Malta and Romania. Both those sides had just one win each in their last ECC appearance. So we're looking to put things right this time around. But, of course, the matters at hand first. Malta need to chase down a target of 163 to pick up their second win in a month against this Romania side. Let's see how it goes. First ball of the innings. This one is just played away. This one is just played away. Straight to Luca Petre. Of course, we saw Singh. He was really good in that previous match against Romania. He kept things very tight. Even though he didn't get a wicket, he was bowling rather defensive lines and lengths, and he was just always landing it on a sixpence, wasn't he? He was incredibly accurate. And he just mixed his pace and lines and lengths enough to bamboozle the batsman. Mughal once again opening the batting for Malta, even though he struggled in the previous match, and this time around he does really well. That is a rare mistake today by Singh. He's been, again, as we said, he's been metronomic with his accuracy. He just keeps hitting a line and length. This time around, he looks to go across. He does quite well there, Mughal, to just swivel on the spot and hit it behind square leg and get that four. So it's the first time really he's been hit for a boundary so far in today's action. And difficult to get away. This one is struck away. Is it going to be a chase for the fielder? Is he going to get to it? He does manage to get to it, but actually it goes right underneath his hand. So a misfield, a slight mishap, and for the first time, Singh is under the pump today. As you can see, square batted stroke. He came down the crease, looked to work it away, And the fielder will be disappointed with himself there. He managed to get to that one, but he just lets it sneak underneath him. So Baljinder Singh, the most expensive over of the day so far for him. This one's going to be played away very, very well. He middled that one. No problem there for Mughal. And any doubts about his ability to bat after that first innings have been put aside. This is a really, really well struck. Middles it, hit away, finds that gap out at mid-wicket. It's an expensive first over. Baljinder Singh was bowling with an economy rate of under 6 in that first over. So a good start for Malta. Asif is going to be bowling this second over. Didn't see him feature in that first match Romania played earlier today against their 18. It's the first time we're going to see him with the ball in hand. Of course, Zishan Khan was terrific with his brilliant 82 to guide Malta to victory against Romania A. Of course, the last time these two teams faced each other, Zishan Khan was desperately unlucky. He was not out on 98. And again, he's going to be looking to replicate some of that good form into this game as well. This time he just takes it back of a length, manages to get a dot ball there. So good bowling, good smart bowling by Asif. Good start to Asif's spell. This one is struck away, and he's found the fielder. That's a nice bit of work there by Kaka. We saw him earlier. Had quite well. Made 35 runs, and now, of course, a very clean pickup. His captain giving him that all-important responsibility of fielding out at point. Good start to the over for Romania. 3 consecutive dot balls. Is there a big shot coming? No, there isn't. He's just going to back away. Something seems to have got in his eye line. And again, this one is on a good length, and you have to say outstanding bowling by Asif. He's just getting it absolutely spot on. And of course, there's just a drop of rain that came down. Are we going to have a few drizzles here in the second innings? We certainly hope not. It's been an outstanding match so far. It'd be good to see a finish to it. This one is just played away towards third man. It's going to get past the fielder out in the deep, so it's a rather fortuitous for Zishan Khan, who hasn't looked as comfortable to start off his innings here, but he gets that outside edge. Just take a look at this. Didn't really know where that one was going, just threw the kitchen sink at it. And Pentere out at deep third man has just been done by the bounce. This one's played away straight to the fielder. At that point, that's Baljinder Singh. Played nicely. And this is another very good over here for Romania. Just 5 runs off it as Malta 18 for no loss at the end of 2. It was good stuff there by Asif. He just kept hitting a good length throughout that over and making things as difficult as possible for Zishan. As we, of course, take a look at the standings for this ECN Continental Cup. Both Malta and Romania picking up a win against the Romania A side. It was a bit of a baptism by fire for Romania A. They struggled out of the gates with a couple of losses. And of course, this is the big game, the match that everyone's been looking forward to. These two teams facing off against each other. So Baljinder Singh isn't going to bowl a second over. There's going to be a bowling change, and it's the captain himself, Sani, who's going to come in. And of course, Sani was incredibly economical in that first match. He bowled with an economy of 4 and over. And this one again, it beats the bat for Mughal, but the umpire has signaled it a wide. Fielder's out in the deep. Our fielder out at deep third man, and then there is a deep backward square. No protection whatsoever. A fine leg. And that is another wide. Just struggling to find his radar here to start off. Sani. This one's played away again, and it's going to go for 6. So a huge shot by Mughal, who has been dealing exclusively in boundaries to start off his innings. 3 consecutive boundaries, and now a big 6. This one goes all the way. Sani, not quite as economical as he was in the last match. This one's a bit too short, and Mughal gets underneath it really well and just clubs it away behind square. An enormous shot, as Mughal is now at 18 of 4. I mean, you talk about a start to an innings. 3 4s in a row, and then a 6. You know, he knows a lot about against some of these struggles against Romanian cricket teams, of course. Struggled in the last match against Romania A, the last time these two teams played each other. In the Valletta Cup, Mughal had just 2 runs, and he says, well, look, I've had enough of struggling against Romanian cricket teams, and this time around, he's come out with a lot of aggression, looking to attack these bowlers, and there's another wide. So the 3rd wide off this over, and it just shows you how the momentum swings so quickly within the day. I mean, Sani could do no wrong. Earlier today, he's had 2 great innings with the bat, bowled terrifically well, and now 9 runs off 1 legal delivery in this over. And they finally managed to get a legal delivery in. That's a dot ball. 9 runs off these first 2. Just needs to get things right. So we know Sani is a very, very good bowler. Get it back onto the off stump. There's a little bit of width here, and the fielder at point does well to get down. That's Abdul Asif. It's going to be just the 1 run. And again, we saw Zishan Khan, he would advance down the crease against Romania A, but Sani is very smart. As soon as he sees him doing that, he just digs one in shorter. Yeah, this is terrific stuff. Incredibly smart bowling. And another swing and a miss. So he just whiffs at this one, and the dot balls are racking up here for Zishan Khan. 5 of 11 to start off, and there's another player who's had a change in his fortunes after looking incredibly good in that first match with the 82 against Romania A. This one's played away. It's not the most convincing of strokes, but it is a desirable outcome nonetheless. He gets that inside edge and it goes away for 4. So a difficult first over for Sani. Felt like he could do no wrong earlier today. This one goes for 14. He's not quite managed to middle that one. It's a rather fleshy looking shot, but it's gone away for 4. Good start for Malta. This is just the start they needed. They've had 2 big overs to start off. Just that quiet over in the middle by Asif. Otherwise, they've been firmly on top, Malta, taking full advantage of this power play, much the way that Romania did as well. Of course, Romania were very quick out of the gates. It was in those last 7 overs where they slowed down massively. As we said, the last 6.4 overs for Romania, they made 37 runs and lost 8 wickets. Again, if they lose this game, they're going to look back at that phase of the match and just say that, well, can't afford to be doing things like that. And that one is a wide, signaled wide by the umpire. So one of the first mistakes that Asif has made so far today. Other than that, things have been near perfect for him. Captain of Romania, Ramesh Satish, doesn't quite agree with that decision by the umpire, but again, what captain does? Signaled as the one for the over as well by the umpire. Might have brushed something along the way. Again, we do know that very tight with enforcing leg side wide, so that must have maybe clipped a thigh pad or something along the way, which is why the umpire hasn't given it. Again, goes for that big shot across the line. And Mughal, who of course started off with 3 4s and a 6, has just been brought back down to earth, brought back down to reality here by Ali. A few dot balls coming in, and of course Ali has been the only bowler, big part Asif, and the only bowler so far for Romania who's looked at all economical. This one's just heaved up behind square on the leg side. Mughal was keen for a second run, but there was only one on there. High up in the air, good bit of fielding. Does incredibly well there. That's Shukran Sahi out in the deep. Advances down the crease, Zishan, he finally middles one. That's the boundary he's been looking for much of this innings. That's the sort of shot he looks for. We know he loves to advance down the crease, and he's actually managed to hit the desired shot right where he wants it to go. Goes away for 4. Putting some pressure back on Asif, who's had things go very rosy for him so far in this spell. This one's absolutely middled. Terrific shot. That might be one of the best shots we've seen Zishan play so far today. And mind you, he made it 82 earlier this day. That is an outstanding thing. Nice on drive. Fielder inside the ring. And he's picked out the gap. And all the fielder can do is just watch that one sail over his head. One bounce over the boundary rope. And that's gone away for 4. So another good over for Malta. This time around, they managed to club Asif, who was looking really, really good in this first over, and it's been all Malta to start off. 42 for nothing at the end of 4. Sending back into the attack. This one is played away, and it's going to be a chase for the fielders, and the ball is going to win this chase as, of course, Mughal looking really, really good. There's no stopping him right now. He's got his pedal to the metal, and he's accelerating down the Autobahn. I mean, this is just a terrific innings. Sani, who was bowling so economically and looked impossible to hit earlier today when he was bowling against Romania A, he's gone for quite a few runs. And now, well, they're going to bring third man into the ring, and they're going to send another fielder out to a deep mid-wicket, and a fielder out to cow corner as well. He's got a lot of protection now for that heave towards the leg side, does he, Sani? And again, back of a length ball, and the initial call is 2 by Mughal, but I think that was a very, very optimistic call. Only 1 was on there. And again, that is a much better ball by Sani. Bowled a hard length. He also cramped the batsman for room because he bowled it around their rib cage. It's always very hard to get those away. I think he just hasn't got his lengths right so far this innings. That's been the difference from the first match. I mean, the first match, everything was around the off stump. It was about cramping the batsman for room. Never bowled anything too full. It was always around a good length or back of a length, and he would just mix it up, maybe with the odd wide Yorker, the odd slower ball. And I think he goes for the slower wide Yorker over there, and it just comes out of his hand completely wrong. And it's going to be a wide. This is a really important match. I mean, you figure Malta and Romania are probably the 2 favorites to win the Continental Cup, so the matches between them, they're what one would call real 4-pointers. I mean, it's not only the fact that you're not getting 2 points yourself as this side, it's the fact that you're giving 2 points to your closest rival to get this cup title. Goes for the shorter delivery. The keeper now grabs his helmet and comes up to the stumps. I like this move. I have to say, with Sani's pace, you really should be all the way up to the stumps to put some pressure on the batsman. Don't let them advance down the crease, particularly Zishan Khan, who loves to do that. And again, Zishan just not quite able to pick up the length. He's missed that one by a good couple of feet, but the umpire has just signaled 1 for the over. And this one is, oh, it's a misfield. That is a really costly mishap. I mean, that is incredibly casual. We know Zishan Khan has been struggling to get going. Last thing you want to do is give him some bonus runs. This should be a regulation bit of fielding. And I think he's going to be mightily disappointed with himself. He's got to do better than that. Just sneaks underneath the fielder as Malta bring up their 50 in quick time in just 5 overs. The Maltese cricket team are 52 for no loss at the end of 5. This one is struck away towards mid-on. It's going to beat the fielder at mid-on. It's going to trickle over the boundary rope. You have to commend the effort Sani put in there, but this second innings, things just haven't worked out for him with his ball in hand or with his fielding. Asif goes a bit too short. Mughal just using his power to club that one, got over the ball well, and it's managed to beat Sani. Everything was so rosy for Sani, mind you. Just an hour ago, he was looking outstanding with the bat, coming off an incredible win against Romania A. So now a fine leg has been brought into the ring, and Sani has just been kept out at long on. And Malta were just contemplating a second run. And I think in the end, the right call was made. It's just the one. Of course, it takes a deflection off the bowler, and of course, it's done fairly well to this one struck away straight to the fielder at point. That's Baljinder Singh, and it's a dot ball. Gotta say though, body language has just dropped in the field for Romania. Not as much chatter as we saw for Malta. I mean, even when Malta were getting pummeled, to their credit, they kept the chatter up. Their body language remained positive. The captain kept the team motivated, and I think that's been a feature of this Maltese side that has impressed me a lot. But Romania, really quiet team. There's not much talk about it. This time, Zishan, we know he loves to come down the wicket. He comes down, and he just manages to squeeze that one away behind square and get a 4. Let's just take another look at this. Advances down the wicket. Very well done. Just turns the face of his bat and helps it away behind square. And he gets a boundary. Yeah, and Zishan just a little bit disappointed he hasn't been able to take on that one. It was a little too wide. It gave him an opportunity to just free his hands and slash at it, of course, with no fielders outside his circle on the offside. If he beats anybody inside the ring, it's definitely going to go for 4 as, again, we can just see Asif. He sees Zishan Khan advancing, so he decides to bowl it wide. But it's a bit too wide. It's an illegal delivery. This one's played away, but it goes straight to Baljinder Singh, who's been one of the busiest players out in the field, and it's a good sharp throw by him, straight back to the wicketkeeper's end. And good backing up as well. As of course, Malta are 62 for no loss at the end of 6 overs. Things going exactly the way they would have desired. As we take another look at this one, Baljinder Singh, great collection, immediate throw. And Zishan Khan, well, we know the issues he's had running between the wickets. He ran out one of his partners in the previous match against Romania, and was lucky not to get run out himself a couple of times as well. He's rather indecisive with his calling, and that's something he'll look to iron out in this match and potentially help his Maltese cricket side become a lot better at that heading into the ECC. Into the power play signaled by the umpire. Are we going to see Romania introduce some spin into the attack? We do know this Romanian national team, not the most spin heavy. Mostly rely on their quick bowlers up early to take wickets, and unfortunately for them, they haven't had that, so they're going to need to find some unlikely heroes to pry wickets, put some pressure on Malta. So far, this opening partnership has been outstanding, just steering Malta the way they would have wanted. I mean, look at that required right now. It's 7.2. All Malta need to do from here on out is run between the wickets well, pick up the singles, run doubles where there's an opportunity, and punish the odd bad ball for 4. Oh, and this one's just gonna, has it taken an inside edge? It looks like it has. And it's gonna come off the keeper's pads and just race away for a 4. So this is, again, extremely unfortunate for Romania. Things not quite going their way. And the wicketkeeper, he's only helped that one on towards fine leg for a 4. It's not going the way they would have desired. They're really struggling out there. This one is tucked away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. things just going a bit flat right now for Romania. They need to pick the ante up. Maybe it's going to take just a moment of brilliance in the field or something different. A good throw, a fielder sliding, stopping a boundary, but anything that can charge this team back up, because right now they've all fallen flat. Shoulders have dropped. A lot of double teapots out on the field. Again, when that starts to seep into a side, you know, a lot of bad habits set in. Of course, we see the umpire just having a look at the ball and examining the seam, just snipping a little bit off it. Of course, this could be a good chance to just have a little discussion about some of the last match these two sides faced. Of course, it was in the Valletta Cup, Malta against Romania. Malta winning that one by 41 runs, and it was a really crucial match because that was the one that knocked Romania out of contention for the Valletta Cup. Of course, they've been invited to that tournament a couple of times now and haven't won on either occasion. This time around, the hosts Malta themselves didn't win either, so both these teams, they've had a difficult year, and they're looking to beat each other to improve it. And this one comes off the pads. It's going to be a chase for the keeper. Is he going to get to it on time? He might even have to put in the dive. He just manages to get there on time. The ball slowing down as it gets towards the boundary rope. And of course, he gets a polite smattering of applause from the rest of his team, the wicketkeeper, for putting in a great shift and running all the way towards fine leg. But honestly, at this stage, you have to say there's more chatter from a lot of the spectators who've come to watch this Romanian national team rather than on the field itself. A lot of the players on the field have gone very quiet. .97 needed of 83 for Malta. That required just above 7, a shade above 7. Takes some pace off that ball. Smart work by Hussein. And of course, just a slight error on your screen right now. It's not Mughal who's on strike, it's Khan himself. And Khan not looking as fluid as he did in that first match he played against Romania A. He's struggled a little bit out of the blocks in this innings. This one is just played away, but it struck straight to the fielder. As, of course, the over comes to an end, as Malta are 68 for no loss at the end of 7. As, of course, apologies for the lack of updates on the graphics below. We can confirm it is 68 for no loss at the end of 7. This one takes a thickish outside edge. It goes straight to the fielder out in the deep. Petre, who's put in a good effort. You have to say, you have to commend him for at least making sure that it didn't sneak underneath him and go away for a 4. He put his body in the way. As we take a look at this one, thick outside edge. There was a catching opportunity. It would have been a terrific catch if he'd managed to take that. And this will take a bounce for going to the fielder at point. This one, oh, it's gone underneath the fielder at point. He's done a pretty good job so far But it seems he's been hexed by all the praise he's received in the field. This time it goes right underneath him. That was Kakavim Leish, who's piled on the runs in the first 2 matches today. But yep, that was a slightly more regulation bit of fielding, something you'd expect him to field, but it sneaks underneath him as, once again, Romania, they've just been leaking a few too many runs. This one is played down the ground. It's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder. Long off, and he's done quite well to get to it. That's Gohar Manan. This is a good ball there by Prasanna. Of course, Prasanna was not part of the Romania team that played against Malta in the Valletta Cup, so this is his first chance to go up against Malta. This is going to be a drop and run. It's a smart bit of cricket by Mughal, who has been the aggressor in this partnership. Zishan Khan has tried to accelerate, mind you, but just hasn't been able to time the ball as well as he would like. He has hit 6 boundaries, and typically having hit that many boundaries, you'd expect him to be at a fairly high strike rate, but he's just missed way too many trying to come down the crease. And it's the sheer number of dot balls he's played that has racked up as this cost him. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the action over in Germany that we'll be having tomorrow. We'll see the likes of Dresden, Berlin, Magdeburg, Kombans, and that should be incredible stuff. Of course, we'll see some thrilling T10 cricket in that historic city of Dresden, where you've got ancient architecture meeting modern cricketing prowess. Boundaries will be smashed, wickets will tumble, and your adrenaline will soar. And of course, Dresden's got such a picturesque backdrop to set the stage for this incredible cricketing showdown that's going to be brought to you by Rico Full and Charlie Hunt. So, of course, get ready to be captivated. That is going to be an enormous amount of fun. This one takes it into the pitch. And it's a short delivery. Ijaz Hussain inserted into the attack. Gave up just 1 run in his first over. Best over Romania have had so far. And he's cleaned them up. That is an enormous moment. That is the moment Romania desperately needed. And they finally break this incredible opening stand of 75 runs. It's been going all Malta's way so far. And again, Ijaz, who was outstanding in that first over, just gets one straight onto the stumps. And as you can see, Mughal, he was swiping across the line, looking to hit a big shot. And the good thing about Ijaz Hussain is he's just focused on accuracy. He's just aimed at the stumps, ball after ball. And this time he's been rewarded. And he gets that wicket. So Mughal, who was the aggressor in that partnership, who was the standout player for Malta so far this innings, he has to depart, having made 32 of 17. So that 75-run opening stand finally comes to an end all the way at the start of the 9th over. It's been quite a wait for all of these Romanian cricketing fans. New batsman at the crease is, of course, Gopal Thakur. We saw him play a very nice finisher's role in the previous match for Malta. He just came in at the end against Romania A and looked to tee off right at the end, making 27 of 12 undefeated after things were so beautifully set up for him by Zishan Khan and Priyan Pushparajan. So a well-earned promotion for him. Came down at 5 then, but now he's at 3. Yeah, this one's going to be a single, and oh, they might even have a chance to get a second run of overthrows, but it's good backing up out in the deep in the end. And again, I just wonder how Thakur will handle this promotion up the order. Is he going to be a little bit more defensive? Is he going to be in a bit more of a shell? Or is he just going to look to play his natural cricket? And in all honesty, I think Gopal Thakur should just do that. I mean, if he can play a similar innings and get maybe, say, 20 of 10 or even 18 of 10, 25 of 13, then you really feel like Malta will be in the driver's seat as this one strays way down the leg side. Ijaz Hussain, that's a rare mistake by him. so far in this innings. Again, you can see what he's doing. He's aiming for that leg stump Yorker, but Zishan Khan reacts to that well and just plays it away down fine leg, helps it on as they get another boundary here, Malta. And that required now at just under 7 1/4 and over. This one is played away again. Goes towards the fielder out at fine leg, Gohar Manan. It's just a single. Yeah, he's come back well after getting hit for a 4, Ijaz Hussain. Kept things very tight since then. Last ball of the over. How's it going to end? Goes for the big shot again. Tucker, we know he likes to do that, and it's going to squirm away. Is it going to beat the fielder? Sani gives chase. Sani wins the chase. And it's a couple more runs for Tucker, so this one's a little bit more of a productive over for Malta against Ijaz Hussain. 6 runs off it. Still a good over for Romania, but 7 runs off the 2 overs that Ijaz Hussain has bowled. A very impressive start for him. And he's also picked up the only wicket that Romania have managed to prize so far this match. Of course, Malta, just to update what you're seeing over there, are currently 84 for 1 at the end of 9 overs. This one is tucked away. It's going to be a single there for Zishan Khan. Of course, just to correct what you saw in the graphics, it was Zishan Khan facing that delivery, not Tucker. Tucker's the man who's just come on strike now. And slight change in the field for Tucker. Interestingly enough, for Zishan Khan, they had a little bit more protection on the leg side, but now for Tucker, they've decided to send the fielder out to deep cover as well. So lowish full toss that's gone straight to the fielder at long off. Gets away with that one, Prasanna.
Good bowling, mate. Good bowling. Excellent, excellent.
This one is just tucked away. It's going to be Petre out of third man who's going to be fielding that one. This one is shouts of catch it, but it's played well along the ground, and the fielder has overrun that one. That's Ramesh Satish, the captain himself, out in the deep. Just overrun that ball. It's gone behind him. Overpitches this delivery, Prasanna, and it's a good cover drive. You can just see there, yep, Satish overrunning that ball slightly. And it's going to cost his team, so Thakur is continuing to accelerate, of course. Just to correct the graphic at the bottom, it is Thakur who was on strike for the previous ball. It was Thakur who hit that boundary. Zishan Khan has just come on strike right now. This one just was played away for a single. We can see that shot. This one played away and nudged towards the fielder at cover. End of the over. Malta are 93 for 1 at the halfway stage of the innings. They're going along incredibly well. And they have to go at exactly 7 and over in the last stage of the inning. So a good, really good start for them to this match. As Malta looking very, very strong. As of course, the players will stop to have a quick drinks break. and get some refreshment on what's a very, very hot day. Temperatures have dropped slightly from what they were earlier this afternoon at 40. Probably now at about 35 or 36. But these players, though, they still need a well-deserved drink of water, and so do the umpires. Again, some of these teams, you're talking about 2 20-20 matches in a day. That's about 80 overs of cricket that both these sides have been involved in. So full credit to them for coming out here on a Friday. Some of them even taking days off work to play these games. Got to commend these players for the shift they put in. In comes Baljinder Singh for the first over after the drinks break. And again, one just squeezes underneath the fielder at cover. And it's going to allow Malta to pick up a couple of runs. And again, a slight misfield. Maybe took an odd bounce as well. This one just beating the fielder at cover. That's Mahesh Prasanna. He just didn't bounce as much as he expected. And it goes right through his legs. He's been nutmegged by the cricket ball. This one played out to the fielder at long off. A good bit of fielding. Just the one run. Of course, first over of Singh went for 13 runs in that first match. He just could hardly get anything wrong. He almost always hit the line and length he desired. He's, again, not a big turner of the ball. He's just balls a few subtle variations, and otherwise he looks to confuse the batsman by just varying his pace, varying his line and length. Doesn't have too many trick deliveries and isn't turning the ball much either. Usually that's enough to be fairly successful. And this one is at square leg. Managed to get a hand to it, the skipper, but they're going to chase a second run here, Malta. And you've got to say, top stuff by them. Oh, and there's going to be overthrows. Oh, that isn't good backing up by Romania. They've actually overrun the throw that was coming in. There were two fielders converging towards that. They both miscommunicated with each other, and it somehow managed to go between both of them. Of course, we just see that one out in the deep. We had the fielder at point, and then Petri coming in from third man. And the ball somehow beat both of them. So again, it's just a little error seeping in here for Romania, things that are rather uncharacteristic of their side. And Malta right now, they're just continuing to tick away at these runs, pinching every run they can get. You have to say the running between the wickets has been much improved from that first match against Romania A, where just every time Zishan Khan called for a run or a second run, you had your heart in your mouth thinking that there's going to be another run out. But not the case so far in this match. They've been very decisive with their calling. And they've here's a catching opportunity as this one is taken out at point, of course. Bikram Arora was the fielder involved in the previous incident of overthrows that occurred when he was backing up. And this time around, he takes a fairly simple catch, and there is Singh's first wicket of the day. Mind you, he's bowled very tightly. He wasn't rewarded with a wicket in the previous match, but he does manage to get the big wicket of Zishan Khan, who, although he wasn't quite able to accelerate the manner he would have wanted to, he does manage to make 41 runs, and he's given his side a good platform to build on as they look to close this one out and pick up their second win of the day, and also their second win against this Romanian side in just about a month. Oh, this one's a good shot here, but potentially going down the leg side, especially considering it doesn't turn the ball much, Singh. And in the end, it's a good over for Singh here. It's a good comeback after an expensive first over when the captain asked him to open the bowling. New batsman is Jaspal Singh. Thakur goes for the big shot again, the big finisher for Malta, and he clears the boundary rope, and he's continuing his sweet slogging from earlier today. That's the first 6 of this innings. We saw Thakur make 25 of 12 against Romania A. Moves on to 19 of 8 for this innings. And look at that, absolutely nonchalant after hitting that 6. He's not going to celebrate until the job is done. But he picked that one out perfectly. The bowler just went a bit too full, a bit too straight, and he picks that one out, absolutely middles it, and sends one straight to his own teammates' dugout, and they'll be saying, send plenty more cricket balls this way if you can, Thakur. Oh, and this one, he's just trying to pierce that gap behind square on the offside, but he's hit it straight to Vimlesh at point. He does pretty well, you have to say, despite that odd bounce. And once again, he was trying to sneak a quick single, but good call there by Jaspal Singh to just send him back. There's another big shot for an LBW. And the umpire is undeterred, he's unmoved. It'd be good to take another look at that one. Was there anything going for it? Was it just missing the leg stump? Were there question marks about height as well, which meant the umpire was unconvinced? This one is played away. This one's behind square leg. That's going to be a run. That's just a single. Yeah, you can see he picks that one up really well, and it goes behind square leg. Ooh, this one's just slipped out of his hand like a bar of soap. And that's a run and a no ball, and yeah, you can just see the bowler just wiping his hands after that one. Boy, is he bowling cricket ball or a bar of soap, as we mentioned earlier? Advances down the crease, and he hits it to the safest part of the ground, which is straight down the ground. I think that one's just landed 2 feet in front of the boundary rope. The umpire is waiting for the signal. But it's also been signaled a no ball by the umpire and a 6. So talk about rubbing salt onto their wounds. It's a front foot no ball. That's what the umpire has indicated. And a spinner bowling a front foot no ball. That's really not something you can accept as a cricketing side. A free hit here. Chance to really, really punish them. And of course, you can't be stumped on a free hit. You can be run out though, although, wait a second, we're just... Well, it's not a run out though, it is a stumping. And of course, a little bit of confusion here. A few players just asking to have that rule clarified. But again, can't get out on a free hit unless it is a run out. So Tucker had full license to advance down the crease over there and try to smack that one. He completely whiffed at it, but it's not going to cost Malta too much, as of course now they need to go at just under a run a ball to secure their second win against Romania in just a matter of a month. As of course we take a look at the standings over there, both Malta and Romania picking up very impressive wins against Romania A earlier today. And right now Malta looking set to make it 2 wins in 2 to start off the Continental Cup. Of course, you have to say Malta and the Romanian national team are probably going to be the 2 big favorites to win this tournament. This one is just tucked away. And it's going to be a single. Singles are going to do the trick here. As of course, Kroom 111 in the chat saying 7 up. That is indeed 7 up, a 6 and a no ball. And of course, apologies, Bishal, for some of the issues with the scoreboard. We hope that they've been sorted out and that you can all see the scoreboard again. This one again, just a quick drop. And it's gone for a single. So smart cricket here by Malta. Just keep picking up the singles and then hit the big shots when you can, because the sooner they can end this game, the more it's going to help their own run rate and damage the run rate of their nearest rivals, Romania. As we said, this match is a real 4-pointer, as this one is just carved away behind point. Beautifully struck by Singh. He's in a hurry. He doesn't want to hang around and look to take this to the dying stages of this innings. It's very well done. Made some room towards the offside and just hit it behind point. And Malta, well, you talk about a good first day on tour. This has so far been a very good first day on tour. And it's going to go down the leg side. Is the umpire going to signal a wide? No, he hasn't. The Maltese batsman, a little bit disappointed he hasn't got the decision, but the umpire is unmoved. And again, this time he's angling it back into Singh. And again, just looking to cut out all the space to him and cut out all the room to him. Oh, and this one's popped up in the air, but there's no fielder anywhere near it. It's going to land in no man's land. And it's, oh, they're going to run a couple of runs here as well, Malta. So you talk about things just not going Romania's way. That was a very unconvincing stroke, but somehow Malta have managed to produce 2 runs off it, as they are just 31 runs away from a victory, and they've got 7 rovers to get it. Tucker getting ready to face Sani, so is Sani going to bowl better this over? We had a few struggles in this match. Of course, we saw him with a misfield and then had a couple of expensive overs. That's just the 1 run. Of course, Malta do go on to win this game, as they are, as one would project them to. They already have as many wins in this Continental Cup as they had in their last 2 tournament appearances earlier this year. They hosted the Valletta Cup. They Had 2 wins and 2 losses in that tournament, and then before that they were also hosts of the Medina Cup. And this is a fuller delivery, just tucked off the pads. They invited France and Luxembourg over to Malta for that tournament, and once again they had 2 wins and 2 losses. And are they going to look to run off overthrows again, Malta? No, they won't. They'll just stick to the runs they've managed to get. And then earlier this year, they were invited to a T20I series in Gibraltar, a Tri-Nation series between them, Malta, beg your pardon, they are Malta, between them, Gibraltar, and Portugal. This one is struck up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It's always going to be a tough catch for Asif. And I think in this stage of the game, you really need some special plays to go your way to even find a way to make this a competitive match. And the fact that a half chance like that has gone down really means that it's going to be a huge climb for Romania from here to try to claw their way back into the game. I think he slightly misjudged that ball, though, if you want to be overly critical, as this is a much better ball by Sani, of course. The fielder out at long on was Asif, and he was waiting for the ball to come to him, and by the time it came to him, it was a bit too low. I mean, maybe he could have attacked that ball, and he might have had a chance to get it about knee height or waist height, but in the end, I think that would be slightly overcritical. This one is well tucked out off his pads. They're going to get a single. Just ticking away at the scoreboard here, Malta. Yeah, going back to that T20I series we were talking about, the tri-series between Gibraltar, Malta, and Portugal and Gibraltar. Malta only had 1 win and 5 losses in that series, so just emphasizes what a difficult year they've had. So to start off the Continental Cup away as well, and to come to a different country on the road and pick up 2 wins on the first day of the tour would be such a huge statement. And again, I keep going back to the fact that they turned up here really early in the morning. They were doing sprints, they were doing fielding drills, they were in the nets even between the games, they were practicing hard. And that to me shows me the attitude of a team that's really determined to win. I think that's something I haven't quite seen from some of the Romanian host nation sides. As we take a look at them on the scoreboard here, Malta currently 131 for 2 at the 14 over mark, and of course they've had good contributions from all of their top 4. Of course, Fayan Mogul, the pick of the batsman, he made 33 of 20. Zishan Khan probably didn't accelerate at the strike rate he would have liked, but he went along well, making 41 runs after making 82 in the first game of the day against Romania A. And then Gopal Thakur continuing from right where he left off against Romania A. He's just accelerating. He only knows one way to play cricket, and that is to go boom. Ijaz Hussain brought into the attack, coming in for his second spell. I was a little bit surprised why he even got a break in the first place. They should have just bowled him out, considering how well he was bowling. And the situation in the match, he's not an express pace bowler who needs a break after a couple of overs. I think he's got a short run up, so I think when you're bowling as well as he was earlier, giving up just 8 runs in his previous spell and getting a wicket, producing another chance as well, mind you, that was put down. I would just have bowled him 4 straight overs and hope that he could somehow pick up a couple more wickets, because now we just feel it's a little bit late for him to really impact the game. Even if he sneaks in a quiet over here, Malta are still way ahead of the game and well in front. I think Malta now, they're just reaching that stage now where they're probably eyeing this game as a potential big net run rate boost as well. This one that goes down the leg side. This one is struck away and hits straight to the fielder at cover. And again, we did say they'd need good moments of fielding here. Vasu Sani does very well to get behind that. He was backpedaling. And just take a look at this. Yep, good bit of fielding. It was struck hard and struck straight at him. And he's done incredibly well. This one takes a thickish outside edge. It's going to squeeze between 2 fielders. And you talk about misfortune going against this Romanian side. I mean, even the edges aren't going in their favor. That edge, nor did it carry. But it just went right between those two fielders. I mean, there we go. Petre has been a very busy man out at a third man region. He's been chasing balls all day. And once again, that one just beating him. And I believe that's Mahesh Prasanna who's standing next to him. It's hard to see his number from a distance. This one will again take an edge, but this is good work by Petre. It's a sharp throw as well. Just keeping the batsman on his toes, and he has to scamper back quickly to make sure he isn't run out. Good over by Ijaz Hussain, but at this stage, you just feel like that might be a case of too little, too late, as Hussain so far with very respectable figures of 13 runs off the 3 overs he's bowled. And of course, he's picked up one of the 2 wickets that Romania have managed to pry, as Malta still going along very well with a run rate of just under 9. That required is under 6 for them at the moment. Of course, we'll update the scoreboard and have it up for you as soon as possible, but by my calculations, it should be 27 needed of these last 5 overs, which would mean that, of course, Malta would probably need to go at just under 5.5, so 5.2, 5.3. Basu Sani is going to bowl his 4th and final over. Goes for that big swing across the line. I think he'd be better served just playing an orthodox cricketing shot there, Jaspal Singh. He could play a nice cover drive to that and look to get 1 or 2 runs. Of course, Bishal Gurung joining in on the chat saying Malta are so much ahead in this game right now. Completely agree with you there, Bishal. It's really Malta's game to lose at this stage, as an inside edge goes towards the fielder at fine leg. And again, this time Thakur going for that big heave towards cow corner. And you can see now when he's rehearsing that shot, he's like, well, maybe I should play this over the offside. And again, Malta shouldn't be scared to just open up that offside. And this is a very wide delivery. I mean, just taking a look at Malta's wagon wheel so far, 69 of their runs have come through the leg side and about 49 from the offside. That is kind of the balance, the split you would expect to see in a T20 match. So a few more shots to some of these deliveries off Sani towards the offside would be really good, but that is an outstanding ball. That is on a good length, just above the off stump. I think that's just one of those as a batsman, you've got to say, I got a good one. Wasn't too much I could do about that. That is a top ball. And Sani, after having an expensive first over, has just brought himself back in the game. He's bowling terrifically well since then. And this is a good bowling here by Sani. We just take a look at that replay. Very, very accurate stuff. And again, fuller, wider delivery. And he's beat the batsman. So a good couple of overs here for Romania. Are they just starting to bring this door ajar? It's another quiet over. Equation now. Just over on a ball after being at about 4.5. So Thakur and Jaspal Singh, who were striking the ball cleanly 2-3 overs ago, have swung and missed at a few of these last couple of overs. So Ijaz Hussain and Vasu Sani, have they just opened a window of opportunity for their side? And is there a glimmer of light at the end of this tunnel for Romania? And of course, we take a look at some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, running alongside us right now is that great series over in Germany, in Dresden. We've got Charlie Hunt and Rico Full on the call over there. And then on Tuesday next week, we've got a terrific series between the Netherlands and Jersey. Should be some good action between these two cricketing nations. It's great to see women's cricket getting promoted on the European Cricket Network. Of course, just 2 weeks ago here in Romania, we saw the Romanian national team, the Greek national team, the Maltese national team take part in the outstanding series. Oh, this is a lowish full toss. It's absolutely belted. And after a couple of really quiet overs, they've managed to go wrong with just one ball here. Ijaz Hussain, who's been almost flawless in his first 3 overs, ball's a low full toss there. That one lands just a couple of feet in front of the boundary rope, and it raced away like a tracer bullet once he made contact with it, and it's gone for 4. So that's just Malta just keeping their noses in front, just reasserting the fact that they're the team who are in the driver's seat right now. Though, of course, good to see that the scorecard has been updated, and seems that many of you can see the graphics again. Mind you, it's Singh on strike right now, not Thakur. Thakur's at the non-striker's end, so just need to keep that in mind. And I think it's slowly getting updated now. Yep, so Singh, 4 more runs tacked onto his scoreboard. He'll move on to 17 as Thakur now is on strike. So Malta need 20 of 21, just under on a ball. This one is just played away towards the fielder at square leg. And we're going to see them just get a couple of runs here. So a nice bit of running. And so good end to the over. Malta need 18 of these last 3 overs. And it's been a outstanding day so far. Of course, we've seen some very good action. All these teams, of course, have done a really, really good job. You know, it's been a lot of cricket for all of them. Of course, these teams have been involved in about 80 overs of action on what is a very hot day. Mind you, 80 overs of T20 action as well. A very fast-paced format, very intense format, and they've done a good job. All of them, they deserve a lot of credit for this, as of course we're coming to the end of this day. And keep in mind, we'll be right back here again tomorrow at 9 a.m. local time, doing this all over again. Should be an awful lot of fun. Of course, both these teams will be facing each other to start off the action tomorrow. We've got a match between Romania and Malta, of course, playing each other first thing at 9 a.m. local time tomorrow. Then the following match will be Romania facing against Romania A, and then we'll have a third match between Malta and Romania to round out the day. So it should be really good. A lot of good action between Malta and Romania, and I think we're just the umpires are requesting something over here. Just a little pause in play. And as a few things are sorted out. Of course, this is a great opportunity to thank all the people who make this wonderful series happen behind the scenes. Of course, big shout out to the Romanian Cricket Federation for all their hospitality. They've been absolutely terrific to work with throughout this tournament. This first day, it's been a really good day. And of course, all the people over in our blue crew, of course, led by our tournament manager, Maxi, and then of course, Azur Ali. And Max Wurzler doing his first ever ECS. Great to have him over as well. And then all the brilliant men over at the tent. We've got Marius and Catlin doing our replays. We've got our director, Eddie, Peter and Silvio over in our camera. Got Catlin as well as our chief engineer, Andre, doing a terrific job with graphics. And then, of course, none other than Alex, who's been outstanding with the audio. So it's been just a great first day here in Romania and a nice introduction to Romanian cricket. Of course, we are reaching the stage now where these two teams better hurry up, as of course the sun is starting to set. We're at about 7:30 local time. It's starting to get a little bit darker, so do need a quick finish to this game. This one is just played away, behind point for a single. And this one is struck down the ground. It's gone up in the air. And it's going to be another run. So just ticking away with the singles here. Malta, as they're inching closer and closer to their second win of this tournament. Of course, it'll also be their second win in just a month against Romania. These two sides will be facing each other a lot over these coming days in the Continental Cup. This one is very well struck right out of the middle of the bat, goes straight to cover. And they're going to push for a second run here. And a good running between the wickets here by Malta. Just ticking away the runs right now. I believe we're now down to 14 to win for Malta. Of course, apologies that you can't quite see the scorecard. 13 runs needed to win now, just to confirm for you. Just done a quick calculation here. 13 runs needed. Looking at some of the information I do have access to. So Oh, it's going to be another run here. They're going to sneak in another one very quietly, so bring that down to 12 needed to win now for Malta, and there we go. Glad that we've been confirmed. 12 needed at 14. And the wicketkeeper just tries to do an Alex Carey, but doesn't do it at all well. Completely misses the stump, and instead he gifts a run to Malta. 11 needed at 14. And he digs that one out really well. This one goes to behind point. And are they going to push for a second run? They certainly will. Good rid of running between the wickets by Malta. You have to commend them for that. I mean, even when things looked like very comfortable for them against Romania, one thing about them was they were still looking to push for those doubles. So I think the attitude from them right at the start of this tour has been awesome. And this will certainly serve them well over this coming weekend. And right now, I'd have to say they look in prime position to potentially take this Continental Cup title away from Romania. So that'll be the end of the over. 2 overs to go, and Malta need 9 runs to win. It's going to be Sahi to bowl his first over. And just a chance now for a few players who don't usually get to participate in the ball in hand to demonstrate their abilities. This one is struck away straight towards the vacant boundary at 4, and I just wonder whether this is going to be a quicker finish now that Romania have decided to blood a few new bowlers. This one, he just looks to toss this one up, over pitches it, and it's a gorgeous looking cover drive that is struck towards the offside. And now just one big blow away, Malta, from securing a dominant victory and making it 2 comfortable wins in 2, of course. They won that first game against Romania A with 11 balls to spare. And this is going to be another resounding victory, as it just looks like the ball now is stuck in the bushes out at cover, as of course it will be collected now. We are officially in just 30 kilometers north of the capital city of Bucharest in Ilfov County, and very, very interesting place, of course. There's some very important part of the world for business and real estate development. I mean, just driving into the ground today, you could see so much farmland around this area, and this whole county, of course, it's known for having some really famous palaces. Of course, one of the form of architecture that's most famous here is Brankovenesque architecture, which is apparently a combination of Venetian and Ottoman architecture. And there's some nice palace grounds over at the Mogosoaya Palace, where a lot of both locals and tourists will get away for a nice weekend. And of course, there's other places like Herostro Park, Carroll Park, the Botanical Gardens, of course, those much closer to the city of Bucharest itself that one could frequent while visiting this part of the world. And this one is going to be a single. It's hit down to the field right long on. So 1 boundary needed now to win it for Malta. And you know Tucker, he's a big hitter. He's certainly looking to finish it off in style and get that big shot in. And this one, again, is going to be a bit of a chase. Is this going to be the end of the match? It certainly will. And we knew Tucker, he likes to end things off in style. And he helps Malta secure their 2nd win of the day. A terrific start to their tour. They make it 2 wins in 2 to start off, handing a drubbing to the hosts. And Really, really good looking shot. Plays it behind square. And dejected looks for this Romanian cricket team. Of course, they were hoping that coming back home, they'd see a different team. It'd be a different story for them against this Maltese cricket side who had dominated them over in Valletta. But not the case yet, but there's still plenty of matches to come between these two teams over the next few days. And of course, we'll discuss that later, right after we have a look at the highlights of today's game. And of course, we just take a look at the highlights. It was single ball that first over. Singh was incredibly accurate in the first match against Romania A. Hardly put a foot wrong, but he struggled in that first over, gave up 13 runs. It was Mughal who was absolutely belting him all over the place. He was terrific early. He really got Malta off to a flying start with his 33 of 20. Hit a lot of fours. Was helped by a couple of misfields, but there's no question he was seeing the ball really well, striking well. Had some good field placement as well. And he was aptly supported by Zishan Khan, who made a 41 of 38. He was happy to play a sort of second fiddle role and just knock it around for singles, while Fanyan Mughal just continued to accelerate at the other end. Of course, Zishan Khan was a little bit fortunate there with that four, just going under Petre on that occasion. Of course, Zishan Khan, he made 41 of 38, as we mentioned. And it was Mughal. This was the only six of the innings he would hit. It was a very, very big six, climbing over that mound. And an enormous shot. And this was one of the nicest shots we saw Zishan Khan play. He tried to advance down the wicket on numerous occasions, and he wasn't as successful as he would have liked. But that was one time he absolutely managed to hit it with perfection. That is exactly the sort of stroke he was trying to play throughout the day, and I love this one as well. Stand and deliver. That one was nicely played over long on. Just a straight bat shot, hitting it away. Of course, right now in the live scenes, Malta, they're just out there having a big talk in the middle of the pitch saying, great job, lads, congratulating one another. Certainly deserve to. I mean, this is a good way to start a tour. And we continue to see the highlights of what was a really good innings for them. Of course, eventually, Fanyan Mughal would be dismissed, as well as Zishan Khan, and Gopal Thakur and Jaspal Singh would finish things off. But yes, let's take a look at some of the matches we'll have tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. Romania and Malta will once again take to the dance floor, as they'll be playing each other twice tomorrow in the first and final game of our triple header. Those two matches will be split by a game between Romania and Romania's A side in match 5. Of course, that should be a very exciting day 2 and a good way to spend your Saturday. And it should be good to see even more people come down to the cricket ground on this weekend. Of course, as the day progressed, near the end of the day, we had a few fans trickling in to the ground, and they certainly provided some good support for their Romanian cricket team. There's a beautiful drone shot of this wonderful, wonderful cricketing ground we're playing at. And let's take a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, Zishan Khan making 41 runs off the 38 deliveries he faced, struck 8 nice boundaries, and then Fanyan Mughal, he got them off to a flyer of a start, making 33 of 20, and then those two were dismissed. Gopal Thakur and Jaspal Singh just picked up right where they left off. Thakur, we know what an explosive player he is. We saw that against Romania A, and some of his hitting was on display here as well. He hit 3 boundaries and 2 big sixes. And as we examine Romania's bowling card, of course, Baljinder Singh up top. He gave up 29 runs in the 3 overs. He bowled a little more expensive than what he was in the first match, where he went at just under 6 and over. The pick of the bowlers, Ijaz Hussain, he was absolutely terrific, giving up 20 runs off the 4 overs he bowled and getting that big wicket of Mughal. And it was at that time we thought that maybe Romania has half a chance to win this game, but those hopes were very quickly snuffed out, as we saw some big overs given up by Prasanna. Vasu Sani, though, he had an expensive first over, but then he came back really well after that in his next 3. And then, well, we'll take a look at the match summary, as in the end, Romania posted a healthy total of 162 in the first innings, and that was a little bit of a letdown considering they looked on track to reach as high as 190 at one stage. But of course, in those final 6.4 overs, they lost 37, they lost 8 wickets and managed to score 37 runs. And that huge moment in the match was a complete turning point for Romania, as they only managed to get to 162, and Malta in the end get a very convincing 8-wicket win with 9 balls to spare. So on behalf of our entire crew here at the European Cricket Network, the Blue Crew, and the brilliant men we have over here from Spring Production, this is Nishay Bhatt saying thank you very much for tuning in. We can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you all back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.